Chapter 25. D-Day was drawing to an end. The walkie-talkie crackled quietly. Katrina Bratt twisted on the thin ground sheet, raised her binoculars again and focused on the house in Berglia. Dark and silent, as it had been for almost 24 hours. Something had to happen soon. In 3 hours it would be another date. The wrong date. She shivered. But it could have been worse. About 9 degrees during the day and no rain. But after the sun went down, the temperature had plummeted, and she had begun to feel cold, even with the full complement of winter underwear and the padded jacket which, according to the salesman, was 800 on the American scale, not the European one, that is. It had something to do with insulation, or was it feathers? Right now she wished she had something warmer than 800, like a man she could snuggle up to. There was no one posted in the house itself. They hadn't wanted to risk being seen going in or out. Even for the recce they had parked a long way away, then sneaked around at some distance from the house, never more than 2 people at once and always out of uniform. The spot she had been allocated was a little hill in Berg Forest, set back from where the Delta troops were deployed. She knew their positions, but even when she scanned them with the binoculars she couldn't see anything. She knew there were 4 marksmen, though, covering every side of the house, as well as 11 men ready to storm the place in under 8 seconds. She looked at her watch again. 2 hours and 58 minutes to go. To the best of their knowledge, the original murder had taken place at the end of the day, but it was hard to determine the moment death occurred, when the body was cut into bits of no more than 2 kilos. Anyway, the timings of the copycat murders had so far matched the originals, so the fact that nothing had happened as yet was in a sense expected. Clouds were moving in from the west. Dry weather had been forecast, but it would get darker and visibility would worsen. On the other hand, perhaps it might become milder. She should have brought a sleeping bag with her. Katrina's mobile vibrated. She answered it. "What's happening?" It was Beata. "Nothing to report here," Katrina said, scratching her neck, "except that global warming is a fact. There are midges here, in March." "Don't you mean mosquitoes?" "No, midges. Well, we have a lot of them in Bergen." "Any interesting phone calls?" "No, just Cheese Doodles, Pepsi Max, and Gabriel Byrne. Tell me, is he hot or just a tad too old?" "Hot? Are you watching In Treatment?" "First season, disc 3. Didn't know you'd succumb to calories and DVDs. Tracky bottoms, with very loose elastic. Have to go for some hedonism when the little one's not here. Shall we swap?" "Nope. I'd better call off in case the prince rings. Keep me posted." Katrina put the phone next to the walkie-talkie, lifted the binoculars and studied the road in front of the house. In principle, he could come from any direction. It was unlikely he would cross the fences on either side of the tracks where the metro had just clattered past, of course. But if he came from Damplassen, he could come through the forest on any one of the many paths. He could walk through the neighbouring gardens alongside Bergslia, especially now that it was clouding over and getting darker. But if he felt confident, there was no reason why he wouldn't come on the road. Someone on an old bike was pedalling uphill, staggering from side to side. Perhaps he wasn't quite sober. Wonder what Harry's doing tonight. No one ever quite knew what Harry was doing, even when you were sitting opposite him. Secret Harry. Not like anyone else. Not like Björnholm, who wore his heart on his sleeve, who had told her yesterday he would play several Merle Haggard records while waiting by the phone, eat homemade elk burgers from Skreya. And when she had screwed up her nose, he had said, heck, when this was over he would invite her to eat his mother's elk burgers with fries and initiate her into the secrets of the Bakersfield Sound. Which was probably all the music he had. No wonder the guy was single. He looked as if he regretted making the offer when she politely refused. Truls Berntsen drove through Quadraturen, the way he did almost every night now, slowly cruising up and down, here, there, and everywhere. Dronningens Kirkegata, Schippergata, Nedre Slottsgata, Tolbodgata. This had been his town, and it would become his town again. They were prattling away on the radio, Codes which were meant for him. Truls Bernsen. It was him they wanted to keep on the outside. And the idiots probably thought they were succeeding and that he didn't understand, but they didn't fool him. Truls Bernsen straightened the mirror, glanced at the service pistol lying on his jacket in the front seat. It was, as usual, the other way round. It was him who would fool them. The women on the street ignored him. They recognized the car, knew he wasn't going to buy their services. A boy wearing makeup and trousers that were far too tight swung round the pole of a no-parking sign like a pole dancer, jutting out a hip and pouting at Truls, who responded by giving him the finger. The darkness felt as if it had become a touch denser. Truls leaned into the windscreen and looked up. Clouds were on their way in from the west. He stopped at the lights, glanced back down at the seat. He had fooled them time after time and was about to fool them again. This was his town. No one could come here and take it away from him. He shifted the gun into the glove compartment. The murder weapon. It was so long ago, but he could still see his face. René Cosness, the weak ladyboy features. Truls smacked the wheel with his fist. "Turn green, for Christ's sake!" He had hit him first with the baton. Then he had taken his gun. Even with his face bleeding, smashed to pieces, Truls had seen the pleading look, heard the begging wheeze, like a punctured cycle tire. Wordless, useless. He had put the gun in the guy's nose, fired, seen the jerk as if it were in a film. Then he had rolled the car over the cliff and driven off. Further down the road, he had wiped the baton and thrown it into the forest. He had several more in the bedroom cupboard at home. Weapons, night vision goggles, bulletproof vest, even a Märklin rifle, which they thought was still in the evidence room. Truls drove down the tunnels and into Oslo's belly. The car lobby on the political right had called the recently constructed tunnels the capital's vital arteries. A representative of the environment lobby had responded by calling them the town's bowels. They might be vital, but they still carried shit. He manoeuvred his way through the spur roads and roundabouts signposted in the Oslo tradition, so that you had to be a local not to fall foul of the Department of Transport's practical jokes. Then he was high up, East Oslo, his part of town. On the radio they were rabbiting away. One of the voices was drowned out by a rattling sound. The metro. The idiots. Did they think he couldn't work out their childish codes? They were in Bergslia. They were outside the yellow house. Harry lay on his back, watching cigarette smoke slowly curling up to the bedroom ceiling. It formed figures and faces. He knew whose. He could mention them by name one by one. The Dead Policemen's Society. He blew on them and they disappeared. He had made a decision. He didn't know exactly when he'd decided. He only knew it was going to change everything. For a while he had tried to convince himself that it didn't have to be such a risk, that he was exaggerating. But he had been an alcoholic for too many years not to recognize the fool's ill-judged disdain of the cost. After he'd said what he was going to say now, it would change everything in his relationship with the woman he was lying next to. He was dreading it, rolled some of the phrases around in his mouth. It was now or never. He took a deep breath, but she intervened. "Can I have a drag?" Raquel murmured, snuggling closer to him. Her naked skin had that tiled stove glow he could begin to long for at the most astonishing times. It was warm underneath the duvet, cold on top. White bed linen, always white bed linen. Nothing else got cold in the same authentic way. He passed her the Camel, watched her hold it in that clumsy manner of hers, her cheeks hollowing as she squinted at the cigarette, as though it was safest to keep an eye on it. He reflected on all he had to lose. "Shall I run you to the airport tomorrow?" he asked. "You don't need to." "I know, but my first lecture isn't until late." "Drive me, then." She kissed him on the cheek. "On two conditions." Raquel rolled over onto her side and eyed him with a quizzical look. The first is, you never stop smoking like a teenager at a party. She sniggered quietly. I'll try. And the second? Harry swallowed, knowing he could come to regard this as the last happy moment of his life. I expect... Oh, shit. I'm considering breaking a promise, he said. A promise I'd made primarily to myself, but I'm afraid it affects you as well. He sensed, rather than heard, her breathing change in the darkness. Shorten, quicken. Fear. Katrina yawned, looked at her watch, at the luminous second hand counting down the time. None of the detectives on the original case had reported receiving a call. She should have felt the tension mounting as the deadline approached, but instead it was the opposite. She had already started to work on her disappointment by forcing herself to think positively, of the hot bath she would have when she got back to her flat, of the bed, of the coffee early tomorrow. Another day with new possibilities. There was always something new, there had to be. She could see the car headlights on Ring 3, life in Oslo incomprehensibly following its inexorable course, the darkness deepening after the clouds had drawn a curtain in front of the moon. She was about to turn when she froze. A noise. A crack, a twig. Here. She held her breath and listened. The position she had been allocated was surrounded by dense bushes and trees, well hidden from any of the paths he might choose. But there hadn't been any twigs on the paths. Another crack, closer this time. Katrina instinctively opened her mouth, as though the blood which was pounding through her veins needed more oxygen. Katrina reached for the walkie-talkie, but never got that far. He must have moved like greased lightning, yet the breath she felt on her neck was quite calm, and the whispering voice by her ear unruffled, cheerful almost. What's happening? Katrina turned to him and released her breath in a long hiss. Nothing. Mikael Bellman took her binoculars and studied the house below. Delta has 2 positions inside the railway line there, don't they? Yes. How? I was given a copy of the ops map, Bellman said. That's how I found this observation post. Well hidden, I must say. He smacked himself on the forehead. Well, I never. Mosquitoes in March. Midges, Katrina said. Wrong, said Mikael Bellman, who was still holding the binoculars to his eyes. Well, we're both right. Midges are similar to mosquitoes, just much smaller. You're wrong about some of them are so small that they don't suck the blood of humans but other insects, or their bodily fluids. Katrina knew she was babbling out of nervousness without really knowing why she was nervous. Perhaps because he was the chief of police? Of course, insects don't have nothing happening. A car has stopped outside the house. Someone's getting out and approaching the house. And if a midge... What did you say? She took the binoculars from him. Chief of police or not, this was her post. And he was right. In the light from the street lamps, she saw someone who had already walked through the gate and was heading for the front door. He was dressed in red and carrying something she couldn't identify. Katrina felt her mouth going dry. It was him. It was happening. It was happening now. She grabbed her mobile phone. And I don't break promises lightly, Harry said, staring at the cigarette she had passed back to him, hoping there was enough for at least one big drag. He was going to need it. And which promise is that? Raquel's voice sounded small, helpless, alone. It's a promise I made to myself, Harry said, pressing his lips round the filter. Inhaled, tasted the smoke, the end of the cigarette, which for some strange reason has a completely different flavor from the beginning. About never asking you to marry me. In the silence that followed, he could hear a gust of wind rustling through the deciduous trees, like an excited, shocked, whispering audience. Then came her answer, like a short walkie-talkie message. Repeat? Harry cleared his throat, Raquel, will you marry me? The wind had moved on, and all that remained was silence, calm, night. In the midst of it, Harry and Raquel. Are you pulling my leg? She'd moved away from him. Harry closed his eyes. He was in free fall. I'm not joking. Quite sure? Why would I joke? Do you want this to be a joke? First off, Harry, you have a very bad sense of humour. Agreed. Second, I have Oleg to consider. And you do too. When I think about us getting married, Oleg is a big plus. Third, even if I had wanted to, getting married has a number of legal implications. My house, I had been thinking of separate estates. I'm damned if I'm going to hand over my fortune to you on a silver platter. I can't promise much, but I can promise the world's most pain-free divorce. She chuckled. But we're getting on well as we are, aren't we, Harry? Yes, we've got everything to lose. And fourth? Fourth, that's not how you propose, Harry. In bed over a cigarette. Well, if you want me on my knees, I'll have to put my trousers on first. Yes. Yes, I should put my trousers on, or... Yes, you idiot. Yes, I want to marry you. Harry's reaction was automatic, rehearsed over a long life as a policeman. He turned to the side and checked his watch. Noted the time, 23:11. The nitty-gritty for when he had to write the report. When they arrived at the crime scene, when the arrest was made, when the shot was fired. Oh, good Lord, he heard Raquel mumble. What am I saying? Cooling off period expires in 5 seconds, Harry said, turning back to her. Her face was so close to his that all he saw was a hazy sparkle in her wide eyes. Time's up, he said. And what kind of a grin is that supposed to be? And now Harry could feel it himself, the smile that had just kept spreading across his face, like a freshly cracked egg in the pan. Beata was lying with her legs on the arm of the sofa, watching Gabriel Byrne wriggle uncomfortably in the chair. She'd worked out it had to be the eyelashes and the Irish accent. The eyelashes of a Mikhail Bellman, the lilt of a poet. The man she was seeing had none of these things, but that wasn't the problem. There was something odd about him. For starters, there was the intensity. He hadn't understood why he couldn't visit her, if she was by herself this evening. And then there was his background. He had told her things she had gradually discovered didn't tally. Perhaps that wasn't so unusual. You want to make a good impression, and so you lay it on a bit thick. On the other hand, perhaps there was something wrong with her. After all, she had tried to Google him, without finding anything. So she had Googled Gabriel Byrne instead, reading with interest that he'd worked as a teddy bear eye installer before she found what she was really looking for. Spouse, Ellen Barkin, 1988 to 1999. For a moment she'd thought Gabriel was widowed, left behind like her, until she realized it was probably the marriage that was deceased. And if so, Gabriel must have been single for longer than her. Or maybe Wikipedia wasn't up to date. On the screen, the female patient flirted at will. But Gabriel wasn't fooled. He sent her a brief, troubled smile, fixed his gentle eyes on her, and said something trivial, which he made sound like a Yeats poem. A light flashed on the table, and her heart stopped. Her mobile. It was ringing. It could be him, Valentine. She lifted the phone, looked at the caller, sighed. Yes, Katrina? He's here. Beata could hear from her colleague's excitement that it was true. They had a bite. Tell, he's standing on the doorstep. Doorstep? That was more than a bite. That was fish for supper. Christ, they had the whole house surrounded. He's just standing there, hesitating. She heard the activity on the walkie-talkie in the background. Get him now, get him now. Katrina answered her prayers. The orders have been given to move in. Beata heard another voice in the background say something. It was familiar, but she couldn't place it. They're storming the house now, Katrina said. Details, please. Delta, all wearing black, automatics. God, the way they're running, less colour, more content. 4 men running up the path, blinding him with light. The others are hidden, waiting to see if he has any backup. He's dropped what he's holding. Has he got a whip? A shrill, high-pitched ring. Beata groaned. Doorbell. He hasn't got time. They're on him already. They've wrestled him to the ground. Yes. Searching him, so it seems. They're holding something up. Weapon? The doorbell again. Hard, insistent. Looks like a remote control. Ooh, a bomb? Don't know. But they've got him now anyway. They're signaling the situation is under control. Wait. I've got to open the door. I'll ring you back. Beata jumped up off the sofa, jogged to the door, wondering how to explain to him that this wasn't acceptable, that if she said she wanted to be alone, she meant it. And as she opened the door, she thought about how far she had come. From the quiet, shy, self-sacrificing girl who had graduated from the same police college her father had attended, to the woman who not only knew what she wanted, but did what she had to do to achieve it. It had been a long and at times hard road, but the reward was worth every single step. She looked at the man opposite her. The reflected light from his face hit her retina, was converted into visual signals, and fed her fusiform gyrus with the data. Behind her, she heard Gabriel Byrne's reassuring voice. She thought it said, "Don't panic now," by which time her brain had recognized the face before her. Harry could feel the orgasm coming, his own, the sweet, sweet pain, the muscles in his back and abdomen tensing. He closed the door on what he could see and opened his eyes, looked down at Raquel, who was staring up at him with glassy eyes. The blood vessel on her forehead bulged. A jerk went through her body and face every time he thrust. She seemed to be trying to say something, and he became aware that this was not the suffering, offended look she generally wore before she came. This was something else, a terror in her eyes he could only once remember having seen before, also here in this room. He became aware she had both hands around his wrist, trying to drag his hand off her neck. He waited, not knowing why, but he wouldn't slacken his grip. Felt the resistance in her body, saw her eyes bulge. Then he let go, heard the hiss as she inhaled air. "Harry?" Her voice was hoarse, unrecognizable. "What were you doing?" He looked down at her. He had no answer. "You..." She coughed. "You mustn't hold on so long." "Sorry," he said. "I got a bit carried away." Then he felt it come. Not the orgasm, but something similar. A pain in his chest that rose into his throat and spread to behind his eyes. He slumped down beside her, buried his face in the pillow, felt the tears come, rolled to the side, away from her, took deep breaths, fought them. What the hell was going on with him? "Harry?" He didn't answer, couldn't. "Is something wrong, Harry?" He shook his head. "Just tired," he said into the pillow. He felt her hand on his neck, caressing him gently. Then it lay over his chest, and she snuggled up to his back. And he thought what he had always known at some point he was going to think. How could he ask someone he loved so much to share her life with someone like him? Katrina lay with her mouth open, listening to the furious communication on the walkie-talkie. Behind her, Mikhail Bellman was cursing. It wasn't a remote control the man on the step had in his hand. "It's a payment terminal," a breathless voice rasped. "And what's in his bag?" "Pizza. Repeat." "Looks like the guy's a bloody delivery boy. Says he works for Pizza Expressin. Got an order for this address 3/4 of an hour ago." "Okay, we'll check that out." Mikhail Bellman leaned forward and took the walkie-talkie. "Bellman here. He sent this guy out to clear the mines, which means he's in the area and can see what's happening. Have we got any dogs?" Pause, crackling noise. "U-05 here. No dogs. We can have them here in 15. Bellman cursed again under his breath, then pressed the talk button. "Get them here. And the helicopter with floodlights and thermal imaging. Confirm?" "Received. Request helicopter, but I don't think it has thermal imaging." Bellman closed his eyes and whispered, "Idiot," before answering. "It does. It's fitted, so if he's in the forest, we'll find him. Use the whole team to spread a net north and west of the forest. If he makes a run for it, it'll be that way. What's your mobile number, U-05? Bellman let go of the talk button and signaled to Katrina, who was holding the phone ready. Keyed in the numbers as U-05 said them. Passed the phone to Bellman. U-05, Falkite, listen, We're losing this one, and we haven't got enough officers to do an effective search of the forest, so let's try a long shot. As he clearly suspected we were here, he may also have access to our frequencies. It's true we don't have thermal imaging, but if he now believes we do, and we're spreading a net to the north and west, then—" Bellman listened. "Exactly. Position your men on the east side, but keep a couple back in case he still comes to the house to check it out." Bellman broke the connection and handed the phone over. "What do you think?" Katrina asked. The screen went off, and it was as though the light from the white pigmentless stripes on his face was pulsating in the darkness. "I think," Bellman said, "we've been outmaneuvered." Chapter 26. They left Oslo at 7 o'clock. The incoming rush-hour traffic was at a standstill and mute, as it was in their car, where both were adhering to the long-established pact of no unnecessary talking before 9. On the way through the toll booths, a light drizzle fell, which the windscreen wipers seemed to absorb rather than remove. Harry switched on the radio, listened to yet another news broadcast, but it wasn't there either. The item that should have been on every website and station this morning, the arrest in Berg, the news that a suspect had been detained in connection with the police murders. After the sport, which was about Norway's match against Albania, Pavarotti and some pop star sang a duet, and Harry hurriedly switched off the radio. Through the hills, up to Carryhaugen, Rakel rested her hand on Harry's, which was on the gear stick, as usual. Harry waited for her to say something. Soon they would be apart for a whole working week, and Rakel still hadn't said a word about his proposal of the night before. Was she having doubts? She didn't usually say things she didn't mean. At the turn off to Lørenskog, it struck him that perhaps she was thinking he had doubts, that if they acted as if it hadn't happened, burying it in an ocean of silence, then it hadn't happened. At worst, it would be remembered as an absurd dream. Shit, perhaps he had dreamt it. In his opium-smoking days, he would speak to people about things he was convinced had happened, and would receive quizzical looks in return. At the turn off to Lillestrøm, he broke the pact. "What about June? The 21st is a Saturday." He glanced at her, but she was looking at the rolling landscape of fields. Silence. Oh, shit, she was having regrets. "June's fine," she said, "but I'm pretty sure the 21st is a Friday." He could hear the smile in her voice. "Big do, or just us and witnesses? You reckon?" "You can decide, but maximum 10 people in total. We haven't got the crockery for any more. And with 5 each, you can invite everyone in your contacts list anyway." He laughed. This could be good. "And if you're thinking of Oleg as best man, he's busy," she said. "I see." Harry parked in front of the departures terminal and kissed Rakel with the boot still open. On his way back, he rang Øystein Eikeland. Harry's taxi-driving drinking pal and sole childhood friend sounded plastered. On the other hand, Harry didn't know how he sounded when he wasn't. "Best man? Shit, Harry, I'm touched. You're asking me. Shit, got a smile on the clock now." 21st of June. Anything on your calendar then?" Øystein chuckled at the joke. The chuckling morphed into coughing, which morphed into the gurgle of a bottle. "I'm touched, Harry, but the answer's no. What you need is someone who can stand up straight in the church and speak with moderately clear diction at the meal. And what I need is an attractive woman at the table, free booze and no responsibility. I promise to wear my finest suit." "Liar, you've never worn a suit, Øystein." "That's why they stay in such good shape. Not used much. Just like your pals, Harry. You could ring once in a while, you know." "I suppose I could." They rang off, and Harry drove bumper to bumper to the city centre, running through the short list of remaining candidates for best man. To be precise, 1. He dialed Beate Lønn's number, got voicemail after 5 seconds, and left a message. The queue moved forward at snail's pace. He dialed Björn Holm's number. "Hiya, Harry. Is Beata at work? Off today? Beata? She's never off. Got a cold? Dunno. She texted Katrina last night. Ill. Did you hear about Berg? Oh, I'd forgotten all about that, Harry lied. Well, he didn't strike. Shame. You keep at it. I'll try her at home. Harry hung up and called her landline. After letting the phone ring for 2 minutes without success, he glanced at his watch. Plenty of time before his lecture, and Uppsala was on the way. He turned off at Hillsview. Beata had inherited her house from her mother, and it reminded Harry of the house in Uppsala where he had grown up, a typical 1950s timber house, the kind of sober box for a burgeoning middle class who thought apple orchards were no longer an upper-class preserve. Apart from the rumble of a dust cart working its way up the road from bin to bin, all was quiet. Everyone was at work, school, kindergarten. Harry parked the car, went through the gate, past a child's bike locked to the fence, a dustbin bulging with black bags, a swing, leapt up the steps to a pair of Nike trainers he recognized. Rang the bell under the ceramic sign bearing Beata's name and her son's. Waited. Rang again. On the first floor there was an open window to what he assumed had to be one of the bedrooms. He called her name. Perhaps she couldn't hear because of the lorry's steel piston loudly crushing and compacting rubbish as it came ever closer. He tried the door. Open. He entered, called up to the first floor. No answer, and could no longer ignore the unease he knew had been there the whole time. From when the news didn't come, from when she didn't answer her mobile phone. He strode upstairs, went from room to room. Empty, undisturbed. He ran back down the stairs and headed for the sitting room. Stood in the doorway and let his gaze wander. He knew exactly why he didn't go right in, but didn't want to think the thought aloud. Didn't want to tell himself he was looking at a possible crime scene. He had been here before, but it struck him that the room seemed barer now. Perhaps it was the morning light. Perhaps it was just that Beata wasn't here. His gaze stopped at the table. A mobile phone. He heard himself breathe out and realized how much relief he felt. She had nipped down to the shop, left the phone, not even bothering to log up. To the chemist for some aspirin or something. Yes, that's what must have happened. Harry thought of the Nike trainers on the doorstep. So? A woman would have more than one pair of shoes. If he waited for a couple of minutes, she would be back. Harry shifted his weight from one foot to the other. The sofa looked tempting, but still he didn't go in. His gaze had fallen on the floor. There was a darker patch around the coffee table, by the TV. She had obviously got rid of the rug. Recently. Harry felt his skin itch inside his shirt, as if he had just been rolling naked and sweaty in the grass. He crouched down, smelt a faint aroma of ammonia from the parquet floor. Unless he was mistaken, wooden floors didn't like ammonia. Harry stood up, straightened his back, strode through the hall into the kitchen. Empty, tidy. Opened the tall cupboard beside the fridge. It was as though houses built in the 1950s had these unwritten rules about where to keep everything. Food, tools, important documents, and, in this case, cleaning equipment. At the bottom of the cupboard there was a bucket with a cloth neatly folded over the edge. On the first shelf there were 3 dusting cloths, one sealed and one opened roll of white bin bags, a bottle of crystal green soap, and a tin of Bona polish. He bent down and read the label. For parquet floors, did not contain ammonia. Harry got up slowly, stood quite still, listening, scenting the air. He was rusty, but he tried to absorb it and memorize everything he had seen. The first impression. He had emphasized it in his lectures again and again, how the first impressions at a crime scene were often the most important and correct, the collection of data while your senses were still on high alert before they were blunted and counteracted by the forensics team's dry facts. Harry closed his eyes, tried to hear what the house was telling him, which details he had overlooked, the one that would tell him what he wanted to know. But if the house was talking, it was drowned by the noise of the dust cart outside the open front door. He heard the voices of the men on the lorry, the gate opening, the happy laughter, carefree, as though nothing had happened. Perhaps nothing had happened. Perhaps Beata would soon be back, sniffling as she tightened her scarf around her neck, would brighten up, surprised but happy to see him, and even more surprised and happy when he asked her if she wanted to be a witness at his wedding to Raquel. Then she would laugh and blush to the roots, as she did if anyone looked her way. The woman who used to immure herself in the House of Pain, the video room at Police HQ, where she would sit for 12 hours at a stretch and with infallible accuracy identify masked robbers caught on bank CCTV, who became the head of Crime Technique, a well-liked boss. Harry swallowed. It sounded like notes for a funeral speech. Pack it in, she's on her way. He took a deep breath, heard the gate slam, the dust cart start churning. Then it came to him, the detail that didn't tally. He stared into the cupboard, a half-used roll of white bin bags. The bags in the dustbin had been black. Harry was out of the blocks, sprinted through the hall, out of the door, down towards the gate, ran as fast as he could, yet his heart was running ahead of him. "Stop!" One dustman looked up. He was standing with one leg on the rear platform of the lorry, which had already started moving towards the next house. The crunch of the steel jaws as they chewed seemed to come from inside Harry's head. "Stop the butchery!" He jumped over the gate and landed on the tarmac with both feet. The dustman reacted at once, hit the red stop button, and banged the side of the lorry, which pulled up with an angry snort. The crusher was quiet. The dustman stared. Harry walked slowly over to him, looking at the same place, the open iron jaws. There was a pungent stench, but Harry didn't notice it. He saw only the half-crushed, split rubbish bags, leaking and seeping out liquid, and staining the metal red. "Folk are not right in the head," the dustman whispered. "What's up?" It was the driver. He had stuck his head out of the cab. "Looks like someone's chucked their dog in again," his colleague shouted, and looked at Harry. "Is it yours?" Harry didn't answer, just stepped up onto the platform and into the half-open hydraulic jaws. "Oh, you can't do that! It's danger—" Harry shook off the man's hand, slipped on the red mess, hitting his elbow and cheek on the slippery steel floor, noticed the familiar taste and smell of day-old blood, struggled to his knees and tore open a bag. The contents poured out and slipped down the sloping flatbed. "Jesus Christ!" the dustman behind him gasped. Harry tore open a second, and a third. Heard the dustman jump off and puke, the splash on the tarmac. In the fourth bag, Harry found what he was looking for. Part 4. Chapter 27. Beata Learn was buried in Gamlebien Cemetery beside her father. He hadn't been buried there because it was his parish, but because the cemetery was the closest one to Police HQ. Mikhail Bellman adjusted his tie, held Ulla's hand. It had been the PR consultant's suggestion that she went along. The situation for him as the most senior officer had become so precarious after the latest killing that he needed help. The consultant had explained that it was important for him as chief of police to show more personal commitment, empathy, that so far he had appeared slightly too professional. Ulla had stepped up. Of course she had. Stunningly beautiful in the morning outfit she had chosen with such meticulous care. She was a good wife to him. He would not forget it. Not for a long time. The priest went on and on about what he called the big questions, about what happens when we die. But of course they weren't the big questions. Those were what happened before Beata died, and who had killed her. Her and 3 other officers in the course of the last 6 months. They were the big questions for the press, who had spent recent days paying homage to the brilliant head of Krimteknisk and criticizing the new and shockingly inexperienced chief of police. They were the big questions for Oslo Council, who had summoned him to a meeting where he would have to account for his handling of the murders. They had indicated that they would not pull their punches. And they were the big questions for the investigation groups, both the large one and the small one Hagen had set up without telling him, but which Bellman had now accepted, as at least it had found a concrete lead to work on, Valentin Yertsen. Its weakness was that the theory that this ghost might be behind the murders was based on a single witness's claim that she had seen him alive, and she was now in the coffin by the altar. In the reports from the forensics team, the police investigation, and the pathologist, there hadn't been enough detail to give a full picture of what had happened. But everything they did know matched the old reports of the murder in Bergslia. So if you assumed the rest was identical, Beata Löhn had died in the worst way imaginable. There wasn't a trace of anesthetic in any of the body parts they had examined. The pathologist's report contained the phrases, massive internal bleeding in muscles and subcutaneous tissue, an inflammatory reaction to infection in the tissue, which, translated, meant that Beata Löhn had been alive not only at the time the relevant parts of her body had been cut off, but, unfortunately, also sometime afterwards. The severed surfaces suggested a bayonet saw rather than a jigsaw had been used for the carving up of the body. The forensics officers guessed a so-called bimetal blade had been used, that is, a 14-centimeter fine-toothed blade that could cut through bone. Björn Holm said this was the one hunters where he came from called the elk blade. Beata Löhn might have been cut up on the coffee table as it was made of glass and could be cleaned effectively afterwards. The killer had probably taken ammonia with him and black bin bags, as none of these had been found at the crime scene. In the dust cart, they had also found the remains of a rug, drenched in blood. What they didn't find were fingerprints, footprints, fabric, hairs, or other DNA material that didn't belong to the house, or any signs of a break-in. Katrina Bratt had explained that Beata Löhn had finished the call because the doorbell had rung. It seemed very unlikely that Beata Löhn would have voluntarily let in a stranger, and definitely not in the middle of an operation. So the theory they were working on was that the killer had forced his way in, threatening her with a weapon. And then, of course, there was the second theory, that it wasn't a stranger, because Beata Löhn had a chain on the solid door, and there were plenty of scratch marks suggesting that it was used regularly. Bellman looked down the rows. Gunnar Hagen, Björn Holm, and Katrina Bratt. An elderly lady with a small boy he assumed was Löhn's son. At any rate, the similarity was striking. Another ghost, Harry Huller, Rakel Fauke, brunette with these dark, glinting eyes, almost as beautiful as Ulla. Incomprehensible that a guy like Huller could have got his paws on her. And a bit further back, Isabel Skøyen. Oslo City Council had to be represented, of course. The press would make a point of it, if not. Before they entered the church, she had taken him aside, ignoring the fact that Ulla was there, and asked how long he was intending to avoid her phone calls. And he had repeated it was over. and she had regarded him in the way you regard an insect before you tread on it, and said she was a leaver, not a levee, which he would soon find out. He had felt her eyes on his back as he had walked over to Ulla and offered her his arm. Otherwise, the rows were filled with what he assumed was a mixture of relatives, friends, and colleagues, most of them in uniform. He had overheard them consoling one another as best they could. There were no signs of torture, and loss of blood had hopefully meant she would have been unconscious in no time. For a fraction of a second his eyes met someone else's, and moved on as if he hadn't seen him. Truls Berntsen. What the hell was he doing here? He hadn't exactly been on Beata Lern's Christmas card list. Ulla pressed his hand lightly, looked at him inquiringly, and he flashed her a quick smile. Fair enough. In death we are all colleagues, he supposed. Katrina had been wrong. She wasn't all cried out. A few times since Beata had been found, she had thought there were no tears left. But there were, and she had squeezed them out of a body that was already sore from long bouts of weeping. She had cried until her body refused, and she had thrown up. Cried until she fell asleep from pure exhaustion. Cried from the moment she awoke. And she was crying again now. And in the hours she slept, she was plagued by nightmares, haunted by her own devilish pact, the one where she was willing to sacrifice a colleague in return for the arrest of Valentine, the one she had ratified with her incantation. One more time, you bastard. Strike one more time. Katrina sobbed aloud. The loud sob jolted Truls Berntsen upright. He had been falling asleep. The cheap suit was so damned slippery on the worn church pew there was a good chance he would slide right off. He fixed his eyes on the altarpiece. Jesus with rays of sun coming out of his head. A headlight. Forgiveness of sins. It was a stroke of genius what they had done. Religion hadn't been selling so well. It was so hard to obey all the commandments once you had the money to succumb to more temptations. So they had come up with this idea that was good enough to believe. A sales idea that did as much for turnover as credit. It almost felt like redemption was free. But just like with credit, things got out of control. People didn't care. They sinned for their dear lives because all you had to do was believe. So around the Middle Ages, they had to tighten up, implement debt collection. So they thought up hell and the stuff about the soul burning, and hey presto, you frightened the punters back into the church, and this time they settled their accounts. The church became very wealthy, and good for them. They had done a fantastic job. That was Truls's genuine opinion on the matter. Even though he believed he would die, and that would be that, no forgiveness of sins, no hell. But if he was mistaken, he was in deep trouble. That much was obvious. There had to be limits to what you could forgive, and Jesus would hardly have the imagination to conjure up a couple of the things Truls had done. Harry was staring straight ahead, was somewhere else, in the house of pain with Beata pointing and explaining. He didn't come to until he heard Raquel's whisper. "You have to help Gunnar and the others, Harry." He recoiled, looked at her in surprise. She nodded to the altar where the others had already taken up positions by the coffin. Gunnar Hagen, Björn Holm, Katrina Bratt, Ståle Aune, and Jack Halvorson's brother. Hagen had said Harry had to carry the coffin alongside the brother-in-law, who was the second tallest. Harry got up and walked quickly down the aisle. "You have to help Gunnar and the others." It was like an echo of what she had said the night before. Harry exchanged imperceptible nods with the others, took up the unoccupied position. "On the count of 3, Hagen said softly. The organ tones intensified, swelled. Then they carried Beata Lern outside into the light. Justisen was packed with people from the funeral. Over the loudspeakers blared a song Harry had heard there before, "I Fought the Law" by the Bobby Fuller Four, with the optimistic continuation, "And the law won." He had accompanied Raquel to the airport express, and in the meantime, Several of his former colleagues had managed to get very drunk. As a sober outsider, Harry was able to observe the almost frantic drinking, as if they were sitting on a sinking ship. At many of the tables they were howling along with Bobby Fuller that the law won. Harry signalled to the table where Katrina Bratt and the other coffin-bearers sat that he would be back soon and went to the toilet. He had started peeing when a man appeared at his side. He heard him unzip.
"This is a place for police officers," a voice snuffled. "So what the hell are you doing here?"
"Pissing," Harry said without looking up.
"And you? Burning? Don't you try it with me, Hula."
"If I did, you wouldn't be walking around a free man, Benson."
"Mind your own business,"
groaned Truls Benson, leaning against the wall above the urinal with his unoccupied hand.
"I can stick a murder on you, and you know it. The Russian, income as you are. Everyone in the police knows it was you, but I'm the only one who can prove it, and that's why you don't dare to mix with me."
"What I know, Benson, is that the Russian was a dope dealer who tried to dispatch me into the beyond. But if you think your chances are better than his, go ahead. You've beaten up policemen before."
"Eh?"
"You and Bellman? A gay officer, wasn't it?" Harry could hear the head of steam Benson had worked up fizzle and fade.
"You want the booze again, Hula?"
Harry said, buttoning up. "This must be the season for police haters." He went to the sink, saw in the mirror that Benson still hadn't got the tap flowing again. Harry washed his hands and dried them, went to the door, heard Benson hiss,
"Don't you try anything, I'm telling you. If you take me down, I'll take you with me."
Harry went back into the bar. Bobby Fuller had almost finished, and it made Harry think of something. How full of coincidences our lives were. Bobby Fuller was found dead in his car in 1966, soaked in petrol, and some thought he had been killed by the police. He had been 23 years old, the same as René Kalsnes. A new song started, Supergrass and Caught by the Fuzz. Harry smiled. Gaz Coombs singing about being caught by the fuzz, who want him to spill the beans, and 20 years later the police are playing the song as a tribute to themselves. Sorry, Gaz. Harry looked around the room, thought about the long conversation he and Raquel had had yesterday, about all the things you could evade, avoid, elude in life, and what you couldn't escape. Because this was life, the meaning of existence. All the rest, love, peace, happiness, was what followed, for which this was a prerequisite. By and large, she had done the talking, had explained that he had to. The shadows of Beata's death were already so long that they covered the June day, however hysterically the sun might shine. He had to. For them both. For them all. Harry ploughed his way to the table of coffin-bearers. Hagen got up and pulled out the chair that they had reserved for him. "Well?" he said.
"Count me in,"
Harry said. Schultz stood by the urinal, still semi-paralyzed by what Harry had said. This must be the season for police haters. Did he know anything? Rubbish. Harry knew nothing. How could he? If he did, he wouldn't have blurted it out like that, like a provocation. But he knew about the homo in Kripos, the one they had beaten up. And how could he know about that? The guy had tried it on with Mikhail, had tried to kiss him in the toilets. Mikhail thought someone might have seen. They had pulled a hood over his head in the boiler room. Truls had hit him. Mikhail had just watched, as usual. Had only intervened when he was on the point of going too far and told him to stop. No, it had already gone too far. The guy was still lying on the ground when they left. Mikhail had been afraid. The guy was badly hurt. He might get it into his head to report them. So that had been Truls's first job as a burner. They had used the blue light to race down to Justisen, where they had pushed their way through the queue at the bar and demanded to pay for 2 Munkholms they'd had half an hour before. The bartender nodded, said it was good there were honest folk about, and Truls had given him such a hefty tip he was sure the guy would remember. took the receipt displaying the time and date of purchase, drove with Mikhail up to Krimteknisk, where there was a newcomer Truls knew really wanted a job as a detective, explained to him it was possible that someone would try to pin an assault on them, and he would have to check they were clean. The newcomer had performed a quick, superficial examination of their clothes and hadn't found any DNA or blood, he said. Then Truls had driven Mikhail home and afterwards returned to the boiler room at Kripos. The fudge packer wasn't there anymore, but the trail of blood indicated he had managed to crawl out under his own steam. So perhaps there wasn't a problem. But Truls had removed any potential evidence and afterwards driven down to the Havnalager building and dropped the baton in the sea. The next day, a colleague rang Mikhail and said the fudge packer had contacted him from hospital and talked about reporting them for GBH. So Truls had gone up to the hospital, waited until the doctor had done his rounds, and then told the guy there was no evidence and no career if he ever so much as breathed a word or turned up for work again. They never saw or heard anything again from the guy at Kripos. Thanks to him, Truls Bernsen. So fuck Mikhail Bellman. Truls had saved the bastard's skin, at least until now. For now, Harry knew about the little matter, and he was a loose cannon. He could be dangerous, Hula could. Too dangerous. Truls Bernsen observed himself in the mirror. The terrorist. Dead right. He was. And he had only just started. He went out to join the others, in time to catch the last part of Mikhail Bellman's speech. That Beata Learn was made of the sterner stuff we hope is typical of our force. Now it is up to us to prove it, in the only way we can honor her memory as she would have wanted it honored. By catching him. Skål! Truls stared at his childhood pal as they all raised their glasses to the ceiling, like warriors raising their spears at the chieftain's command. Saw their faces glowing, serious, determined. Saw Bellman nod as though they were of one mind. Saw that he was moved by the moment, by his own words, by what motivated them, the power they had over others in the room. Truls went back to the hall, by the toilets, stood beside the fruit machine, pressed a coin into the slot of the phone, and lifted the receiver. Dialed the switchboard number. Police? I've got an anonymous tip-off. It's about a bullet in the Rene Kalsnes case. I know which gun it was fired. Truls had tried to speak clearly, knowing it would be recorded and played back afterwards, but his tongue wouldn't obey his brain. And you should talk to the detectives in Crime Squad or Kripos, the operator said, but they're all at a funeral today. I know, Truls answered, hearing his voice was unnecessarily loud. I just wanted to give you a tip-off. You know? Yes. Listen. I can see you're ringing from Café Justisen. You should find them there. Truls glared at the phone, realized that he was drunk, that he had made a huge blunder, that if this was followed up and they knew the call came from Justisen, they could just summon the officers who had been there, play the tape, and ask if anyone recognized the voice, and that would be too big a risk to take. Just kidding, Truls said. Sorry, we've had a bit too much beer here. He rang off and left, straight through the room, without looking to either side. But when he opened the front door and felt the cold blast of rain, he stopped, turned, saw Mikhail with his hand on a colleague's shoulder, saw a group stand Chapter 28. Someone had stuck a piece of paper on the grey metal door. Boiler room. Inside, Gunnar Hagen saw from his watch that it had just gone 7 a.m. and confirmed that all 4 of them were present. The 5th person wasn't going to come, and her chair was unoccupied. The new member had taken a chair from one of the conference rooms higher up in Police HQ. Gunnar Hagen examined each of them in turn. Björn Holm looked as though the previous day had hit him hard, ditto Katrina Bratt. Ståle Aune was, as usual, impeccably dressed in tweed and bow tie. Gunnar Hagen studied the new member extra carefully. The crime squad boss had left Justisen before Harry Huller, and at that point Harry had still been on the coffee and soft drinks wagon. But sitting there, slumped into his chair, pale, unshaven, eyes closed, Hagen wasn't sure if Harry had gone the distance. What this group needed was Harry Huller, the detective. What no one needed was the drinker. Hagen looked up at the whiteboard where, together, they had given Harry a resume of the case so far. Names of the victims along one timeline, crime scenes, the name Valentin Yertsen, arrows leading to earlier murders, with dates. "So," Hagen said, "Maridalen, Trivan, Drammen, and the last one at the victim's home. 4 officers from the investigations of earlier unsolved murders. The same date and, in 3 of the cases, the same crime scene. 3 of the original murders were typical sexually motivated killings, and though they are distant from one another in time, they were connected even then. The exception is Drammen, where the victim was a man, René Kalsnes, and there was no indication of any sexual abuse. Katrina. If we assume that Valentin Yertsen was behind all 4 of the original murders, and the 4 police murders, Kalsnes is an interesting exception. He was homosexual, and the people Björn and I spoke to at the club in Drammen described Kalsnes as a promiscuous schemer. Not only did he have deeply infatuated older partners, whom he exploited like sugar daddies, but he also sold his body for sex at the club whenever the opportunity offered itself. He was up for most things, if there was any money in it. So someone with the kind of behaviour and line of work that puts you most at risk of being murdered, Björn Holm said. Exactly, Hagen said. But that makes it likely that the perpetrator was also a homosexual, or bisexual. Ståle Aune coughed. Sexual predators like Valentin Yertsen often have a complicated relationship with their sexuality. The trigger for such individuals tends to be a need for control, sadism, and a desire to push limits rather than the gender and the age of the victim. But the murder of René Kalsnes could also be about jealousy. The fact that there was no sign of any sexual abuse may suggest that, as well as the fury. He's the only one of the victims from the original 4 murders who was hit with a blunt instrument in the same way as the police officers. There was a silence as everyone looked at Harry Huller, who had sunk into a semi-recumbent posture in the chair, still with his eyes closed and his hands folded over his stomach. Katrina Bratt thought for a moment he had fallen asleep, until he coughed. Has anyone found a link between Valentin and Kalsnes? Not so far, Katrina said. No phone contact, no credit card records at the club or in Drammen, or any electronic trails showing Valentin had been near René Kalsnes. And no one who knew Kalsnes had heard of Valentin or seen anyone resembling him. That doesn't mean they haven't now, of course, Harry said, pinching his eyes shut. Just wondering. Silence fell in the boiler room as they all stared at Harry. He opened one eye. What? No one answered. I'm not going to rise and walk on water, or turn water into wine, he said. No, Katrina said. It's enough if you can give these 4 blind souls sight. Can't do that either. I thought a leader was supposed to make his followers believe everything was possible, Björn Holm said. Leader? Harry smiled, pulling himself up in the chair. Have you told them about my status, Hagen? Gunnar Hagen cleared his throat. Harry no longer has the status or the powers of a police officer, so he's been brought in solely as a consultant, just like Stoller. That means, for example, that he can't apply for warrants, carry weapons, or undertake arrests. And it also means he can't lead a police operation. It is in fact important that we abide by these rules. Imagine if we catch Valentine have bags full of evidence, but the Defense Counsel discovers we haven't proceeded by the book. These consultants, Stoller Owner said, tamping his pipe with a grimace, I've heard they have hourly rates that make psychologists look like dimwits. So let's make the most of our time here. Say something smart, Harry. Harry shrugged. Right, Stoller Owner said, with a wry smile, putting the unlit pipe in his mouth. Because we've already said the smartest things we can come up with, and we've been in a rut for a while. Harry looked down at his hands, and at length took a deep breath. I don't know how smart this is. It's pretty half-baked. But here's what I've been thinking. He raised his head and met 4 pairs of round eyes. I'm aware Valentine is a suspect. The problem is we can't find him. So I suggest we find a new suspect. Katrina Bratt could hardly believe her ears. What? We have to suspect someone we don't think did it? We don't think, Harry said. We suspect with various degrees of probability, and weigh the probability against how resource-intensive it would be to have the suspicion confirmed or rejected. We consider it less likely that there is life on the moon than on Lisa 581d, which is a perfect distance from its sun where the water doesn't boil or freeze. Yet we check the moon first. Ariula's 4th commandment, Bjorn Holm said. Start searching where there is light. Or was it the 5th? Hagen coughed. Our mandate is to find Valentine. Everything else is the responsibility of the larger investigative unit. Bellman won't allow anything else. With all due respect, Harry said, to hell with Bellman. I'm no smarter than any of you, but I'm new, and that gives us a chance to look at this with fresh eyes. Katrina snorted. Bollocks! You didn't mean that no smarter stuff. No, I didn't, but let's pretend I did, Harry said, without batting an eyelid. Let's start from the beginning again. Motive. Who would want to kill police officers who have failed to solve cases? Because that's the common denominator here, isn't it? Come on, you tell me. Harry folded his arms, slipped down in his chair and closed his eyes, waiting. Bjorn Holm was the first to break the silence. Relatives of the victims, Katrina weighed in. Rape victims who aren't believed by the police or whose cases aren't properly investigated. The murderer punishes the police for not clearing up other sexually motivated murders. Renee Carstens wasn't raped, Hagen said, and if I thought my case hadn't been investigated properly, I would have confined myself to killing the officers concerned, not all the others. Keep the suggestions coming and we can shoot them down afterwards, Harry said, sitting up. Stoller. Those who have been wrongfully convicted, Anna said. They've served their time, they're stigmatized, they've lost their job, respect for themselves, and the respect of others too. The lions that have been expelled by the pride are the most dangerous. They don't feel any responsibility, only hatred and bitterness, and they're willing to take risks to avenge themselves, as their lives have been devalued anyway. As herd animals, they feel they haven't got a lot to lose. Inflicting suffering on those who have inflicted suffering on them is what makes them get out of bed in the morning. Avenging terrorists, then, Bjorn Holm said. Good, Harry said. Make sure we check all rape cases where there is no confession from the accused and the case wasn't cut and dried, and where time has been served and the individual concerned is out of prison. Or perhaps isn't the accused, Katrina said. The accused could be still inside, or could have taken his life in desperation, and the girlfriend or brother or father has vowed to wreak revenge. Love, Harry said. Good. Heck, you can't mean that. Bjorn came in. Why not? Harry said. Love. His voice was metallic, his face distorted into a strange grimace.
You can't think that this bloodbath has anything to do with love."
"In fact, I do," Harry said, slipping back down in his chair and closing his eyes.
Björn got up, red-faced. "A psychopathic serial killer who, out of love, does—" His voice cracked, and he nodded to the empty chair. "This?"
"Look at yourself," Harry said, opening one eye.
Eh?
"Look at yourself and feel. You're furious, you hate, you want to see the miscreant dangled by the neck, die, suffer, don't you? Because you, like us, loved the woman who sat there. So the mother of your hatred is love, Björn, and it's love, not hatred, that makes you willing to do whatever it takes, go to any lengths to get your hands on the guilty party. Sit down." Björn sat down, and Harry got up.
"That's what strikes me about these murders, too. The lengths he goes to reconstruct the original crimes, the risks the murderer is willing to take. I'm not sure, bearing in mind all the work involved, that behind everything is sheer bloodlust or hatred. The bloodthirsty murderer kills prostitutes, children, or other easy targets. Someone who hates without love is never so extreme in his efforts. I think we should look for someone who loves more than he hates. And so the question is, from what we know about Valentin Yertsin, has he really got the capacity to love so much?"
"Maybe," Gunnar Hagen said. "We don't know everything about Valentin Yertsin. When's the date for the next unsolved murder?"
"There's a bit of a gap now," Katrina said. "May. There was a case 19 years ago."
"That's more than a month away," Harry said.
"Yes, and there was no sexual element. It was more like a family feud. So I took the liberty of examining a missing persons case that looks like murder. A girl disappeared in Oslo. She was reported missing after no one had seen her for more than 2 weeks. The reason no one reacted earlier was that she had texted several friends that she was off on a cheap flight to the sun and needed some time and space. A few friends answered her text, but didn't get a reply, so they concluded that getting away from it all included her phone. When she was reported missing, the police checked all the airlines, but she hadn't been on any of them. In short, she vanished without a trace."
"The phone?" Björnholm asked.
"Last signal to the base station was in Oslo city centre. Then it stopped. The battery may have died."
Harry said. "The text, leaving a message that she's ill."
Björn and Katrina nodded slowly. Ståle Auna sighed. "Possible to have this spelt out?" "He means the same thing happened to Beate," Katrina said. "I got a text saying she was ill."
"Of course," Hagen said. Harry nodded slowly. He might, for example, check the recent calls and then send a short message to those contacts to delay the chase.
"Which means it's harder to find clues at the crime scene," Björn added. "He's in the loop."
"What date was the message sent?"
"The 25th of March, Katrina said.
"That's today," Björn said. Harry rubbed his chin. "We have a possible sexually motivated murder and a date, but no location. Which detectives were involved?"
"No investigation was set up, as it remained a missing persons case and was never upgraded to murder."
Katrina looked at her notes.
"But in the end it was sent to Crime Squad and put on the list of one of the inspectors. You, in fact."
"Me?" Harry frowned. "I usually remember my cases."
"This was straight after the snowman. You'd buggered off to Hong Kong and never reappeared. You ended up on the missing persons list yourself."
Harry shrugged. "Fine. Björn, you check with the missing persons unit afterwards to see what they have on this case, and alert them to the danger of someone ringing their doorbell or receiving mysterious call-outs during the day. Okay? I think we should follow this one up, despite the fact that we don't have a body or a crime scene." Harry clapped his hands. "So, who makes the coffee round here?"
Katrina said in a deeper, hoarse voice, slumped in her chair, legs stretched out, eyes closed and rubbing her chin.
I reckon that has to be the new consultant.
Harry pursed his lips, nodded, jumped up, and for the first time since they found Beata, there was the sound of laughter in the boiler room. The gravity of the occasion hung heavy in the chamber at City Hall. Mikhail Bellman sat at the far end of the table, the chairman at the top. Mikhail knew the names of most of the councillors. It was one of the first things he did as the chief of police, learn names and faces. You can't play chess without knowing the pieces, the outgoing police chief had told him. You have to know what they can and can't do. It had been a well-meant piece of advice from an experienced chief. But why was this retired officer sitting there now, in this room? Had he been brought in as a kind of consultant? Whatever his experience with chess, he doubted he'd played with pieces like the tall blonde sitting 2 places from the chairman. The person who was speaking at this moment, the Queen, the Councillor for Social Affairs, Isabel Scoyen, the Levy. Her voice had that cold, administrative timbre of someone who knows that minutes are being taken. With increasing unease, we have seen how Oslo police appear to be unable to stop these murders on their own. For some time, the media have, naturally, been applying considerable pressure for us to do something drastic, but it is of greater significance that the city's inhabitants have also lost their patience. We simply cannot have this growing lack of trust in our institutions, in this case the police and the city council. And since this is my area of responsibility, I have initiated this informal hearing so that the council can react to the chief of police's solution, which we have to assume exists, and thereafter evaluate the alternatives. Mikhail Bellman was sweating. He hated sweating in his uniform. In vain he had tried to catch the eye of his predecessor. What the hell was he doing here? And I think we should be as open and innovative as possible with regard to alternatives, Isabel Scoyen's voice intoned. We, of course, understand that this may be an excessively demanding issue for a young, newly appointed police chief. It is indeed unfortunate that a situation requiring experience and knowledge of procedure should come so early in his period of office. It would have been better if this had landed on the desk of the previous police chief, given his long years of experience and his many achievements. I'm sure that's what everyone in this room would have wished for, including the 2 police chiefs. Mikhail Bellman wondered if he had heard what he thought he had heard. Did she mean... was she about to... Isn't that right, Bellman? Mikhail Bellman cleared his throat. Excuse me for interrupting, Bellman, Isabel Scoyen said, placing a pair of Prada reading glasses on the tip of her nose and peering down at the sheet of paper in front of her. I'm reading from the minutes of the previous meeting we had on this matter, and in which you said, quote, I can assure the Council that we have this case under control, and we have every confidence that there will be a speedy resolution. She removed her glasses. To save ourselves and you the time, which apparently we are short of, perhaps you could skip the repetition and tell us what you're intending to do now that differs from and is more fruitful than what you were doing before. Bellman rolled his shoulders, in the hope his shirt would come loose from his back. Bloody sweat. Bloody bitch. It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and Harry felt tired as he unlocked the door to PHS. He was obviously out of practice at concentrating for longer periods, and they hadn't got much further. They had skimmed through reports, thinking thoughts they had thought a dozen times before, gone in circles, banged their heads against the wall, hoping the wall would give sooner or later. The ex-inspector nodded to the cleaner and ran up the stairs. Tired, and yet astonishingly alert, elated, ready for more. He heard his name being called as he passed Arnold's office, turned and poked his head round. His colleague interlaced his fingers behind his dishevelled hair. Just wanted to hear how it feels to be a real policeman again. Good, Harry said. I just have to correct the last criminal investigation tests. Don't worry about it. I've got them here, Arnold said, tapping his finger on the pile of papers in front of him.
Just make sure you catch the guy.
Okay, Arnold. Thanks.
By the way, we've had a break-in.
Break-in?
In the gym. The equipment cupboard was broken into, but all that was taken were 2 batons.
Oh, shit. Front door?
No signs of forced entry there, so that suggests it must have been an inside job. Or someone who works here let them in or lent them their pass.
Is there no way of finding out?
Arnold shrugged. We haven't got much here that's worth stealing, so we don't spend any of the budget on complex check-in procedures, CCTV, or a 24-hour security guard.
We may not have weapons, dope, or a safe, but surely we have more cash-convertible things than batons.
Arnold smirked. You'd better check to see if your computer is still there.
Harry walked on to his office, saw that it appeared to be intact, sat down, and wondered what to do. The evening had been set aside for marking tests, and at home only shadows were waiting. In answer to his question, his mobile began to vibrate.
Katrina?
Hi, I've got something. She sounded excited. Do you remember me telling you that Beata and I had spoken to Ilya, the woman who rented out the basement flat to Valentine?
The one who gave him a false alibi?
Yes. She said she'd found some photos in the flat. Photos of rape and abuse. In one of the photos, she recognized his shoes and the wallpaper from the bedroom.
You mean
that it's not very likely, but it may be the scene of a crime. I contacted the new owners, and it turns out they're living with family nearby while the house is being done up, but they didn't mind if we borrowed the key and had a scout round.
I thought we agreed we weren't looking for Valentine now.
I thought we agreed to search where there was light.
Touché, bright brat. Vinnerin is practically around the corner. Have you got an address?
Harry was given it.
That's walking distance. I'll head there right away. Are you coming?
Yes, but I've been so tense I forgot to eat.
Okay, come when you're ready.
It was 9:15 when Harry walked up the flagstone path to the empty house. Close to the wall were used paint pots, rolls of plastic, and planks sticking out from under tarpaulins. He walked down the little stone steps, as instructed by the owners, and across the flagstones at the back. He unlocked the basement flat, and immediately the smell of glue and paint assailed him. But also another smell, one the owners had spoken about, and which was one of the reasons they had decided to do some renovation work. They had said they couldn't work out where it was coming from. The smell was all over the house. They'd had a pest controller in, but he had said that such a strong smell had to come from more than one dead rodent, and they would probably have to take up the floor and open up the walls to find out. Harry switched on the light. Spread across the floor was a transparent plastic sheet covered with grey, heavy-duty boot marks and wooden boxes filled with tools, hammers, crowbars, and paint-stained drills. Some boards had been removed from the wall so that you could see through to the insulation. In addition to the hall, the flat consisted of a small kitchen, bathroom, and sitting room, with a curtain concealing the bedroom. The renovation project obviously hadn't got as far as the bedroom yet. It was being used to store the furniture from the other rooms. To protect the furniture from the dust, the bead curtain had been pulled aside and replaced with a thick matte plastic curtain, which reminded Harry of slaughterhouses, cold storage rooms, and cordoned-off crime scenes. He inhaled the smell of solvents and decay, and concluded, like the pest controller, that this was not a single tiny rodent. The bed had been pushed into the corner to make more space for the furniture, and the room was so full it was hard to form an impression of exactly how the rape had been committed and the girl photographed. Katrina had said she would visit Ilya, in case she could give them any more information, but if this Valentine was their cop killer, Harry already knew one thing. He hadn't left evidence implicating him lying around. Harry scanned the room from the floor to the ceiling and back down again to his reflection in the window, looking out on the darkness in the garden. There was something claustrophobic about the room, but if it really was the scene of a crime, it wasn't talking to him. Anyway, too much time had passed, too many other things had happened here in the meantime, and all that was left was the wallpaper and the smell.
Harry let his gaze wander back up to the ceiling. Held it there. Claustrophobic. Why did it feel like that here and not in the sitting room? He stretched his full height of 192 plus arm to the ceiling. His fingertips could just reach. Plasterboard. He went back into the sitting room and did the same, without touching the ceiling. So the bedroom ceiling must have been lowered, typical of the 1970s, when people were trying to reduce heating costs. And in the space between the old and the new ceiling, there would be room. Room to hide something. Harry went into the hall, took a crowbar from a toolbox, and returned to the bedroom. Froze when his gaze met the window. Knowing the eye automatically reacts to movement. He stood still for 2 seconds, staring and listening. Nothing. Harry concentrated on the ceiling again. There was nowhere to insert a crowbar, but it was easy with plasterboard. All you had to do was cut out a big section and afterwards replace the piece, use a bit of filler and paint the whole ceiling. He reckoned it could be done in half a day if you were efficient. Harry stepped onto a chair and took aim at the ceiling with the crowbar. Hagen was right. If a detective without a blue chit, the search warrant, tore down a ceiling without the owner's consent, a court would certainly overrule any evidence that this may unearth. Harry aimed a blow. The crowbar went through the ceiling with a lifeless groan, and white gypsum sprinkled down over his face. And Harry was not even a detective, just a civilian consultant, not part of the investigation, a private individual who could accordingly be held to account and found guilty of hooliganism. And Harry was willing to pay the price. He closed his eyes and bent the crowbar back, felt bits of plaster fall onto his shoulders and forehead, and caught the stench. It was worse here. He smashed the crowbar in again, making the gap bigger. He hunted around for something he could put on the chair so that he could get his head through the opening. There it was again, a movement by the window. Harry jumped down and raced over to the window, shading his eyes to keep out the light and leaning against the glass. But all he could see out there in the darkness were the silhouettes of apple trees. Some of the branches were swaying. Had the wind picked up? Harry turned back into the room, found a large plastic IKEA box, which he put on the chair, and he was about to clamber up when he heard a sound from the hall. A click. He stood waiting, listening, but no further sounds reached him. Harry shrugged it off. It was just the creaking of an old wooden house when the wind starts blowing. He balanced on top of the plastic box, stretched up gingerly, put the palms of his hands against the ceiling, and poked his head through the cavity in the plasterboard. The stench was so intense that his eyes instantly filled with water, and he had to concentrate on holding his breath. The stench was familiar. Flesh in that phase of the decomposition process when inhaling the gas seems dangerous to your health. He had only smelt such an intense stench once before, when they'd found a body that had been wrapped in plastic for 2 years in a dark cellar, and they'd poked holes in it. No, this was not a rodent, not even from the rodent family. It was dark inside, and his head was blocking all the light, but he could glimpse something lying right in front of him. He waited for his pupils to dilate slowly, to make the most of the little light there was. And then he saw it. It was a drill. No, a jigsaw. But there was something else, further back, something he couldn't quite see. He just felt a physical presence. Something... He felt his throat constrict. A sound, of footsteps, beneath him. He tried to retract his head, but it was as if the opening had become too narrow, as if it was growing smaller around his neck, closing with him inside the atmosphere of death. He felt the panic rise. He forced his fingers between his throat and the mangled ceiling and tore off chunks, and pulled his head out. The footsteps had stopped. Harry's pulse was throbbing in his throat. He waited until he was perfectly calm, took the lighter from his pocket, put his hand through the opening. The flame leapt up, and he was about to stick his head back in when he noticed something. The plastic curtain separating the two rooms. Something was outlined against it. A figure. Someone was watching him. Chapter 29. She had a bag over her shoulder, which she let slide down. It hit the floor with a surprisingly heavy thud. "What are you doing here?" Harry asked gruffly, aware this was a repeat performance. The same as her answer. "I've been doing some training. Martial arts."
"That's no answer, Celia."
"Yes, it is," Celia Gravesang said, thrusting one hip forward. She was wearing a thin tracksuit top, black leggings, trainers, a ponytail, and a sly smile. "I'd finished my training and saw you leaving the college. I followed you."
"Why?"
She shrugged. "To give you another chance, perhaps."
"A chance to do what?"
"To do what you want."
"Which is?"
"I don't think I need to spell it out, do I?" She tilted her head. "I saw it on your face in Crone's office. You don't exactly have a poker face, Harry. You want to shag me."
Harry nodded towards the bag. "Your training, is it the ninja stuff with a cane sword?" His voice rasped from the dryness in his mouth.
Celia Gravesang's gaze took in the room. "Something like that. We even have a bed here." She grabbed her bag, walked past him and pulled out a chair, put the bag on the bed and tried to move a large sofa, which was in the way, but it was stuck. Leaned forward, held the back of the sofa and pulled. Harry looked at her bottom, where her tracksuit top had ridden up, the muscles tightening in her thighs, and heard her low groan. "Aren't you going to help me?" Harry swallowed. Shit. Watched the blonde ponytail dancing on her back, like a bloody handle. The material pulled up between her buttocks. She had stopped moving, just stood there, as though she had noticed something. Noticed it. Noticed what he was thinking. "Like this," she whispered. "Do you want me like this?" He didn't answer. His erection grew. Like delayed pain from a punch to the stomach, it spread from a point in his groin. His head began to fizz. Bubbles rose and burst with a rushing noise that grew and grew. He took a step forward. Stopped. She half turned her head, but cast her eyes down, looking at the floor. "What are you waiting for?" she whispered. Do you want me to put up some resistance?" Harry swallowed. He wasn't on autopilot. He knew what he was doing. This was him. This was the kind of person he was. Even though he was talking to himself aloud now, he was going to do it. Didn't he want to? "Yes," he heard himself say. "Stop me." He saw her raise her bottom now. It struck him this was like a ritual from the animal world. Perhaps he was programmed to do this after all. He placed a hand on the small of her back, on the arch, felt bare, sweaty skin where her leggings finished. 2 fingers under the elastic. All he had to do was pull them down now. She had one hand resting on the back of the chair, and the other on the bed, on the bag. The bag was open. "I'll try," she whispered. "I'll try." Harry drew a long, quivering breath. Noticed a movement. It happened so fast he hardly had time to react. "What's up?" Ulla asked as she was hanging up Mikhail's coat in the inbuilt cupboard.
"What should be up?"
he asked, rubbing his face with the palms of his hands. "Come on," she said, leading him into the living room, placed him on the sofa, stood behind him, rested her fingers on the transition between the shoulders and his neck, let the tips find the middle of the trapezius, and squeezed. He groaned aloud. "Well?" she said. He sighed. "Isabel's scurrying. She's proposed that the old police chief should assist us until the present case is solved." "I see. Is there anything wrong with that? You said yourself you need more resources."
"In practice, it would mean he would be the de facto chief of police and I'd be brewing the coffee. It would be a vote of no confidence, which I couldn't accept. Well, surely you can see that."
"But it's only temporary, isn't it?"
"And afterwards, when the case is solved with him at the helm, will the council say, 'Now it's all over, you can have your job back'?" Ow!
"Sorry, but it's just here. Try to relax, darling."
"It's her revenge, of course, you know. Dumped women. Ouch!"
"Oh dear, did I hit the sore spot again?"
Mikhail wriggled out of her hands. "The worst of it is, there's nothing I can do. She's good at this game. I'm just a beginner. If I'd only had a bit of time to build some alliances, see who was scratching whose back."
"You'll have to use the alliances you've got," Ulla said.
"All the important alliances are in her half of the court," Mikhail said. "Sodding politicians, they don't think about outcomes like we do. For them it's all about votes, how things look to the stupid voters." Mikhail lowered his head. Her hand started to work again, gentler this time, massaged him, stroked his hair. And as he was about to let his mind float away, it seemed to apply the brakes and return to what she had said. "Use the alliances you've got." Harry was blinded. He had automatically let go of Celia and turned. The plastic curtain had been drawn to one side, and he stared into white light. Harry raised his hand above his eyes. "Sorry," said a familiar voice, and the torch was lowered. "Brought a torch along. Didn't think you—" Harry drained his lungs with a groan. "Jesus, Katrina, you frightened me." Us." "Oh, yes, isn't that the student? I saw you at PHS." "I'm not there anymore." Celia's voice sounded completely unruffled, almost as though she was bored. "Oh? So what are you doing?" "Moving furniture," Harry said with a quick sniff, pointing to the gap in the ceiling. "Trying to find something more robust to stand on." "There's a stepladder outside," Katrina said. "Is there? I'll go and fetch it." Harry dashed past Katrina and through the sitting room. Shit, and bugger. The stepladder was leaning against the wall between the paint pots. There was total silence when he returned, pushed away the armchair, and positioned the aluminium ladder beneath the opening. No suggestion that they'd spoken either. Women with arms crossed and faces devoid of expression. "What's the stink?" Katrina asked. "Pass me the torch," Harry said, climbing up the ladder. Tore off a chunk of plasterboard, poked the torch inside, then his head. Reached for the green jigsaw. The blade was broken. He held it between two fingers and passed it to Katrina. "Careful, there may be fingerprints." He shone the torch inside again. Chapter 30. "This is a bit tricky to talk about," Harry said, stubbing out the cigarette on the windowsill, leaving the window overlooking Spurweisgata open and going back to his chair.
Stoller owner had said he could come before the first patient at 8, when Harry had rung him at 6 and said he was in a mess again. "You've been here before to talk about tricky matters," Stoller said. For as long as Harry could remember, he had been the psychologist the officers in Crime Squad went to when things got tough. Not just because they had his phone number, but because Stoller owner was one of the few psychologists who knew what their everyday working life was like. And they knew they could rely on him keeping his mouth shut. "Yes, but that was about drinking," Harry said. "This is quite different." "Is it? Don't you think it is? I think that since the first thing you did was ring me, you think it may be more of the same." Harry sighed, leaned forward in the chair and rested his forehead against his folded hands. "Maybe it is. I always had the feeling I chose the worst possible times to drink. I always succumbed when it was important to be at my most alert, as though there was a demon inside me who wanted everything to go down the Swanee, wanted me to go down the Swanee." "That's what demons do, Harry." Stoller concealed a yawn. "In that case, this one has done a good job. I was about to rape a girl." Stoller was no longer yawning. "What did you say? When was this?" "Last night. The girl's an ex-student of mine at PHS. She turned up while I was searching a flat where Valentine had lived." "Oh?" Stoller removed his glasses. "Did you find anything?" "A jigsaw with a broken blade. Must have been there for years. Of course the builders may have left it there when they were lowering the ceiling, but they're checking the serrated edge against what they found in Bergslia." "Anything else?" "No. Yes. A dead badger." "Badger?" "Yes. Looked as if it had been hibernating there." "We had a badger once, but fortunately it stayed in the garden. It has a fearsome bite on it. Did it die during its hibernation, then?" Harry smirked. "If you're interested, I can get forensics on the case." "Oh, sorry, I am." Stoller shook his head and put his glasses back on. "The girl arrived and you felt tempted to rape her. Is that how it was?" Harry raised his arms over his head. "I've just proposed to the woman I love more than anything else in the world. I want nothing more than for us to have a good life together. And just as I've articulated the thought, the devil jumps out and he lowered his arms again. "Why have you stopped?" "Because I'm sitting here and making up a devil, and I know what you'll say. I'm absolving myself of all responsibility." "Aren't you?" "Course I am. It's the same guy in new clothes. I thought he was called Jim Beam. I thought he was called the mother who died young, or the pressure of the job, or testosterone, or booze genes. And perhaps all of that's true too, but when you undress him, he's still called Harry Hooler." "And you're saying Harry Hooler almost raped this girl last night?" "I've been dreaming about it for a long time." "Rape in general?" "No, this girl. She asked me to do it." "Rape her? Strictly speaking, that's not rape, is it?" "The first time she just asked me to fuck her. She provoked me, but I couldn't. She was a student at PHS, and afterwards I began to fantasize about raping her. Harry ran a hand across his face. "I didn't think I had it in me. Not a rapist. What's happening to me, Stoller?" "So you had the inclination and the opportunity to rape her, but you chose to desist?" Someone interrupted us. "Was it rape?" "I don't know, but she invited me to take part in a role play, and I was willing to take the role, Stoller. Very willing." "Yes, but I still can't see that as rape. Perhaps not in a legal sense, but..." "But what?" "But if we'd got going and she'd asked me to stop, I don't know whether I would have done." "You don't know?" Harry shrugged. "Have you got a diagnosis, Doctor?" Stoller looked at his watch. "I need you to tell me a bit more, but my first patient's waiting for me now." "I haven't got any time for therapy, Stoller. We've got a murderer to catch." "In that case," Arna said, rocking his podgy stomach to and fro in his chair, "you'll have to make do with me shooting from the hip. You've come to me because you feel something you can't identify, and the reason you can't identify it is that the feeling is trying to disguise itself as something which it is not. Because what the feeling really is something you don't want to feel. It's classic denial, just like men who refuse to accept they're homosexual. But I'm not denying that I'm a potential rapist. I'm asking you straight out. You're not a rapist, Harry. You don't become one overnight. I think this may be about one of two things, or perhaps both. One is you may feel some form of aggression towards this girl, and what it's really about is you exercising control, or to use layman's language, a punishment fuck. Am I close? Maybe. What was the other one? Raquel. Sorry? What you're being drawn towards is neither rape nor this girl, but being unfaithful. Unfaithful to Raquel. Stoller, you're easy now. You've come to me because you need someone to tell you what you've already realized, to say it loud and clear, because you're unable to tell yourself. You don't want to have to feel like that. Like what? That you're petrified of committing yourself to her. The thought of marriage has driven you to the edge of panic. Oh? Why's that? Since I may venture to claim that I know you a bit after all these years, I believe that in your case, this is more about the fear of taking responsibility for other people. You've had bad experiences. Harry gulped, felt something growing in his chest, like a cancerous tumour on fast forward. You start drinking when the world around you is dependent on you, and because you can't take the responsibility, you want things to go down the pan. It's like when a house of cards is almost finished, and the pressure's so great you can't cope, so instead of persisting, you knock it down, to get the defeat over with. And I think that's what you're doing now. You want to fail Raquel as quickly as possible, because you're convinced it's going to happen anyway. You can't bear the long, drawn-out torment, so you're proactive. You knock down the damned house of cards, which is how you see your relationship with Raquel. Harry wanted to say something, but the lump had reached his throat and blocked the way for words, so he made do with one. Destructive. Your basic attitude is constructive, Harry. You're just scared. Scared it will hurt too much. You and her. I'm a coward. That's what you're saying, isn't it? Stoller eyed Harry, took a breath as though on the point of correcting him, then seemed to change his mind. Yes, you're a coward. You're a coward because I think you want this. You want Raquel. You want to be in the same boat. You want to tie her to the mast, to sail in this boat or go down in the process. That's how it is with you, Harry, on those rare occasions when you make a promise. How does that song go again? Harry mumbled something about not retreating or surrendering. There you have it. That's you. That's me, Harry repeated softly. Give it some thought. We can talk again after the meeting in the boiler room this afternoon. Harry nodded and got up. In the corridor sat a man impatiently shuffling his feet and sweating in training gear. He looked at his watch and glared at Harry. Harry set off down Spårvägsgatan. He hadn't slept all night, and he hadn't had breakfast either. He needed something. He took stock. He needed a drink. He dismissed the thought and went into the cafe just before Bogstadveien. Asked for a triple espresso. Tossed it back at the counter and asked for another. Heard low laughter behind him but didn't turn. Drank number 2 slowly. Picked up the newspaper lying there. Saw the front page teaser and leafed through. Roger Yendem was speculating that the city council, in light of the police murders, was going to have a reshuffle at police HQ. After letting in Paul Stavnes, Stoller resumed his position behind the desk while Stavnes went into the corner to change into a dry T-shirt. Stoller took the opportunity to yawn without inhibition, pull out the top drawer and position his mobile so that he could see it easily. Then he looked up, gazed at his patient's naked back. After Stavnes had started cycling to the sessions, it had become a fixed routine that he would change his T-shirt in the office, always with his back turned. The only change was that the window where Harry had been smoking was still open.
The light fell in such a way that Stola Auna could see Paul Stavnes's bare chest in the reflection. Stavnes quickly pulled down his T-shirt and turned. "Your timing needs tightening up," Stola said. "I agree. It won't happen again." Stavnes looked up. "Is there something the matter?" "Not at all. Just got up a bit earlier than normal. Could you leave the window open so there's a bit of air in here?" "There's a lot of air in here." "As you wish." Stavnes was about to close the window, then held back, stood staring at it, turned slowly towards Stola. A little smile appeared on his face. "Finding it hard to breathe, Auna?" Stola Auna was aware of pains in his chest and arms, all of which were familiar symptoms of a heart attack, except this wasn't a heart attack. It was pure, unmitigated fear. Stola Auna forced himself to speak calmly, in a low key. "Last time we talked again about you playing Dark Side of the Moon. Your father came into the room and switched off the amplifier, and you watched the red light die as the girl you were thinking about also died." "I said she went mute," Paul Stavnes said, annoyed. "I didn't say she died. That's different." "Yes, it is," Stola Auna said, reaching carefully for the phone in his drawer. "Did you wish she could speak?" "I don't know. You're sweating. Are you unwell, Doctor?" Again this jeering tone, this small repugnant smile. "I'm fine, thank you." Stola's fingers rested on the phone. He had to get the patient speaking so that he wouldn't hear him texting. "We haven't talked about your marriage. What can you say about your wife?" "Not much." "Why do you want to talk about her?" "A close relative. You seem to dislike people who are close. Despise was the word you used. So you have been paying some attention after all." Brief, sullen laugh. "I despise people because most of them are weak, stupid, and down on their luck." More laughter. 0 out of 3. "Tell me, did you sort out X?" "What?" "The policeman. The homo who tried to kiss another cop on the toilet. Did he recover?" "Not really." Stola Auna pressed the keys, cursing his fat sausage fingers, which felt as if they had swollen even more with the tension. "So if you think I'm like him, why do you reckon you can sort me out? X was schizophrenic. He heard voices, and you think I'm in better shape?" The patient laughed bitterly as Stola texted, trying to write while the patient continued to talk, trying to camouflage the clicks by scraping his shoes against the floor. One letter. One more. Bastard fingers. There we are. He realized the patient had stopped talking. The patient, Paul Stavnes. Wherever he got that name from, you could always find a new name, or get rid of the old one. It wasn't so easy with tattoos, especially if they were big and covered your whole chest. "I know why you're sweating, Auna," the patient said. "You happened to see the reflection in the window when I was changing, didn't you?" Stola Auna felt the pains in his chest increase, as though his heart couldn't make up its mind whether to beat faster or not at all, and he hoped the expression he put on looked as uncomprehending as he intended. "What?" he said in a loud voice, to drown the click as he pressed the send button. The patient pulled his T-shirt up to his throat. A mute, screaming face stared at Auna from the man's chest. The face of a demon. "Okay, shoot," Harry said, holding the phone to his ear as he drained the second cup of coffee. "The jigsaw's got Valentin Yertsen's fingerprints on," Björn Holm said, "and the cutting surface of the Chapter 31. Being exposed is always an awkward business, the patient said, but sometimes it's worse for the exposer. Exposing what? Stoller said with a gulp. It's a tattoo, so it's not a crime. Lots of people have... He nodded towards the demon face. Tattoos like that. Do they? The patient said, pulling his T-shirt down. Was that why you looked as if you were going to drop dead when you saw it? I don't understand what you mean, Stoller said in a tight voice. Shall we talk about your father? The patient laughed out loud. Do you know what, Auna? When I first came here, I couldn't decide whether I was proud or disappointed you didn't recognize me. Recognize? We've met before. I was charged with sex abuse, and it was your job to determine whether I was of sound mind or not. You must have had hundreds of cases like that. Well, it took you only 45 minutes. Nevertheless, in a way, I wished I had made a greater impression on you. Stoller stared at him. Had he done a psychological evaluation of the man sitting in front of him? It was impossible to remember them all. However, he usually remembered at least their faces. Stoller studied him. The two small scars under the chin. Of course. He had assumed his patient had had a facelift, but Beata had said that Valentin Yertzen must have had major plastic surgery. But you made an impression on me, Anna. You understood me. You weren't put off by the details. You just continued drilling away, asking about the right things, about the bad things, like a good masseur, knowing exactly where to find the knot. You found the pain, Auna. And that's why I came back. I hoped you could find it again, the damned boil, lance it, get the crap out. Can you do that? Or have you lost the passion, Auna? Stoller cleared his throat. I can't do it if you lie to me, Paul. But I'm not lying, Auna. Just about the job and the wife. Everything else is true. Oh, yes, and the name. Otherwise, Pink Floyd. The girl... The man in front of him splayed his palms and smiled. And why are you telling me this now, Paul? You don't need to call me that anymore. You can say Valentin, if you like. What? The patient chuckled. Sorry, but you're a lousy actor, Alna. You know who I am. You knew the minute you saw my tattoo reflected in the window. And what should I know? That I'm Valentin Yertzen, the one you're all looking for. All? Looking? You forget I had to sit here listening to you talking to a cop about Valentin Yertzen's doodles on a tram window. I complained and got a session free, do you remember? Stoller closed his eyes for a couple of seconds, closed everything out, told himself Harry would be here soon. He couldn't have been that far away. By the way, that's why I started cycling instead of catching the tram to our sessions, Valentin Yertzen said. I thought the tram would be under surveillance. But you still came? Valentin shrugged and put a hand in his rucksack. It's almost impossible to identify anyone when they're in a helmet and goggles, isn't it? And you didn't suspect a thing. You decided I was Paul Stavnes, basta. And I needed these sessions, Anna. I'm really sorry they have to stop. Anna stifled a gasp as he saw Valentin Yertzen's hand emerge from the rucksack. The light flashed on the steel. Did you know this is called a survival knife? Valentin said. Bit of a misnomer in your case. But it's so versatile. This, for example, he ran a fingertip along the jagged blade, is what mystifies most people. They just think it looks creepy. And do you know what? Again he smiled, the thin, ugly smile. They're right. When you slide the knife across a throat,
like this. It hooks onto the skin and tears. Then the next grooves tear what is inside, the thin membrane around a blood vessel, for example. And if it's a main artery under pressure, that's quite a sight, I can tell you. But don't be afraid. You won't notice, I promise. Stoller's brain went into a whirl. He almost hoped it was a heart attack. So there's only one thing left, Stoller. Is it all right if I call you Stoller? Now the end is nigh. What's the diagnosis? Diagnosis. Greek for through knowledge, isn't it? What's wrong with me, Stoller? I don't know. The movement that followed was so swift Stoller Anna wouldn't have been able to lift a finger even if he'd tried. Valentine had disappeared from view, and when he heard his voice again, it was behind him, by his ear. Of course you know, Stoller. You've dealt with people like me all your professional life. Not exactly like me, that goes without saying, but similar. Damaged goods. Stoller could no longer see the knife. He felt it, against his quivering double chin as he breathed hard through his nose. It seemed contrary to nature that any human being could move so fast. He didn't want to die. He wanted to live. There was no space for any other thoughts. There's nothing wrong with you, Paul. Valentine, show some respect. I'm standing here ready to drain you of blood while my dick is gorged with blood, and you suggest there's nothing wrong with me. He laughed in Anna's ear. Come on. The diagnosis. Stark raving mad. They both lifted their heads, looked at the door from where the voice had come. Time's up. Paying your way out, Valentine. The tall, broad-shouldered figure filling the doorway stepped inside. He was dragging something after him, and it took Stoller a second to realize what it was. The barbell from above the sofa in the communal area. Stay out of this, cop, Valentine hissed, and Stoller felt the knife pressing against his skin. Patrol cars are on their way, Valentine. It's all over. Let the doc go now. Valentine nodded towards the open window overlooking the street. Can't hear any sirens. Go, or I'll kill the doctor right here. Don't think you will, Harry Huller said, lifting the bar. Without him, you've got no shield. In which case, Valentine said, and Stoller felt his arm being bent behind his back, forcing him to stand up. I'll let the doctor go. With me. Take me instead, Harry Huller said. Why should I? I'm a better hostage. There's a chance he'll panic and faint, and you won't need to worry about what tricks I might pull if you're holding on to me. Silence. From the window they could hear a faint sound. Perhaps a distant siren, perhaps not. The pressure from the blade slackened. Then, as Stoller was about to breathe again, he felt a pricking sensation and heard the snap of something being severed. It fell to the floor. The bow tie. One move from you and... The voice hissed in his ear before turning to Harry. As you wish, cop, but let go of the bar first. Then stand with your face to the wall, legs apart, and I know the drill, Harry said, letting go of the bar, turning, placing his palms high up the wall, and spreading his legs. Stoller felt the grip on his arm loosen, and the next moment he saw Valentine standing behind Harry, pushing his arm up his back and holding the knife against his throat. Let's go, handsome, Valentine said. Then they were out of the door, and Stoller could finally draw breath. From the window the sirens rose and fell with the wind. Harry saw the receptionist's terrified expression as he and Valentine walked towards her like a two-headed troll and passed her without a word. On the stairway, Harry tried to walk more slowly, but soon felt a stinging pain in his side. This knife will go deeper into your kidney if you try anything. Harry increased his speed. He couldn't feel the blood yet, as it was the same temperature as his skin, but he knew it was running down the inside of his shirt. Then they were on the ground floor,
and Valentine kicked open the door and pushed Harry through, but the knife never lost contact with him. They stood in Spårvägsgatan. Harry heard the sirens. A man with sunglasses and a dog walked towards them, passing by without so much as a glance, the white stick tapping on the pavement like a castanet. "Stand here," Valentine said, pointing to a no parking sign with a mountain bike locked to the post. Harry stood by the post. His shirt had become sticky, and the pain throbbed in his side with a pulse of its own. The knife pressed into his back. He heard keys and the rattle of a bike lock. The sirens were approaching. Then the knife was gone, but before Harry could react and jump away, his head was dragged backwards as something was clamped around his neck. Sparks appeared in his eyes as his head smacked against the post and he gasped for air. The keys rattled again. Then the pressure slackened, and Harry instinctively raised his hand, inserted 2 fingers between his throat, and Chapter 32. "So you just stood there, fastened to a post with a bike lock around your neck?" Björnholm asked, in disbelief. "A sodding no parking sign," Harry said, looking down at the empty coffee cup. "Ironic?" Katrina said. "They had to send someone to get bolt cutters." The boiler room door opened and Gunnar Hagen marched in. "I've just heard the news. What's going on?" "Patrol cars are in the area looking for him," Katrina said. "Every single cyclist is being stopped and searched." "Even though he must have got rid of his bike by now and is in a taxi or on public transport," Harry said. "Valentine is many things, but not stupid." The crime squad boss threw himself onto a chair, out of breath. "Did he leave any clues?" Silence. He looked in surprise at the wall of accusatory faces. "What's up?" Harry coughed. "You're sitting on Beata's chair." "Am I?" Hagen jumped up. "He left his tracksuit top," Harry said. Björn's handed it to Krimteknisk. "Sweat, hair, the whole salami," Björn said. "Reckon we'll have it confirmed in a day or 2 that Paul Stavnes and Valentine Yertsen are one and the same." "Anything else in the top?" Hagen asked. "No wallet, mobile, notebook or calendar showing plans for future murders," Harry said. "Just this." Hagen automatically took it and looked at what Harry had passed him. An unopened little plastic bag containing 3 Q-tips. "What was he going to do with these?" "Kill someone," Harry suggested laconically. "They're for cleaning your ears," Björnholm said. "But actually they're for scratching your ears, right? The skin gets irritated, we scratch even more, there's more wax, then all of a sudden we have to have more Q-tips. Heroin for the ears." "Or for makeup," Harry said. "Oh?" Hagen said, studying the bag. "By which you mean he wears makeup?" "Well, it's a mask. He's already had plastic surgery. Stoller, you've seen him close up." "I haven't thought about it, but you may be right." "You don't need much mascara and eyeliner to achieve a difference," Katrina said. "Great," Hagen said. "Have we got anything on the name Paul Stavnes?" "Very little," Katrina said. "There's no Paul Stavnes on the National Register with the date of birth he gave Auna. The only 2 people with the same name have been eliminated by police outside Oslo, and the elderly couple who live at the address he gave have never heard of any Paul Stavnes or Valentine Yertsen." "We're not in the habit of checking patients' contact details," Auna said, and he settled up after every session. "Hotel," Harry said, "boarding house, hospice. They've all got their guests registered on databases now." "I'll check," Katrina swiveled round on her chair and began to tap away on her keyboard. "Is that kind of thing on the internet?" Hagen asked in a sceptical tone. "No," Harry said, "but Katrina uses a couple of search engines you'll wish didn't exist." "Oh? Why's that?" "Because they have access to a level of codes that mean the best firewalls in the world are completely useless," Björn Holm said, peering over Katrina's shoulder to a clicking landslide of keystrokes, like the feet of fleeing cockroaches on a glass table. "How's that possible?" Hagen asked. "Because they're the same codes the firewalls use," Björn said. "The search engines are the wall." "Not looking good," Katrina said. "No Paul Stavnes anywhere." "But he must live somewhere," Hagen said. "Is he renting a flat under the name Paul Stavnes? Can you check that?" "Doubt he's your run-of-the-mill tenant," Katrina said. "Most landlords vet their tenants these days. Google them, check the tax lists anyway, and Valentine knows they would be suspicious if they couldn't find him anywhere." "Hotel," said Harry, who had got up and was standing by the board where they had written what had seemed to Hagen at first sight like a chart of free associations, with arrows and cues, until he had recognized the names of the murder victims. One of them was referred to only as B. "You've already said hotel, my love," Katrina said. 3 Q-tips, Harry went on, leaning down to Hagen and retrieving the sealed plastic bag. "You can't buy a packet like this in a shop. You find it in a hotel bathroom with miniature bottles of shampoo and conditioner. Try again, Katrina. Judas Johansson this time." The search was finished in less than 15 seconds. "Negative," Katrina said. "Damn," Hagen said. "We're not done yet," Harry said, studying the plastic bag. "There's no manufacturer's name on this, but usually Q-tips have a plastic stick and these are wooden. It should be possible to track down the suppliers and the Oslo hotels receiving the supplies." "Hotel supplies," Katrina said, and the insect-like fingers were scampering again. "I have to be off," Stoller said, getting up. "I'll see you out," Harry said. "You won't find him," Stoller said, outside Police HQ, looking down over Botts Park, which lay bathed in cold, sharp spring light. "We, don't you mean?" "Maybe," Stoller sighed. "I don't exactly feel I'm making much of a contribution." "Contribution?" Harry said. "You got us Valentine all on your own. He escaped. His alias is out in the open. We're getting closer. Why don't you think we'll catch him?" "You saw him yourself. What do you think?" Harry nodded. "He said he went to you because you'd done a psychological assessment of him. At the time you concluded he was of sound mind in a legal sense, didn't you?" "Yes, but as you know, people with serious personality disorders can be convicted." "What you were after was extreme schizophrenia, psychosis, at the time of the act and so on, wasn't it?" "Yes." "But he could have been a manic depressive or a psychopath, a correction, bipolar 2 or a sociopath." "The correct term now is dissocial." Stoller accepted the cigarette Harry passed him. Harry lit them both. "It's good he goes to you, even though he knows you work for the cops. But that he continues even after realizing you're involved in the hunt for him?" Stoller inhaled and shrugged. "I must be such a brilliant therapist he was willing to take the risk." "Any other suggestions?" "Well, maybe he's a thrill-seeker. Lots of serial killers have visited detectives, under a variety of pretexts, to be in close contact with the hunt, to experience the triumph of fooling the police. Valentine took off his T-shirt even though he must have known you knew about the tattoo. A terrible risk if you're under investigation for murder." "What do you mean?" Yes, what do I mean?" "You mean he has an unconscious desire to be caught. He wanted me to recognize him, and when I failed he unconsciously helped me by revealing his tattoo. And when he achieved his objective he made a desperate attempt to flee. The conscious took over. This could put the police murders in a new light, Harry. Valentine's murders are compulsive acts which, unconsciously, he wants to stop. He wants punishment or exorcism, someone to stop the demon in him. So when we didn't manage to catch him for the original murders, he does what many serial killers do. He increases the risk factor. In his case, by targeting the police who couldn't catch him the first time round,
because he knows that for a crime against the police there is no limit to resources. And in the end, he shows his tattoo to someone he knows is part of the investigation. I think you may well be right, Harry.
Don't know if I can take the credit for it. What about a simpler explanation? Valentine isn't as careful as we think he should be because he doesn't have as much to fear as we think he does. I don't understand. Harry drew on his cigarette, released the smoke as he inhaled it through his nose. It was a trick he had been taught by a milky-white German didgeridoo player in Hong Kong. Exhale and inhale at the same fucking time, mate, and you can smoke your cigarettes twice. Go home and have a rest, Harry said. That was a tough deal. Thank you, but I'm the psychologist here, Harry. A murderer holding a knife to your throat? Sorry, Doc, but you're not going to be able to rationalize that away. The nightmares queue up, believe me, I've been there. So take it from a colleague. And that's an order. An order? A twitch in Stoller's face suggested a smile. Are you the boss now, Harry? Were you ever in any doubt? Harry groped in his pocket, took out his phone. Yes? He dropped the half-smoked cigarette on the ground. Will you sort it for me? They found something. Stoller Anna watched Harry as he went through the door. Then he looked down at the smouldering cigarette on the tarmac. Gently placed his shoe on it, increased the pressure, turned his foot, felt the cigarette being squashed under the thin leather sole, felt the fury rising, twisted it harder, ground the filter, ash, paper, and tobacco into the tarmac, dropped his own cigarette, repeated the movements. It felt good and bad at the same time. Felt like screaming, hitting, laughing, crying. He had tasted every nuance in the cigarette. He was alive. He was so bloody alive. Casbah Hotel in the Gangerovsgata, Katrina said, before Harry had closed the door behind him. It's mostly embassies who use the hotel for employees before getting them longer-term accommodation. Pretty reasonable rates, small rooms. Why this hotel in particular? It's the only hotel which has these Q-tips delivered and is situated on the right side of town for the number 12 tram, Björn said. I rang. They haven't got any Stavnes, Yurtsen or Johansson registered in the guest book, but I faxed Beata's drawing. And? The receptionist said they've got someone like him, someone called Savitsky, who claimed he worked at the Belarusian embassy. He used to go to work wearing a suit, but now he started wearing training gear and riding a bike. Harry already had the receiver in his hand. Hogan, we need Delta. Right now. Chapter 33. So that's what you want me to do, Toole said, twirling the beer glass between his fingers. They were sitting in Kampen Bistro. Mikhail had said it was a very good place to eat. East Oslo chic, popular among those who count, the ones with more cultural capital than money, the in-crowd who had salaries low enough to maintain their student lifestyle without it seeming pathetic. Truls had lived in East Oslo all his life and had never heard of the place. And why should I? The suspension, Mikhail said, pouring the rest of the mineral water into his glass. I'll get it revoked. Oh? Truls regarded Mikhail with mistrust. Yes. Truls took a swig from his glass, ran the back of his hand across his mouth, although the foam had settled long ago. Took his time. If it's so easy, why didn't you do it before? Mikhail closed his eyes, inhaled. It's not so easy, but I want to do it. Because? Because I'm screwed unless you help me. Truls chuckled. Strange how quickly the tables turn. Eh, Mikhail? Mikhail Bellman glanced in both directions. The room was full, but he had chosen it because it wasn't somewhere frequented by police officers, and he shouldn't be seen with Truls. And he had a feeling Truls knew. But so what? What's it going to be? I can ask someone else. Truls guffawed. Can you hell? Mikhail scoured the room. He didn't want to tell Truls to keep his voice down, but in times gone by, Mikhail had largely been able to predict how Truls would react, had been able to coax him into doing what he wanted. There had been a change in him, There was something sinister, something evil and unpredictable about his childhood friend now. "I need an answer. It's urgent."
"Fine,"
Truls said, draining the glass.
"The suspension's fine. But I need one more thing."
"What's that?"
"A pair of Fuller's panties. Unwashed."
Mikhail stared at Truls. Was he drunk? Or was the ferocity in his moist eyes a permanent feature now? Truls laughed even louder and banged his glass down on the table. Some of those who count turned round. Mikhail started.
"I'll see what—" "I'm kidding you, Dick."
Mikhail gave a short laugh.
"Me too."
"Does that mean you will?"
"For Christ's sake, we've been pals since we were kids, haven't we?"
"Of course. You have no idea how grateful I am, Truls." Mikhail struggled to smile. Truls passed a hand across the table, placed it heavily on Mikhail's shoulder.
"Oh, yes, I have."
Too heavily, Mikhail thought. There was no reconnaissance, no examining the floor plan for exits or possible escapes, no circle of police cars blocking the roads at the point where the Delta all-terrain vehicles drove in. There was a short briefing as they went, with Sievert Falkite barking orders, and the heavily armed men at the back staying quiet, which meant they understood. It was a question of time, and even the world's best-laid plan would be useless if the bird had already flown. Harry, sitting at the back of the nine-seater and listening, knew they didn't have the world's second or even third best-laid plan. The first thing Falkite had asked Harry was if he thought Valentin would be armed. Harry had answered that a gun had been used to murder René Karsnes, and he thought Beata had been threatened with a gun. He looked at the men in front of him, police officers who had volunteered for armed operations. He knew what they were paid for the extra work, and it wasn't too much. And he also knew what taxpayers thought they could demand of Delta troops, and it was much too much. How many times had he heard people, with the benefit of hindsight, criticizing the Delta officers for not exposing themselves to greater danger, for not having a sixth sense to tell them what was going on behind a closed door, in a hijacked plane, on a forest-clad beach, and for not rushing in headlong. For a Delta officer with, on average, 4 missions a year, so approximately 100 in a career of 25 years, such a policy would have meant being killed on active duty. But the main point was still this. Being killed in the line of fire was the best way to ensure the failure of an operation and to expose other officers to danger.
"There's just one lift," Falkite barked. 2 and 3, you take it. 4, 5, and 6, you take the main stairs. 7 and 8, the fire escape. Ulla, you and I'll cover the area outside if he exits via a window."
"I haven't got a gun," Harry said.
"Here,"
Falkite said, passing him a Glock 17. Harry held it, felt the solid weight, the balance. He had never understood gun freaks, just as he had never understood car freaks or people who built houses to fit around their sound system. But he had never felt any real objection to holding a gun. Until last year. Harry thought back to the last time he had held a gun, to the Odessa in the cupboard. He dismissed the thought.
"We're here,"
Falkite said. They parked in a quiet street, by the gate to a luxurious-looking 4-story brick building, identical to all the other houses in the area. Harry knew that some of them were old money, some of the new ones wanted to look old, while others were embassies, ambassadors' residences, advertising bureaus, record companies, and smaller shipping lines. A discreet brass sign on the gatepost confirmed that they had come to the right address. Falkite held up his watch.
"Radio communication,"
he said. The officers said their numbers, the same as the one painted in white on their helmets, in turn, pulled down their balaclavas, tightened the belts on their MP5 machine guns.
"On the count of 1, we'll go in. 5, 4...
Harry wasn't sure if it was his own adrenaline or adrenaline from the other men, but there was a distinct smell and taste, bitter, salty, like caps fired from a toy gun. The doors opened, and Harry saw a wall of black backs running through the gate and then the 10 meters to the entrance, where they were swallowed up. Harry stepped out after them, adjusting his bulletproof vest. The skin beneath was already soaked with sweat. Falkite jumped down from the passenger seat after removing the keys from the ignition. Harry vaguely remembered an episode when the targets of a swoop had made their getaway in a police car with the keys left in. Harry passed the lock to Falkite. "Haven't got an up-to-date certificate." "Hereby issued on a provisional basis by me," Falkite said. "Emergency. Police regulations paragraph such and such." "Maybe." Harry loaded the gun and strode up the gravel as a young man with a crooked turkey neck came running out. His Adam's apple was going up and down as if he'd just eaten. Harry observed that the name on the lapel of his black jacket tallied with the name of the receptionist he had spoken to on the phone. The receptionist hadn't been able to say for certain if the guest was in his room or anywhere else in the hotel, but he had offered to check, which Harry had ordered him in the strictest terms not to do. He was to continue with his normal duties and act as if nothing had happened. Then neither he nor anyone else would be hurt. The sight of 7 men dressed in black and armed to the teeth had probably made it difficult to act as if nothing had happened. "I gave them the master key," the receptionist said in a pronounced East European accent. "They told me to get out and—" "Stand behind our vehicle," Falkite whispered, jerking his thumb behind him. Harry left them, walking with gun in hand around the building to the back, where a shadowy garden of apple trees extended down to the fence of the neighbouring property. An elderly man was sitting on the terrace reading the Daily Telegraph. He lowered his newspaper and peered over his glasses. Harry pointed to the yellow letters spelling Politi on his bulletproof vest, put a finger to his lips, acknowledged a brief nod, and concentrated on the 3rd-floor windows. The receptionist had told them where the alleged Belarusian's room was. It was at the end of the corridor, and the window looked out onto the back. Harry adjusted the earpiece and waited. After a few seconds it came, the dull, confined explosion of a shock grenade followed by the tinkle of glass. Harry knew that the air pressure itself wouldn't have much more effect than deafening those in the room, but the explosion, combined with the blinding flash and the men's assault, would paralyze even well-trained targets for the first 3 seconds. And those 3 seconds were all the Delta troops needed. Harry waited. Then a subdued voice came through his earpiece. Just what he expected. "Room 406 taken. No one here." It was what came after that made Harry swear out loud. "Looks like he's been here to pick up his stuff." Harry was standing, arms crossed, in the corridor outside room 406 as Katrina and Björn arrived. "Good shot. Hit the post?" Katrina asked. "Missed an open goal," Harry said, shaking his head. They followed him into the room. "He came straight here, grabbed all his stuff, and was gone." "All?" Björn queried. "All except for 2 used Q-tips and 2 tram tickets we found in the wastepaper basket, plus the stub of this ticket to a football match I have a feeling we won." "We?" Björn asked, looking around the bog-standard hotel room. "Do you mean Vålerenga?" "Norway versus Slovenia, it says." "We won," Björn said. "Riese scored in extra time." "Sick. How can you men remember things like that?" Katrina said, shaking her head. "I can't even remember if Brown won the league or were demoted last year." "I'm not like that," Björn objected. "I only remember it because it was heading for a draw, and then I was called out, and Riese—" "You remembered it anyway, Rain Man. Hey!" They turned to Harry, who was staring at the ticket. "Can you remember what it was for, Björn?" "Eh?" "The call-out." Björn Holmes scratched one sideburn. "Let's see, it was early in the evening." "Never mind," Harry said. "It was the murder of Erlend Venesla in Maridalen." "Was it?" "The same evening that Norway was playing at Ullevål Stadium. The date's here on the ticket, 7 o'clock. "Aha," Katrina said. Björn Holmes' face showed a pained expression. "Don't say that, Harry. Please don't say Valentin Yertsin was at the match. If he was there—" "He can't be the murderer," Katrina finished. "And we would very much like him to be, Harry. So please say something encouraging now." "Okay," Harry said. "Why wasn't this ticket in the basket with the Q-tips and the tram tickets? Why did he put it on the desk when he tidied everything else up? Placed it exactly where he knew we'd find it?" "He's left his alibi," Katrina said.
He left it for us so that we would stand here like we're doing now, Harry said, suddenly having doubts, unsure what to do. But this is only a stub. It doesn't prove he was there. On the contrary, it's pretty striking that not only was he at a football match in a stadium where fans don't tend to remember each other, but also that, inexplicably, he has saved the ticket. The ticket's got a seat number, Katrina said. Perhaps the people sitting next to him and behind him can remember who was there. Or if the seat was unoccupied. I can search for the seat number. Perhaps I'll do that, Harry said. But we've been through this before with alleged alibis in the theatre or the cinema. 3 or 4 days pass, and people don't remember a thing about their neighbours. You're right, Katrina said, resigned. Internationals, Björn said. What about them? Harry asked, heading for the bathroom, his flies already half undone. International matches are subject to FIFA rules and regulations, Björn said. Hooliganism. Of course, Harry shouted from behind the bathroom door. Well done, Björn. Then the door slammed. What? Katrina shouted. What are you on about? CCTV, Björn said. FIFA requires match organisers to film the spectators in case there are any disturbances. The ruling came in during the wave of hooliganism in the 1990s to help the police find the troublemakers and charge them. They film the stands throughout the match with high-definition cameras so that they can zoom in and identify every single face. And we've got the seating area, row and seat number of where Valentine sat. Didn't sit, Katrina shouted. He's not allowed to be on any bloody footage, all right? Or we'll be back to square one. They may, of course, have deleted the images, Björn said. There wasn't any trouble during the match, and I'm sure the Data Archiving Directive states how long they're allowed to keep the Data Archiving Directive. If the images are stored electronically, then all they have to do is press delete for the files to disappear. Trying to remove files permanently is like trying to remove dog shit from your trainers. Difficult. How do you think we find child porn on computers pervs have handed in voluntarily, thinking they've got rid of the lot? Believe me, I'll find Valentine Yurtsen if he was at the stadium that evening. What was the assumed time of death for Erlend Venesla? They heard the toilet flush. Between 7 and half 8, Björn said. In other words, right at the start of the game, after Henriksen equalised. Venesla must have heard the cheering up in Maridalen. It's not far from Ullevål, is it? The bathroom door opened, which means he could have made it to the match after the murder in Maridalen, Harry said, doing up the last button. Once he was in the stadium, he could have done something that people around him would remember. Alibi. Valentine was not at the match, Katrina said. But if he was, I'll watch the sodding video from start to finish and time him if he so much as lifts his bum off the seat. Alibi my arse. There was a silence hanging over the large, detached houses. The silence before the storm of Volvos and Audis returning home after working for Norway Limited, Truls Berntsen thought. He rang the bell and looked around. Nicely established garden. Well looked after. You probably had time to do that if you were a retired chief of police. The door opened. He looked older, the same sharp blue eyes, but the skin around his neck was a little looser, his back not quite as straight. He was simply not as impressive as Truls remembered him. Perhaps it was just the faded, casual clothes. Perhaps that's how it is when your job doesn't keep you on your toes anymore. Berentsen, Grim. Truls held up his ID in the certain knowledge that if the old boy really read Berntsen, he would think that was what he heard as well. Lies with backup. But the chief nodded without looking. I think I've seen you before. How can I help you, Berentsen? He gave no indication that he was going to invite Truls in, which was fine by Truls. No one could see them, and there was minimal background noise. It's about your son, Sondre. What about him? We're running an operation to catch Albanian pimps, and for that purpose we've been keeping an eye on movements in Quadraturen and taking pictures. We've identified a number of cars picking up prostitutes, and we're intending to bring the owners in for questioning. We'll offer them reduced sentences if we can act on information they give us about the pimps.
And one of the cars we photographed belongs to your son."
The chief of police raised his bushy eyebrows.
"What's that? Sandra? Impossible." "I thought so too, but I wanted to confer with you. If you think this must be some misunderstanding, that the woman he picks up is not even a prostitute, we'll shred the photo." "Sandra is happily married. I brought him up. He knows the difference between right and wrong, believe me." "Of course. I just wanted to be sure that this is how you see the matter as well." "My God, why would he buy—" The man in front of Truls was grimacing as if he had been chewing a rotten grape. "Sex in the street. The danger of infection. The children. No. Sounds like we agree there's no point in following this up. Even though we have reason to suspect that the woman is a prostitute, your son may have lent his car to someone else. We don't have a photo of the driver." "So you don't even have any proof?" "No, you'd better just forget this one." "Thank you. We'll do as you say." The chief of police nodded slowly while carefully studying Truls. "Berenson at Orgrim, did you say?" "Correct." "Thank you, Berenson. You officers are doing a good job." Truls beamed. "We do the best we can. Have a good day." "What was that you said again?" Katrina said, staring at the black screen in front of her. In the world outside the boiler room, where the air was thick with evaporating human being, it was afternoon. "I said there was a good chance the images of the crowd had been deleted because of the data archiving directive," Björn said. "And as you can see, I was right." "And what did I say?" "You said that files are like dog shit on trainers," Harry said. "Impossible to remove." "I didn't say impossible," Katrina said. The 4 members of the team sat around Katrina's computer. When Harry had rung Stoller and asked him to join them, Stoller had sounded relieved more than anything else. "I said it was difficult," Katrina said, "but as a rule, there's a mirror image of them somewhere, which a clever computer man will be able to find." "Or woman?" Stoller suggested. "Nope," Katrina said. "Women can't park, they don't remember football results, and they can't be bothered to learn the fiddly bits on computers. For that you need weird men with band T-shirts and minimal sex lives, and it's been like this ever since the Stone Age." "So you can't—" "I keep trying to explain that I'm not a computer specialist, Stoller. My search engines searched the files of the Norwegian Football Association, but all the recordings had been deleted, and I'm afraid that from here on in, I'm no use." "We could have saved ourselves a bit of time if you'd listened to me," Björn said. "So what do we do now?" "I don't mean I'm no use for anything," Katrina said, still addressing Stoller. "You see, I'm equipped with a few relative virtues, such as feminine charm, unfeminine get up and go, and no shame, which can give you an edge in Nerdland. The guy who showed me these search engines also got me in with an Indian IT man known as Sidecut. And an hour ago I rang Hyderabad and put him on the case. And here's the footage," Katrina said, pressing the return button. The screen lit up. They stared. "That's him," Stoller said. "He looks lonely." Valentin Yertsen, alias Paul Stavnes, was sitting in front of them with his arms crossed. He was watching the match without any visible interest. "God damn," Björn cursed under his breath. Harry asked Katrina to fast forward. She pressed a button, and the crowd around Valentin Yertsen began to move jerkily as the clock and the counter in the bottom right-hand corner raced forward. Only Valentin Yertsen sat still, like a lifeless statue amid a swarm of life. "Faster," Harry said. Katrina clicked again, and the same people became even more active, leaning forward and back, getting up, throwing their arms in the air, leaving, returning with a hot dog or a coffee. Then lots of empty blue seats shone back at them. 1-1 and half-time, Björn said. The stadium filled up again. Even more movement in the crowd. The clock in the corner was running, head shaking and obvious frustration. All of a sudden, arms in the air. For a couple of seconds, the image seemed to be frozen.
Then people jumped up from their seats at once, cheering, bouncing up and down, embracing each other. All except for one. "Raise a penalty in extra time," Björn said. It was over. People vacated their seats. Valentine sat, unmoving, until everyone left. Then he got up and was gone. "Suppose he doesn't like queuing," Björn said. The screen was black once more. "So," Harry said, "what have we seen?" "We've seen my patient watching a football match," Stoller said. "I imagine I have to say my ex-patient, providing he doesn't turn up for the next therapy session. Nevertheless, it was apparently an entertaining match for everyone apart from him. As I know his body language, I may say with some certainty that this did not interest him. Which of course prompts the question, why go to a football match then? And he didn't eat, go to the toilet, or get up from his seat during the whole game. Chapter 34. Aurora sat on the swing, looking at the sun filtering through the leaves of the pear trees. At least, Dad stubbornly maintained they were pear trees, but no one had ever seen any pears on them. Aurora was 12 years old and a bit too big for a swing, and a bit too big to believe everything her dad told her. She had come home from school, done her homework, and gone into the garden while Mum went to the shop. Dad wouldn't be home for dinner. He'd started working long days again. Even though he'd promised her and Mum that now he would come home like other dads, he wouldn't do police work in the evenings, just do his psychotherapy in his consulting room and then come home. But now he was working for the police after all. Neither Mum nor Dad had wanted to tell her exactly what it was he was doing. She found the song she was looking for on her iPod, Rihanna singing that if he wanted her, he should come and take a walk with her. Aurora stretched out her long legs to get more speed. The legs that had become so long, she had to fold them underneath her or hold them up high so they wouldn't drag along the ground under the swing. She would soon be as tall as her mother. She leaned her head back, felt the weight of her long, thick hair hanging from her scalp. So nice. Closed her eyes to the sun above the trees and the swing ropes, heard Rihanna singing, heard the low creak of the branch whenever the swing was at the lowest point. Heard another sound as well, the gate opening and footsteps on the gravel path. "Mummy," she called, not wanting to open her eyes, not wanting to move her face away from the sun, which was so wonderfully hot. But she didn't receive an answer, and remembered she hadn't heard a car pull up, hadn't heard the hectic growl of her mother's little blue dog kennel. She dragged her heels along the ground, slowing the swing down until it was stationary, her eyes still closed, not wanting to abandon the wonderful bubble of music, sun, and daydreams. She felt a shadow fall across her, and at once it was cold, like when a cloud passes in front of the sun on a chilly day. She opened her eyes and saw a figure standing over her, no more than a silhouette against the sky, with a halo round the head where the sun had been. And for a moment she blinked, confused by the thought that had struck her. That Jesus was back, that he was standing here, now. And it meant that Mum and Dad were wrong. God really did exist, and there was forgiveness for all our sins. "Hello, little girl," the voice said. "What's your name?" Jesus could speak Norwegian if push came to shove. "Aurora," she said, squeezing one eye shut to see his face better. No beard or long hair, anyway.
Is your father at home?
He's at work. I see. So you're on your own, are you, Aurora? Aurora was about to answer, but something stopped her. Quite what, she didn't know. Who are you? She said instead. Someone who needs to talk to your father. But you and I can talk. Since we're alone, I mean. Can't we? Aurora didn't answer. What kind of music are you listening to? The man asked, pointing to her iPod. Rihanna, Aurora said, pushing the swing back, not just to get out of the man's shadow, but to see him better. Oh, yes, the man said. I've got lots of her CDs at home. Would you like to borrow some? I listen to the songs I haven't got on Spotify, Aurora said, establishing that the man looked quite normal. At least there wasn't anything particularly Jesus-like about him. Oh, yes, Spotify, the man said, crouching down, not just to be at her height, but lower. It felt better. You can listen to all the music you like, then. Almost, Aurora said, but I've got the free Spotify, and there are lots of ads between the songs. And you don't like that? I don't like the talking. It messes up the atmosphere. Did you know there are records where they talk, and they're the best songs? No, Aurora said, tilting her head, wondering why the man spoke so softly. It didn't sound like it was his usual voice. It was the same voice that Amelia, her friend, used when she was asking Aurora for a favor, such as to borrow her favorite clothes. But Aurora didn't like lending them because it was such a messy arrangement. You never knew where your clothes were. You should listen to Pink Floyd. Who's that? The man looked round. We can go inside to the computer and I'll show you, while we're waiting for your dad. You can spell it for me, I'll remember. Best to show you. Then I can have a glass of water at the same time. Aurora looked at him. Now that he was sitting below her, she had the sun in her face again, but it didn't warm her any more. Strange. She leaned back on the swing. The man smiled. She saw something glint between his teeth, as if the tip of his tongue was there and gone again. Come on, he said, standing up. He held one of the ropes at head height. Aurora slipped off the swing and darted under his arm, started walking towards the house. She heard his footsteps behind her. The voice. You'll like it, Aurora. I promise. Gentle, like a priest administering confirmation. That was Dad's expression. Perhaps he was Jesus after all, but Jesus or not, she didn't want him in the house. Still, she kept walking. What would she say to Dad? That she had stopped someone he knew coming in for a glass of water? No, she couldn't do that. She walked more slowly to give herself time to think, to find an excuse for not letting him in. But she couldn't find one, and because she slowed down, he came closer and she could hear his breathing, heavy, as though the few steps he had walked from the swing had made him breathless. And there was a weird smell coming from his mouth that reminded her of nail varnish remover. 5 paces to the doorsteps. An excuse. 2 paces. The doorsteps. Come on. No. They were at the door. Aurora swallowed. I think it's locked, she said. We'll have to wait outside. Oh? The man said, gazing round from the top step, as though searching for Dad somewhere behind the hedges, or neighbours. She felt the heat from his arm as it stretched across her shoulder, grabbed the door handle and pushed it down. It opened. Well, hello, he said, and he was breathing faster now, and there was a light quiver to his voice. We were lucky there. Aurora faced the doorway, stared into the darkened hall. Just a glass of water, and this music with the talking that didn't have any interest for her. In the distance, there was the sound of a lawn-mower, angry, aggressive, insistent. She stepped inside. I have to she began, came to an abrupt halt, and at that moment felt his hand on her shoulder as though he had crossed a line, felt the heat of his hand where her shirt stopped and her skin started, felt her little heart pounding, heard another lawn-mower, which wasn't a lawn-mower, but an excitedly purring little engine. "Mummy!" Aurora shouted and squirmed out of the man's grip, dived past him, jumped down all 4 steps, landed in the gravel and raced off, shouting over her shoulder, "I have to help with the shopping." She ran to the gate, listened for footsteps coming after her, but the crunch of her trainers on the gravel was almost deafening. Then she was at the gate, tearing it open and watching her mother get out of her little blue car in front of the garage. "Hi, sweetheart," Mum said, looking at her with a quizzical smile. "That was quite a turn of speed." "There's someone here, asking for Dad," Aurora said, realizing the gravel path was longer than she thought. She was out of breath anyway. "He's on the steps." "Oh?" Mum said, passing her one of the bags from the rear seat, slamming the door, and walking with her daughter through the gate. No one was on the steps, but the front door was still open. "Has he gone inside?" Mum asked. "Don't know," Aurora said. They went into the house, but Aurora stayed in the hallway close to the open door. Chapter 35. "Tell me, have you got a life?" Arnold Folkestad looked up from his papers. Catching sight of the tall guy leaning against the door frame, he smiled. "No, I haven't either, Harry." "It's after 9 and you're still here?" Arnold chuckled and stacked his papers together. "I'm on my way home, anyway. You've just come, and how long are you going to stay?" "Not long." Harry took one long stride to the spindle-backed chair and sat down. "And I've got a woman I can be with at weekends." "Oh, yes. I've got an ex-wife I can avoid at weekends." "Have you? I didn't know that." "Ex-cohabitant, anyway." "Coffee? What happened?" "Run out of coffee. One of us had the terrible idea of thinking a marriage proposal was the next step. Things went downhill from there. I called it off after all the invitations had been sent out, and so she left. Couldn't live with it, she said. Best thing that's ever happened to me, Harry." Harry used his thumb and middle finger to clear his eyes. Arnold stood up and took his jacket from the hook on the wall. "Slow going in the boiler room?" "Well, we had a setback today. Valentin Yertsen." "Yes?" "We think he's the Soul Man, but he's not the one who's been murdering all the officers." "Are you sure?" "At least not on his own." "Could there be several?" "Katrina's suggestion. But the fact is that in 98.6% of sexually motivated murders, there's only one perpetrator." "So?" "She wouldn't give in. Pointed out that in all likelihood there were 2 men involved in the murder of the girl at Trivan." "Is that where the body was found scattered over several kilometers?" "Yep. She thought Valentin might have been working with someone to confuse the police. Taking turns to kill and thereby securing an alibi?" "Yes, and in fact that's been done before. 2 ex-cons, violent criminals in Michigan, got together sometime in the 60s. They made it look like classical serial killings by setting a pattern they followed every time. The murders were copies, like crimes both of them had committed before. They each had their own sick predilections and ended up attracting the attention of the FBI.
But when first one and then the other had watertight alibis for several of the murders, they were, naturally enough, eliminated from inquiries. Smart. So why don't you think something similar happened here? 98.6%. Isn't that thinking a bit rigid? It was thanks to your percentage of key witnesses dying of unnatural causes that I found out Asaev didn't die of natural ones. But you still haven't done anything about that case. No. But drop that one now, Arnold. This one's more urgent. Harry rested his head against the wall behind him, closed his eyes. We think along the same lines, you and I'm bloody knackered. So I came straight here to ask you to help me to think. Me? We're back to square one, Arnold, and your brain's got a couple of neurons mine obviously hasn't. Folkestad took off his jacket again, hung it neatly across the back of the chair, and sat down. Harry? Yes? You have no idea how good this feels. Harry pulled a wry smile. Good. Motive? Motive. Yes, that's square one. That's where we are. What could this murderer's motive be? I'll go and see if I can rustle up some coffee after all, Harry. Harry talked his way through the first cup and was well down the second before Arnold spoke up. I think the murder of René Kalsnes is important because it's an exception, because it doesn't fit in. That is to say, it does and it doesn't. It doesn't fit in with the original murders, the sex, sadism, and use of knives. It fits in with the police murders because of the violence to the head and face with a blunt object. Go on, Harry said, putting down the cup. I remember the Kalsnes murder well, Arnold said. I was in San Francisco on a course when it happened, staying at a hotel where everyone had the Gazette delivered to the door. The gay newspaper. They ran the story of this murder in Little Norway on the front page, calling it yet another hate crime against a homosexual man. The interesting bit was that none of the Norwegian papers I read later carried any suggestion of a hate crime. I wondered how this American paper could draw such a categorical and premature conclusion, so I read the whole article. The journalist wrote that the murder had all the classic features. The homosexual who exhibits his leanings so provocatively is picked up, driven to some out-of-the-way place where he is subjected to ritual-frenzied violence. The murderer has a gun, but it's not enough to shoot Kalsnes straight away. His face has to be obliterated first. He has to give vent to his homophobia by smashing the far too attractive, effeminate face, doesn't he? It's premeditated, it's planned, and it's a homo murder. That was the journalist's conclusion. And you know what, Harry? I don't think it's an unreasonable conclusion. If it's a homo murder, as you call it, it definitely doesn't fit in. There's nothing to suggest that any of the other murder victims were gay, neither the original ones nor the officers. Maybe not. But there is something interesting here. You said the Kalsnes case was the only one that linked all the murdered policemen, didn't you? With such a small circle of detectives, it's often the same people, Arnold, so that doesn't make it much of a coincidence. Nevertheless, I have a hunch it's important. You've got your head in the clouds now, Arnold. The red-bearded man sat up with an injured expression. Did I say something wrong? I have a hunch. I'll tell you when you've reached the point when your hunches are an argument. Because not many of us reach that point. Exactly. Go on, but keep your feet on the ground, okay? Okay. But might I perhaps be allowed to say that I have a hunch you agree with me? Maybe. Then I'll take a punt and suggest you employ all of your resources to find out who killed the homosexual officer. The worst that can happen is that you solve one case. The best is that you solve all the police murders as well. Harry finished his coffee and got up. Thank you, Arnold. Thank you.
Unlicensed policemen like me are happy just to be listened to, you know. Speaking of which, I met Celia Gravsing in reception earlier today. She was handing in her pass. She was something. Student rep. Yes. Whatever. She asked after you. I didn't say anything. Then she said you were a fake. Your boss had told her it wasn't true that you had 100% clear-up rate. Gustav Hansen, she said. Is that true? Sort of. Sort of. What does that mean? I investigated the case and never arrested anyone. How did she seem? Arnold Folkestad pinched one eye shut and looked at Harry as if he were aiming a weapon at him, searching his face. Who knows? She's an odd girl, Celia Gravsing. She invited me to do some shooting practice in Ökern. Just like that, out of the blue. And what did you answer? I blamed my poor eyesight and the shakes. I said, and it's true, I would have to have the target half a meter in front of me to be sure of hitting anything. She accepted that, but afterwards I wonder why she would go on a firing range when she no longer needed to pass the police firearms test. Well, Harry said, sometimes people just like shooting for shooting's sake. It's up to them, Arnold said, but she looked good, it has to be said. Harry watched his colleague hobble out of the door, mused, then found the number for the police chief in Nedre Eiker. Afterwards he sat chewing over what she'd said. It was true that Bertil Nielsen had not been part of the investigation into René Karlsness's death in the neighbouring municipality of Drammen. On the other hand, he had been on duty when they received the call telling him there was a car in the river near Eikershaga, and had turned out when it was unclear whose jurisdiction it was. She also told him the Drammen police and Kripos had read them the riot act because Nielsen had churned up the soft ground where they might otherwise have found good tire tracks. So, you might say, he had an indirect effect on the investigation. It was almost 10 o'clock, and the sun had long gone down behind the green hill to the west, when Ståle Aune parked his car in the garage and walked up the gravel path to his house. He noticed there was no light on in the kitchen or the living room. Nothing unusual about that. She often went to bed early. He could feel the weight of his body on his knee joints. Goodness, how tired he was. It had been a long day, but he had hoped she would still be up. Then they could have had a chat, and he would have calmed down. He had done as Harry had said and contacted a colleague, talked about the knife attack, about how he had been sure he would die. He'd done all that. Now it was time to sleep. To be allowed to sleep. He unlocked the door, saw Aurora's jacket hanging on the peg. Another new one. Heavens, how that child was growing. He kicked off his shoes, straightened up and listened to the silence in the house. He couldn't quite put his finger on what it was, but it seemed to him the house was quieter than usual. There was a sound missing, one which he obviously wasn't aware of when it was there. He went upstairs. Every step was a little slower, like an overloaded scooter going uphill. He would have to start getting fit, take off 10 kilos or thereabouts. It was good for your sleep, good for your well-being, good for long days at work, for your life expectancy, for your sex life, for your self-esteem. In a word, good. But he was damned if he was going to do it. He trudged past Aurora's bedroom. Stopped, hesitated, went back, opened the door. Just wanted to see her asleep, as he always used to. Soon it wouldn't be so natural to do that anymore. He could already feel she was more aware of certain things, private things. It wasn't that she minded being naked when he was around, but she didn't strut about quite so nonchalantly. And when he noticed it had stopped being natural for her, it also stopped being natural for him. But he still wanted to do this on the QT, watch his daughter sleeping peacefully, safe, protected from all the things he had experienced out there today. But he didn't. He would see her tomorrow at breakfast anyway. He sighed, closed the door, and went into the bathroom. Undressed and took his clothes into their bedroom, hung them over a chair, and was about to crawl into bed when he was struck by it again. The silence. What was it that was missing? The hum of a fridge? The whisper of a ventilation hatch, which they usually left open? He couldn't be bothered to give it any further thought, and snuggled down under the duvet. Saw Ingrid's hair sticking up. He wanted to touch her, just stroke her hair, down her back, feel that she was there. But she was such a light sleeper and hated being woken up, he knew that. He was about to close his eyes, then changed his mind. Ingrid? No answer. Ingrid? Silence. Chapter 36. The morning sun glinted off the rooftops, still wet after the short, intense burst of rain. Mikhail Bellman pressed the doorbell and looked around. Well-tended garden. That was probably how you made time pass when you were old. The door opened. Mikhail, how nice. He looked older, the same sharp blue eyes, but, well, older. Come in. Mikhail wiped his wet shoes on the doormat and stepped inside. There was a smell in the house he could remember from his childhood, but which he was unable to isolate and identify. They sat down in the living room. You're alone, Mikhail said. Wife's with the eldest. They needed a hand from Grandma, and she's a soft touch. He beamed. Actually, I thought I should get in contact with you. Now, the council hasn't reached a final decision, but we both know what they want, so it's probably wise to talk about how we do this. The division of labor and so on, I mean. Yes, Mikhail said. Perhaps you could brew up some coffee. Sorry? The bushy eyebrows were raised high up on the old man's forehead. If we're going to be sitting here for a while, a cup would be nice. The man studied Mikhail. Yes, of course. Come on, we can sit in the kitchen. Mikhail followed him, past a forest of family photographs on the table and cabinet. They reminded him of the barricades on the D-Day beaches, a futile bulwark against external attacks. The kitchen was a half-hearted nod to modernity, resembling a compromise between a daughter-in-law's insistence on the minimum you can demand of a kitchen and the owner's basic desire to change nothing more than a broken fridge. While the old man took a packet of coffee from a high-up cabinet with a frosted glass door, pulled off the elastic and measured it with a yellow spoon, Mikhail Bellman sat down, put his recording device on the table, and pressed play. Trulz's voice sounded metallic and thin. Even though we have reason to suspect that the woman is a prostitute, your son may have lent his car to someone else. We don't have a photo of the driver. The ex-chief of police's voice sounded more distant, but there was no background noise, so the words were easy to hear. So you don't even have any proof? No, you'd better just forget this one. Mikhail saw the coffee spill from the spoon as the old man recoiled and froze, as though someone had thrust a gun barrel in his back. Trulz's voice. Thank you. We'll do as you say. Berenson at Orgrim, did you say? Correct. Thank you, Berenson. You officers are doing a good job. Mikhail pressed stop. The ex-chief turned slowly. His face was pale. Ashen, Mikhail Bellman thought. An appropriate color for someone declared dead. The man's mouth twitched a few times. "What you're trying to say," Mikhail Bellman said, "is, what's this?" And the answer is, this is the ex-chief of police putting pressure on a public servant to prevent his son being subjected to the same investigation and legal action as any other citizen of this country. The old man's voice sounded like a desert wind. "He wasn't even there. I spoke to Sandra. His car has been in the garage since January because of a fire in the engine. He can't have been there." "Does that sting a little?" Mikhail said. "You didn't even need to save your son, and now the press and the council are going to hear how you tried to corrupt the policeman." "There is no photo of the car and this prostitute, is there?" "Not now, anyway. You ordered it to be shredded. And who knows, perhaps it was taken before January." Mikhail smiled. He didn't want to, but he couldn't help himself. The color returned to the man's cheeks, along with the bass tone in his voice. "You don't surely imagine you're going to get away with this, do you, Bellman?" "I don't know. I only know that the council won't want to have a demonstrably corrupt man as their chief of police."
"What do you want, Bellman?"
"You'd be better off asking yourself what you want. To live a life of peace and quiet with a reputation as a good, honest policeman? Yes? Then you'll see we're not very different, because that's exactly what I want. I want to perform my job as chief of police in peace and quiet. I want to solve the police murders without the bloody Councillor for Social Affairs interfering, and afterwards I want to enjoy a reputation as a good policeman. So how do we both achieve this?" Bellman waited until he was sure the old man had collected himself sufficiently to be able to follow all the details. "I want you to tell the council that you've immersed yourself in the case, and you're so impressed by the professional manner in which it's being handled that you can't see any point in stepping in and taking over. Quite the contrary, you think it would reduce the chances of a swift resolution, and you have to question the Social Affairs Councillor's assessment of this case. She should know that police work has to be methodical and avoid the pitfalls of short-term thinking, and it appears she has reacted in a knee-jerk fashion. We have all been under pressure as a result of this case, but it is a requirement of all political and professional leaders that they don't lose their heads in situations where they most need them. You therefore insist that the incumbent chief of police continue his work without any interference, as that strategy, from your perspective, has the greatest chance of success, and accordingly you withdraw your candidacy." Bellman took an envelope from his inside pocket and pushed it across the table. "That, in brief, is what is written in this personal letter to the chair of the city council. All you have to do is sign it and send it. As you can see, it even has a stamp. By the way, you can have this recording for keeps when I've received a satisfactory response from the council regarding their decision." Bellman nodded to the kettle. "How's it doing? Any chance of that coffee?" Harry took a swig of coffee and surveyed his town. The police HQ canteen was on the top floor and had a view of Ekeberg, the fjord, and the new part of town that was emerging in Bjørvika. First, though, he looked for the old landmarks. How often had he sat there in his lunch break, trying to see cases from other angles, with other eyes, with new and different perspectives, while the urge for a cigarette and alcohol tore at him, and he told himself he wasn't allowed to go onto the terrace for a cigarette until he had at least one new testable hypothesis. He had yearned for that, he thought. A hypothesis. One which wasn't just a figment of the imagination, but anchored in something that could be tested, responded to. He raised his coffee cup, put it down again. No more swigs until his brain had found something. A motive. They had been banging their heads against the wall for so long that perhaps it was time to start somewhere else. Somewhere where there was light. A chair scraped. Harry looked up. Björn Holm. He put his coffee down on the table without spilling it, removed his rasta hat, and rumpled his red hair. Harry watched him absent-mindedly. Did he do this to air his scalp, or to avoid the familiar hair-plastered-to-scalp look his generation feared, but which Oleg appeared to like? Fringe stuck to a sweaty forehead above a pair of horn-rimmed glasses. The well-read nerd, the web-wanker, the self-conscious urbanite who embraced the loser image, the fake outsider role. Was that what he looked like, the man they were after? Or was he a red-cheeked country boy in the big city, with light blue jeans, practical shoes, a haircut from the most convenient hairdressers, the type who cleaned the stairs when it was his turn, was polite and helpful, and no one had a bad word to say about him? Non-testable hypotheses. No swig of coffee. "Well?" Björn said, treating himself to a huge swig. "Well," Harry said. He had never asked Björn why a country boy would walk around wearing a reggae hat and not a Stetson. "I think we should take a closer look at René Kalsnes, and forget the motive, just look at the forensic facts. We have the bullet that he was killed with, 9mm, the world's most common caliber. Who would use it? Everyone. Absolutely everyone. Even we would. Did you know that in peacetime policemen are responsible for 4% of all murders worldwide? In the Third World, the figure is 9%, and that makes us the world's most lethal occupational group." "Wow," Björn said. "He's kidding," Katrina said. She pulled up a chair and placed a large cup of steaming tea on the table in front of her. "When people use statistics, in 72% of cases, they've made them up on the spur of the moment." Harry laughed. "Is that funny?" Björn asked. "It's a joke," Harry said. "How?" Björn said. "Ask her." Björn looked at Katrina. She smiled as she stirred her tea. "I don't get it," Björn said, glaring at Harry. "It proves the point. She made the 72% up herself, didn't she?" Björn shook his head, bemused. "Like a paradox," Harry said. "Like the Greek who says, 'All Greeks lie.'" "But it doesn't mean it isn't true," Katrina said. "The 72%, that is. So you think the murderer is a policeman, do you, Harry?" "I didn't say that." Harry smiled, folding his hands behind his head. "I just said—" He stopped, felt his hair standing on end. The good old hairs on the back of the neck. The hypothesis. He gazed down into his cup. He really felt like a swig now. "Police," he repeated, looked up and saw the other two staring at him. "René Kalsnes was killed by a policeman." "What?" Katrina said. "There's our hypothesis. The bullet was a 9mm used in Heckler & Koch service pistols. A police baton was found not far from the crime scene. It's also the only one of the original murders that has a common link with each of the police murders. Their faces were smashed in. Most of the original murders were sexually motivated, but this is a hate crime. Why do people hate?" "Now you're back to motive, Harry," Björn protested. "Quickly, why?" "Jealousy," Katrina said. "Revenge for being humiliated, rejected, jilted, ridiculed, having your wife, child, brother, sister, future prospects, pride taken from you." "Stop right there," Harry said. "Our hypothesis is that the murderer has some connection with the police. And with that as the basis, we have to dig up the Kalsnes case again and find out who killed him." "Fine," Katrina said. "But even if there are a couple of clues in it, it's still unclear to me why it's suddenly so obvious we're looking for a policeman." "If no one can give me a better hypothesis, 5, 4... Harry sent both of them a questioning stare. Björn groaned. "Let's not go there, Harry." "What?" "If the rest of the force hears we're conducting an investigation into our own, we'll have to put up with it," Harry said. "Right, now we're at rock bottom, and we have to start somewhere. At worst, we solve a cold case. At best, we find—" Katrina finished the sentence for him. "The person who killed Beata." Björn chewed his lower lip. Then he shrugged and nodded to say he was in. "Good," Harry said. "Katrina, you check the registers of guns that have been reported missing or stolen, and check if René had contact with anyone in the police. Björn, you go through the forensic evidence in the light of our hypothesis, see if it turns up anything new." Björn and Katrina got to their feet. Harry watched them walk through the canteen to the door, saw a table of officers working for the larger investigative unit, and the looks they exchanged. Someone said something, and they burst out laughing. Harry closed his eyes and listened to his senses, searching. What could it be? What was it that had happened? He asked himself the same question Katrina had asked. Why was it so obvious that it was a policeman they were after? Because there was something. He concentrated, blocked everything out, knowing it was like a dream. He had to hurry before it went. Slowly he sank inside himself, sank like a deep-sea diver without a torch, groping in the darkness of his subconscious. Caught something, could feel it. Something to do with Katrina's meta-joke. Meta, commenting on itself, proving a point. Was the murderer proving a point? It slipped through his fingers, and at that moment he was lifted up by his own buoyancy back to the light. He opened his eyes and sound returned. The clatter of plates, chatting, laughing. Shit. He had almost had it, but now it was too late. He only knew the joke was telling him something, had a catalytic effect on something deep inside him, which he wasn't able to grasp now, but which he just hoped would float to the surface of its own accord. Nevertheless, the reaction had given them something, a direction, a starting point, a testable hypothesis. Harry took a deep swig of coffee, got up and walked towards the terrace to have a cigarette. Björn Holm was handed 2 plastic boxes across the evidence room counter and signed the enclosed inventory. He took the boxes to Krimteknisk in Bryn and started on the box from the original murder. The first thing that made him wonder was the bullet found in René's head. It was fairly misshapen after passing through flesh, cartilage, and bone, which after all are fairly soft materials. The second was that the bullet hadn't gone green after years in this box. Age didn't leave particularly noticeable marks on lead, but he thought this bullet looked conspicuously new. He flicked through the crime scene photos of the dead man, stopped at a close-up showing the side of his face with the entry wound, where a broken cheekbone protruded. There was a black stain on the shiny white bone. He took out his magnifying glass. It looked like a cavity, like you get in a tooth, but you don't get black holes in cheekbones. An oil stain from the smashed car? A bit of rotten leaf or caked mud from the river? He took out the autopsy report, searched until he found it. A small amount of black paint stuck to the maxillaris, origin unknown. Paint on the cheek. Pathologists usually wrote no more than they could account for, preferably a little less. Björn flicked through the photos until he found the car. Red, so not car varnish. Björn shouted from where he was sitting, "Kim Erik!" 6 seconds later, a head appeared in the doorway. "Did you call?" "Yes, you were in the forensics team for the Mittet murder in Drammen, weren't you? Did you find any black paint?" "Paint?" "Something that might come off a blunt instrument if you hit out like this." Björn demonstrated by beating his fist up and down as if playing rock, paper, scissors. "The skin tears, the cheekbone cracks and sticks out, but you keep hitting the jagged end of bone with the blunt instrument, removing paint from whatever it is you're holding." "No." "Okay, thank you." Björn Holm took the lid off the second box, the one with the Mittet case material, but noticed the young forensics officer was still standing in the doorway. "Yes," Björn said without looking up. "It was navy blue." "What was?" "The paint. And it wasn't the cheekbone, it was the jawbone, the fracture. We analysed it. It was pretty standard paint, used on iron tools. Sticks well and prevents rust." "Any suggestions for what kind of tool it might have been?" Björn could see Kim Erik veritably swelling in the doorway. He had personally trained him, and now the master was asking the apprentice if he had any suggestions. "Impossible to say. It can be used on anything." "Okay, that's all. But I've got a suggestion." Björn could see his colleague was bursting to tell him. He was going to go a long way. "Out with it." "Car jack. All cars are supplied with a jack, but there wasn't a jack in the boot." Björn nodded, hardly had the heart to say it. The car was a VW Charan 2010 model, Chimeric. If you check it out, you'll find it's one of the few cars that doesn't come with a jack. Oh. The young man's face crumpled like a punctured beach ball. Thanks for your help, though, Chimeric. He would go a long way, all right. But in a few years, of course. Björn systematically went through the mitet box. There was another thing that set his mind whirring. He put the lid back on and walked to the office at the end of the corridor. Knocked at the open door. Blinked first, a little confused at the polished head, before realizing who it was sitting there. Roar Midtstuin, the oldest and most experienced forensics officer of them all. Once upon a time, Midtstuin had struggled with the idea of working for a boss who was not only younger but also a woman. But the situation had eased as he'd seen that Beata Löhn was one of the best things that had ever happened to their department. He had just returned to work after being off sick for some months, ever since his daughter had been killed in a collision. She was returning from top rope climbing a mountain face to the east of Oslo. Her bike had been found in a ditch. The driver still hadn't been found. How do, Midtstuin? How do, Holm? Midtstuin spun around in the swivel chair, shrugged, smiled, and tried to exude energy, but it wasn't there. Björn had barely recognized the bloated face when it reappeared for work. Apparently it was a normal side effect of antidepressants. Have police batons always been black? As forensics officers, they were used to somewhat bizarre questions about detail, so Midtstuin didn't even raise an eyebrow. They've definitely been dark. Midtstuin had grown up in Östra Toten, like Holm, but it was only when the two of them spoke that their childhood dialect resurfaced. But there was a period in the 90s when they were blue, I seem to remember. Bloody irritating, that is. What is? That we're always changing the colour, that we can't stick to one. First of all, patrol cars are black and white, then they're white with red and blue stripes, and now they're going to be white with black and yellow stripes. This fiddling about just weakens the brand, like the drum and cordon tape. What cordon tape? Chimeric was at the Mitet crime scene and found bits of police tape and thought it had to be from the old murder. We were both on the case, of course, but I always forget the name of that homo, René Kalsness. But young folk like Chimeric don't remember the police tape at that time was light blue and white. Midtstuin hastened to add, as though afraid he'd put his foot in it. But Chimeric is going to be good. I reckon so too. Good. Midtstuin's jaw muscles churned as he chewed. And we agree. Björn rang Katrina as soon as he was back in his office, asked her to drop by the police station on the first floor, scrape a bit of paint off one of their batons, and send it to Bryn with a message. Afterwards he sat thinking that he had automatically gone to the office at the end of the corridor, where he had always gone for advice. He had been so absorbed in his work that he had simply forgotten she wasn't there anymore, that the office had been taken over by Roar Midtstuin. And for a brief instant he thought he could understand Midtstuin, how the loss of another person could suck the marrow out of you and make it impossible to get anything done, make it meaningless even to get out of bed. He dismissed the thought, dismissed the sight of Midtstuin's round, bloated face, because they had something here. He could feel it. Harry, Katrina, and Björn sat on the roof of the opera house, looking across to the islands of Hovedøya and Gressholmen. It had been Harry's suggestion. He thought they needed fresh air. It was a warm, cloudy evening. The tourists had decamped ages ago, and they had the whole of the marble roof to themselves, even where it sloped down into Oslo Fjord, which glittered with lights from Ekeberg Ridge, Havnelageret, and the Denmark ferry docked at Vippetangen. I've gone through all the police murders again, Björn said, and tiny bits of paint were found on Vennesla and Nielsen, as well as on Mittag. It's standard paint used everywhere, also on police batons. Well done, Björn, Harry said. And then there were the remains of the cordon tape they found at the Mittag crime scene. It couldn't have been from the investigation of the Kalsness murder. They didn't use that kind of tape then. It was tape from the day before, Harry said.
The murderer rang Mitted and told him to come to what Mitted thinks is a police murder committed at the old crime scene. So when Mitted gets there and sees the police tape, he doesn't smell a rat. Perhaps the murderer is even wearing his uniform. Shit, Katrina said. I've spent the whole day cross-checking Kalsness with police employees and didn't find a thing. But I can see we're onto something here. Excited, she looked at Harry, who was lighting a cigarette. So what do we do now? Bjorn asked. Now, Harry said, we call in service pistols to see if they match our bullet. Which ones? All of them. They eyed Harry in silence. What do you mean by all? Katrina asked. All the service pistols in the police force, first in Oslo, then in Östland, and, if necessary, in the whole country. Another silence, as a gull screamed shrilly in the darkness above them. You're kidding, Bjorn tested. The cigarette bobbed up and down between Harry's lips as he answered. Nope. It ain't feasible. Forget it, Bjorn said. People think it takes 5 minutes to run a ballistics test because it looks like that on CSI. Even officers think that. The fact is that to check one gun is almost a day's work. All of them. In Oslo alone, that's... How many officers are there? 1,872, Katrina said. They gawped at her. She shrugged, read it in the annual report for Oslo Police District. They were still gawping at her. The TV doesn't work, and I couldn't sleep, okay? Anyway, Bjorn said, we haven't got the resources. It can't be done. The crucial thing is what you said just now, about even officers thinking it takes 5 minutes, Harry said, blowing cigarette smoke into the night sky. Oh? It's important they think an operation like this can be done. What happens when the murderer finds out his gun has to be checked? You crafty devil, Katrina said. Eh? Bjorn said. He'll report his gun missing or stolen as quick as a flash, Katrina said. And that's where we start looking, Harry said. But maybe he's one step ahead, so we'll start by making a list of all the service pistols that have been reported missing since the murder of Kalsness. One problem, Katrina said. Yup, Harry answered. Will the Chief of Police agree to put out an order which in practice points a finger of suspicion at all his officers? He'll imagine the papers having a field day. Harry drew a rectangle in the air with his thumb and forefinger. Police chief suspects own officers. Police top brass losing it. Doesn't sound very likely, Katrina said. Well, Harry said, say what you like about Bellman, but he's not stupid, and he knows which side his bread is buttered. If we can make a case for the murderer being a policeman, and sooner or later we catch him, whether Bellman's with us or not, he knows it will look really bad if the Chief of Police is seen to have delayed the whole investigation out of sheer cowardice. So what we have to explain to him is that investigating his own officers shows the world that the police will leave no stone unturned in their efforts, whatever corruption it reveals. It shows courage, leadership, mental agility, all good things. And you reckon you can persuade him with that? Katrina snorted. If my memory serves me correctly, Harry Hula is pretty high up on his hate list. Harry shook his head. I've put Gunnar Hagen on the case. And when will it happen? Bjorn asked. It's happening as we speak, Harry said, looking at the cigarette. It was almost down to the filter already. He felt an urge to throw it away, watch the sparks arcing. Chapter 37. The morning light filtered through the blinds over the surprisingly small windows in Oslo City Hall, where the chairman coughed the cough that meant the meeting had started. Around the table sat the 9 councillors, each with their own responsibility,
as well as the ex-chief of police, who had been summoned to give a brief account of how he would tackle the case of the murdered police officers, or the cop killer case, as the press was consistently referring to it. The formalities were dealt with in seconds, with brief minutes and nods of agreement, which the secretary acknowledged and noted. The chairman then moved on to the business of the day. The former chief of police looked up, caught an enthusiastic, encouraging nod from Isabel Skøyen, and began. "Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't take up much of the council's time today." He glanced over at Skøyen, who appeared to be less enthusiastic about this unpromising opening. "I've gone through the case as requested. I have examined the police's ongoing work and their progress, the leadership, the strategies that have been applied, and their execution. Or, to use Councillor Skøyen's words, the strategies that may have been applied, but have definitely not been executed." Isabel Skøyen's laughter was rich and self-indulgent, but somewhat curtailed, perhaps because she discovered she was the only person laughing. "I have employed all my skills, accumulated over many years as a police officer, and reached an unambiguous conclusion about what has to be done." He saw Skøyen nod. The glint in her eye reminded him of an animal, though which he couldn't say. Now, the solving of a single crime doesn't necessarily mean that the police are well managed, just as an unsolved crime is not necessarily down to poor management. And having seen what the present incumbents, and Michael Bellman in particular, have done, I can't see what I would have done differently. Or, to make the point even clearer, I don't think I could have done it as well. He noted that Skøyen's jaw had dropped, and, feeling to his surprise a certain sadistic pleasure, he continued. "The craft of criminal investigation is evolving, as is everything else in society. And from what I can see, Bellman and his staff are cognizant with and adept at utilizing new methods and technological advances in a way which I and my peers would probably not have managed. He enjoys the full confidence of his officers, he is an excellent motivator, and he has organized his work in a manner which colleagues in other Scandinavian countries say is exemplary. I don't know if Councillor Skøyen is aware, but Michael Bellman has just been asked to give a lecture at the Interpol conference in Lyon about criminal investigation and management with reference to this particular case. Skøyen suggested that Bellman was not up to the job, and it does have to be said that he is young to be a chief of police. But he is not only a man for the future, he is a man for the present. He is, in sum, exactly the man you need in this situation, Mr. Chairman, which makes me surplus to requirements. This is my unequivocal conclusion." The former chief of police straightened his back, shuffled the 2 sheets of notes he had been holding, and did up the top button of his jacket, a carefully selected, capacious tweed jacket favoured by pensioners, pushed back his chair with a scrape, as though he needed space to be able to stand up, saw that Skøyen's jaw had reached the nadir of its descent, and that she was staring at him in disbelief. He waited until he heard the chairman draw breath to say something, so that he could proceed to the final act, the finale, the coup de grâce. And if I may add, since this is also about the Council's competence and management of serious cases, such as the police murders, Mr. Chairman, the chair's bushy eyebrows, which usually arched high above smiling eyes, were now low and protruded like greyish-white awnings over an angry glare. The ex-chief waited for the chairman to nod. "I appreciate that, on this matter, the Council has been subject to immense personal pressure. After all, it is their area of responsibility, and the case has attracted huge media coverage. But when a city council cedes to pressure and acts in panic by attempting to cut off the head of its chief of police, the question is perhaps more, is the council up to its job? We, of course, understand that this may be an excessively demanding issue for a newly elected city council. It's unfortunate that a situation requiring experience and routine procedure should come so early in the council's period of office."
He saw the chairman recoil as he recognized the phrasing. It would have been better if this had landed on the desk of the previous city council, given its long years of experience and its many achievements. He could see from Skehan's suddenly pale face that she too recognized her own words about Bellman at the previous meeting, and he had to confess that it was indeed a long time since he'd had such fun. "I'm sure," he concluded, "that is what everyone in this room would have wished for, including the current council." "Thank you for being so clear and candid," the chairman said. "I assume this means you do not have any alternative plan of action?" The old man nodded. "I don't. But there's a man outside whom I have taken the liberty of summoning in my place. He'll give you what you've asked for." He stood up, gave a brief nod, and walked towards the door. He thought he could feel Isabel Skehan's glare burning holes in his tweed jacket somewhere between his shoulder blades. But it didn't matter. He had no plans she could thwart. And he knew that tonight what he would revel in most, over a glass of wine, would be the two small words he had woven into the text. They contained all the subtext the council needed. One was attempting, as in attempting to cut off the head of its chief of police. The other was current, as in the current council. Mikhail Bellman got up from his chair as the door opened. "Your turn," said the man in the tweed jacket, proceeding past him to the lift without gracing him with a glance. Bellman assumed he must have been mistaken when he thought he detected a tiny smile on the man's lips. Then he swallowed, took a deep breath, and entered the same room where not so long ago he had been butchered into little pieces. The long table was encircled by 9 faces, 8 of them oddly expectant, a bit like an audience at the start of the second act after a successful first. One was oddly pale, so pale that for a moment he hardly recognized her. The butcher. 14 minutes later he had finished. He had presented the plan to them, had explained that the police's patience had paid dividends. Their systematic work had led to a breakthrough in the investigation. The breakthrough was both pleasing and painful, because there was a chance that the guilty party might be someone from their own ranks. But they couldn't turn their backs on that. They had to show the public they were willing to look under every stone, whatever they might find there. Show that they were not cowards. He was prepared for a storm, but in such situations it was all about showing courage, genuine leadership, and mental agility, not just at Police HQ, but also at City Hall. He was ready to stand proudly at the helm, but he needed the council's confidence to take up arms. He had noticed that his language had become a little pompous at the end, more pompous than it had seemed when Gunnar Hagen had used it in his living room at home last night. But he knew that he definitely had a few of them on board. A couple of the women had even coloured up, especially when he hammered home the final point, which was that when all the service pistols in the whole country were checked against this bullet, like a prince with a shoe searching for his Cinderella, he would be the first to hand in his gun for ballistic examination. However, what counted now was not his way with women, but what the chairman thought. And he was rather more poker-faced. Truls Bernsen put the phone in his pocket and nodded to the Thai woman to bring him another cup of coffee. She smiled and was gone. Obliging, these Thais. Unlike the few Norwegians left serving at tables. They were lazy and moody and looked aggrieved at having to do an honest day's work. Not like the Thai family running this little restaurant in Torshof, who jumped into action if he so much as raised an eyebrow. And when he paid for a lousy spring roll or a coffee, they beamed from ear to ear and bowed, holding their palms together, as though he were the great white god who had descended from the skies. He had vaguely considered going to Thailand, but it wouldn't happen. He wanted to work again. Mikhail had just rung him and told him their ploy had worked. His suspension would soon be lifted. He hadn't wanted to specify exactly what he meant by soon. He had just repeated it. Soon. The coffee came and Truls took a sip. It wasn't particularly good, but he had reached the conclusion that he didn't really like what other people call good coffee. This was how it should taste, percolated in a well-used percolator. The coffee should have a hint of paper filters, plastic, and ancient toasted coffee bean grease. But probably that was why he was the only customer here. People drank their coffee elsewhere and came here later in the day to have a cheap meal or to buy a takeaway. The Thai woman went to sit at the corner table where the rest of her family looked over what he presumed was the bill. He listened to the buzz of their strange language. Didn't understand a word, but he liked it. Liked sitting near them, nodding back graciously when they sent him a smile, feeling he was part of this community. Was that why he came here? Truls rejected the idea, concentrated on the problem in hand again, the rest of what Mikhail had said. They had to hand in their service pistols. He had said they were going to be checked in connection with the police murders, and he himself, to show the summons applied to everyone, high and low, had handed in his gun for ballistic examination this morning. Truls would have to do the same as quickly as possible, he said, even though he was suspended. It had to be the bullet in René Kalsnes. They had worked out it had to be from a police gun. He wasn't too worried himself. Not only had he swapped the bullet, he had also reported the gun he had used missing, stolen. Of course, he had waited for a while, a whole year in fact, to be sure no one would link the weapon with Kalsnes' murder. Then he had wrenched open the door to his flat with a crowbar to make it look convincing and reported a burglary. He had listed loads of things that had been taken and got 40,000 off the insurance company, plus a new service pistol. It wasn't that was the problem. The problem was the bullet in the evidence box. It had... how did it go? It had seemed like a good idea at the time. But now, all of a sudden, he needed Mikhail Bellman. If he was suspended, he wouldn't be able to lift Truls' suspension. Anyway, too late to do anything about that now. Suspended. Truls grinned at the notion and raised his coffee cup to toast himself in the reflection from the sunglasses he had put on the table in front of him. Then realized he must have laughed out loud because the Thais were sending him strange looks. "I don't know if I can pick you up from the airport," Harry said, walking past the place where there should have been a park, but the council, in a collective aberration, had erected a prison-like sports stadium for an international event being arranged for this year, but otherwise not too much happened. He had to press the phone to his ear to hear her above the noise of rush-hour traffic. "I forbid you to pick me up," Raquel said. "You have more important things to do now. In fact, I was wondering whether I should stay here this weekend and give you a bit of space." "Space for what?" "Space to be Inspector Hula. It's sweet of you to pretend I wouldn't get under your feet, but we both know the state you get in when you're on a case." "I want you to be here." "But if you don't want, I want to be with you all the time, Harry. I want to sit on you so you can't go anywhere. That's what I want. But I don't think the Harry I want to spend my life with is at home right now." "I like you sitting on me, and I'm not going anywhere." "That's exactly the point. We're not going anywhere. We've got all the time in the world. Okay?" "Okay." "Fine." "Sure, because if it would make you happier if I nagged you a bit more, I would gladly do it." Her laughter. "Just that." "And Oleg?" She told him. He smiled a couple of times, laughed at least once. "I have to go now," Harry said, standing in front of the door to Schroeder's. "Okay. What sort of meeting is it, by the way?" "Raquel." "Yes, I know. I shouldn't ask. It's just so boring here." "Harry." "Yes?" "Do you love me?" "I love you." "I can hear traffic. So does that mean you're in a public place and you've said you love me out loud?" "Yes." "Did people turn their heads?" "I wasn't looking." "Would it
Chapter 38. "Thanks for coming at such short notice," Harry said. "I arrived half an hour ago," Celia said, nodding towards the empty glass in front of her. "Am I—" Harry started, looking at his watch. "Not at all. I just couldn't wait." "Harry?" He looked up. "Hi, Rita. Nothing today." The waitress left. "Busy?" Celia asked. She was sitting very straight in her chair, in a red dress with her arms crossed beneath her bosom, and a face that kept changing from pretty and doll-like to something else, something nigh on ugly. The only thing that was constant was the intensity of her gaze. Harry had a feeling that you ought to be able to see every little swing of mood or emotion in that gaze. He must have been blind, because all he could see was the intensity, nothing else, the desire for God knows what. Because it was not just about what she wanted, 1 night, 1 hour, a 10-minute rape-simulated fuck. It wasn't that simple. "I wanted to talk to you because you were on duty at the Rijkshospital. I've already spoken to the police about it." "About what?" "About Anton Mitted telling me something before he was killed. About arguing with someone or being in a relationship with someone at the hospital. But I told them this wasn't some isolated murder with a jealous husband. This was the cop killer. It all added up, didn't it? I've read a lot about serial killings, as you probably noticed during the lectures." "There aren't any lectures about serial killings, Celia. I was wondering if you saw anyone coming or going while you sat there. Someone or something that didn't tally with the routines that made you sit up. In brief, anything that shouldn't have been there." She smiled. Young, white teeth, 2 of them crooked. "That's from your lecture. Back arched more than necessary." "Well," Harry said. "You think the patient was killed and that Mitted was in on it, don't you?" She had angled her head, boosted her cleavage, and Harry wondered if she was acting, or she was really so sure of herself. Or if she was just a deeply disturbed person trying to imitate what she considered normal behavior, but kept getting it slightly wrong. "Yes, you do," she said. "And so you think Mitted was killed afterwards because he knew too much, and that the murderer disguised it as one of the police murders?" "No," Harry said. "If he'd been killed by people like that, his body would have been dumped in the sea with weights in the pockets. Please think carefully, Celia. Concentrate." She took a deep breath, and Harry avoided looking at her heaving chest. She tried to catch his eye, but he lowered his head and scratched his neck, waiting. "No, there was no one," she said at length. "Same routine all the time. A new anesthetic nurse came, but he stopped after 1 or 2 visits." "Okay," Harry said, putting his hand in his jacket pocket. "What about him on the left?" He placed a printout on the table in front of her. He had found the picture online, Google Images. It showed a young Truls Berntsen on the left of Mikael Bellman by Stovna police station. She studied the picture. "No, I never saw him at the hospital. But the one on the right—" "You saw him there?" Harry interrupted. No, I was just wondering if it was—" "Yes, it is. It's the chief of police," Harry said, wanting to take the picture back, but Celia placed her hand on his. "Harry?" He could feel the heat from her soft palm on his hand. Waiting. "I've seen them before. Together. What's the other man's name?"
"Truls Berntsen. Where?"
"They were together on the firing range in Ökern, not so long ago."
"Thank you," Harry said, pulling his hand away with the picture. "Then I don't want to take up any more of your time."
"As far as time goes, you've made sure I've got more than enough, Harry."
He didn't answer.
She sniggered, leaned forward. "You didn't ask me to come here just for that, did you?" The light from the little table lamp danced in her eyes. "Do you know what wild idea struck me, Harry? You had me kicked out of the college so that you could be with me without getting into any trouble with management. So why don't you tell me what you really want?"
"What I really want, Celia—"
"Shame your colleague turned up last time we met, right when we
used to ask you about the hospital."
"I live in Josephinusgata. But you've probably already Googled that. The last time was very wrong of me. I messed up. It takes 11 minutes and 23 seconds to walk. Exactly. I timed myself on the way here. Can't. I don't want to. Let's... She made as if to get up. I'm getting married this summer. She slumped back down on the chair, staring at him. You're getting married? Her voice was barely audible in the noisy room. Yes, Harry said. Her pupils contracted. Like a starfish someone had poked with a stick, Harry thought. To her, she whispered. To Raquel Fauca? That's her name, yes. But married or not, student or not, something happening between us is out of the question. So I apologize for the situation that arose. Getting married. She repeated it in a somnambulistic voice, staring right through him. Harry nodded and felt something vibrate against his chest. For an instant he thought it was his heart, then realized it was the phone in his jacket pocket. He took it out. Harry? Listened to the voice. Then he held the phone in front of him, looking at it as if there was something wrong with it. Repeat, he said, putting the phone to his ear. I said I found the gun, Björn Holm said. And yes, it's his. How many people know? No one. See how long you can keep it quiet. Harry broke the connection and dialed another number. I've got to go, he said to Celia, and shoved a banknote under her glass. Saw her painted mouth open, but stood up and left before she could say anything. By the time he was at the door, Katrina was on the phone. He repeated what Björn had told him. You're joking, she said, so why aren't you laughing? But this is just unbelievable. Probably why we don't believe it, Harry said. Find it. Find the mistake. And over the phone, he could hear the 10-legged insect already scrabbling across the keyboard. Aurora trudged to the bus stop with Amelia. It was getting dark, and it was the kind of weather where you think it's going to rain the whole time, and then it doesn't after all. And it kind of puts you in a bad mood, she thought. She said so to Amelia, who said, but Aurora noticed that she didn't understand. If it would only start, then it would be finished, wouldn't it? Aurora said. It's actually better if it rains, because then you don't dread it. I like rain, Amelia said. Me too, at least a little. But... She gave up. What happened at training? What do you mean, what happened? Anna shouted at you because you didn't cover the wing. I was a bit late, that's all. No, you stood stock still, staring up at the stand. Anna says defence is the key in handball, and cover is the key in defence, and that means cover is the key in handball. Anna says a load of rubbish, Aurora thought, though she didn't say it aloud, knowing Amelia wouldn't understand that either. Aurora had lost her concentration because she was sure she had seen him in the stand. He wasn't so difficult to spot because the only other people there were the boys' team, who were waiting impatiently for the hall to be cleared after the girls. But it had been him, she was almost certain, the man who had been in their garden, who had asked for Dad, who had wanted her to listen to a band whose name she had already forgotten, who wanted a glass of water. Then she must have stood still. The others had scored, and their coach, Anna, had stopped the game and shouted at her. And as usual, she was sorry. She had tried to fight it. She hated it when she got upset about such stupid things, but it was no use. Her eyes just filled with tears, which she wiped away with the sweatband around her wrist, wiped her forehead at the same time so that it would seem as if she was only drying sweat. And when Anna had finished and she had looked up again at the stand, he was gone. Exactly like before. Except that this time it had happened so quickly, she wondered if she had really seen him, or it was just something she had imagined. Oh, no, Amelia said, reading the bus timetable. The 149 won't be here for at least another 20 minutes. Mum's made pizza for us this evening. It'll be freezing cold now. What a shame, Aurora said, reading down further. She didn't particularly like pizza or sleepovers, but it was what everyone did now. Everyone had sleepovers with everyone. It was like a circle dance you had to join. That or you were off the map. And Aurora didn't want to be off the map. Not entirely, at any rate. "Emilia," she said, looking at her watch, "it says here the 131 will be along in a minute, and I've remembered I've left my toothbrush at home. The 131 goes past our house, so if I catch that one, I can cycle over afterwards." She could see Emilia didn't like the idea of standing here in the darkness, in the almost rain that would never be rain, to catch the bus home alone. And she probably already suspected that Aurora would find some excuse for not sleeping over after all. Emilia grunted, fiddling with her sports bag. "We won't wait for you with the pizza, though." Aurora saw the bus coming round the bend at the bottom of the hill, the 131. "And we can share a toothbrush," Emilia said. "After all, we're friends." "We are not friends," Aurora thought. "You are Emilia, friends with all the girls in the class. Emilia, who always wears the right clothes. Emilia, Norway's most popular name, who never falls out with anyone because you're so great and never criticize anyone, at least not when they're within earshot. Whereas I'm Aurora, who does what she has to do, but nothing more, to be with you all, because she doesn't have the courage to be alone, who all of you consider strange but smart enough and confident enough for you not to pick on her." "I'll be at your place before you," Aurora said. "I promise." Harry was sitting in the modest stand, head supported on his hands, looking at the track. There was rain in the air, it could pour down at any moment, and there was no roof on Valahovin. He had the whole ugly little stadium to himself. Knew he would have. Concerts here were few and far between now, and it was even longer to the ice skating season, when anyone who wanted could come and train. This was where he had sat watching Oleg taking his first tentative steps, and slowly but surely developing into a promising skater in his age category. He hoped he would soon see Oleg here again, so that he could time his circuits without him realizing, note his progress and plateaus, encourage him when things were sluggish, lie about the conditions and the state of his skates, and maintain a neutral tone when things were going well, not letting his internal jubilation come across. Be a kind of compressor to even out the peaks and troughs. Oleg needed that, otherwise his emotions would have free rein. Harry didn't know much about skates, but he did know a lot about this. Affective control, Stoller called it. How to console yourself. It was one of the most important features of a child's development, but not everyone developed it to the same degree. Stoller thought, for example, that Harry needed more affective control. He lacked the average person's ability to flee from what hurt, to forget, to focus his mind on nicer, lighter topics. He had used alcohol to cope with his job. Oleg's father was also an alcoholic, who drank his family fortune and life away in Moscow, Raquel had told him. Perhaps that was one of the reasons Harry felt such tenderness for the boy. They shared this lack of affective control. Harry heard footsteps on the concrete. Someone was coming through the darkness from the other side of the track. Harry took a full drag of the cigarette, so that the glow would show him where he was sitting. The man swung a leg over the fence and walked with light, agile strides up the stand's concrete steps. "Harry Hola," the man said, stopping 2 steps below. "Mikhail Bellman," Harry said. In the night, the white patches on Bellman's face seemed to light up. "2 things, Harry. This had better be important. My wife and I had planned a cozy evening together. And the second, stop that out. Cigarette smoke damages your health. Thank you for your concern. I was thinking about me, not you. Please put it out." Harry rubbed the end on the concrete and dropped it back into the packet while Bellman took a seat beside him. "Unusual place to meet, Hula?" "Only hangout I have, besides Schroeder's, and less populated. Too unpopulated, in my opinion. I wondered for a moment if you were the cop killer trying to lure me here. We still believe it's a policeman, do we?" "Absolutely," Harry said, already craving the cigarette. "We've matched the gun." "Already? That was damn quick. I didn't even know you'd started calling in, or we don't need to. The first gun matched." "What?" "Your gun, Bellman. It was fired, and the result matched the bullet in the Kausner's case." Bellman burst out laughing. The echo carried between the stands. "Is this some kind of joke, Harry?" "I'm afraid you'll have to tell me, Mikhail. To you I'm the chief of police, or Herr Bellman, Harry. and I don't have to tell you anything. What's going on?
That's what you'll have to...
Sorry. Is should better? You should tell me, Police Chief Bellman. Otherwise we'll have to, and I do mean have to here, summon you to an official interview. And I'm sure everyone would prefer to avoid that. Are we agreed? Get to the point, Harry. How could this have happened? I can see two possible explanations, Harry said. The first and more obvious one is that you shot René Kalsnes, Police Chief Bellman. Harry watched Mikhail Bellman's mouth moving as the light seemed to pulsate in the white patches, as though he were some kind of exotic deep-sea creature. You've got an alibi, Harry completed for him. Have I? When we got the result, I put Katrina Bratt on the case. You were in Paris the night René Kalsnes was shot. Was I? Your name was on the Air France passenger list from Oslo to Paris and in the guest book at the Golden Oriole Hotel the same night. Anyone you met who can confirm you were there? Mikhail Bellman blinked hard as if to see better. The northern lights in his skin went out. He nodded slowly. The Kalsnes case, yes. That was the day I went for a job interview with Interpol. I could definitely find a few witnesses from that trip. We even went out to a restaurant in the evening. So there's just the question of where your gun was on that date. At home, Mikhail Bellman said with total certainty. Locked up. The key was on the keyring I had with me. Can you prove that? Doubt it. You said there were two possible explanations here. Let me guess. The second is that the ballistics boys, most of them are girls now, have made a mistake, have mixed up the fatal bullet with one of mine, or something like that. No, the lead bullet in the box in the evidence room comes from your gun, Bellman. What do you mean? By what? By saying the bullet in the box in the evidence room and not the bullet found in Kalsnes' skull? Harry nodded. Now we're getting warm, Bellman. Getting warm how? The other possibility. The way I see it is that someone swapped the bullet in the evidence room with one from your gun. There is one thing about the bullet that doesn't add up. It's crushed in a way that suggests it hit something much harder than flesh and bone. Right. What do you think it hit, then? The steel sheet behind the paper target on the firing range in Oakern. What on earth would make you believe that? It's not so much what I believe as what I know, Bellman. I got the ballistics girls to go up there and run a test with your gun. And guess what? The test bullet looked identical to the one in the evidence box. And what made you think of the firing range precisely? Isn't it obvious? That's where police officers fire most of the shots that are not meant to hit people. Mikhail Bellman slowly shook his head. There's more. What is it? Well, Harry said, taking out his packet of Camel, holding it out to Bellman, who shook his head. I thought about how many burners I know in the police. And you know what? I could only think of one. Harry took the half-smoked cigarette, lit it, and took a long, rasping drag. Truls Berntsen, and as chance would have it, I've spoken to a witness who recently saw you practicing together on the range. The bullets drop into a container after they've hit the steel plate. It would be simple for someone to take a used bullet after you'd gone. Do you suspect that our mutual colleague, Truls Berntsen, planted false evidence to incriminate me, Harry? Don't you? Bellman looked as if he was about to say something, but changed his mind. He shrugged. I don't know what Berntsen's up to, Ulla, and to be honest, I don't think you do either. Well, I don't know how honest you are, but I do know the odd fact about Berntsen. And Berntsen knows the odd fact about you too, isn't that true? I have an inkling you're insinuating something, but I have no idea what, Ulla. Oh, yes, you do. But not much that can be proved, I would assume, so let's give it a miss. What I'd like to know is what Berntsen is after. Your job, Hula, is to investigate the police murders, not to take advantage of the situation to conduct a personal witch hunt against me or Truls Berntsen. Is that what I'm doing? It's no secret that you and I have had our differences, Harry. I suppose you see this as a chance to get your own back,
What about you and Björnson? Any differences there? You're the one who suspended him on suspicion of corruption. No, that was the appointments board, and that misunderstanding is about to be rectified. Oh? In fact, it was my mistake. The money that went into his account came from me. From you? He built the terrace on our house, and I paid him in cash, which he put into his account. But I wanted the money back because of faults in the construction. That's why he didn't declare the sum to the tax authorities. He didn't want to pay tax on money that wasn't his. I sent the information to the fraud squad yesterday. Faults in the construction. The concrete base is damp and smells. When the fraud squad picked up on the mysterious sum of money, Tulse was labouring under the misapprehension that it would put me in a tricky position if he said where he got the money from. Anyway, it's all sorted now. Bellman rolled up his jacket sleeve, and the dial of his Tag Heuer watch shone in the darkness. If there are no further questions about the bullet from my gun, I have other things to do, Harry. And I suppose you do too. Lectures have to be prepared, for example. Well, I'm spending all my time on this now. You used to spend all your time on this. Meaning? We have to make savings where we can, so I'm going to order, with immediate effect, that Hagen's alternative little group stops using consultants. Stoller, Auner, and me. That's half the group. 50% of staffing costs. I'm congratulating myself on the decision already. But as the group is barking up the wrong tree, I think I'll cancel the whole project. Have you got that much to fear, Bellman? You don't have to fear anything when you're the biggest animal in the jungle, Harry. And I am, after all, the chief of police. You certainly are. The chief. Bellman got up. I'm glad that's sunk in. And I know that when you begin to pull in trusted colleagues like Björnson, this is not an impartial investigation, but a personal vendetta stage-managed by a bitter, alcoholic former policeman. And as chief of police, it is my duty to protect the reputation of the force. So you know what I'll answer when I'm asked why we shelved the case of the Russian who got a corkscrew inserted around his carotid artery at Kamazua, don't you? I'll answer that we have to prioritize investigations and that the case is nowhere near shelved. It's just not a priority at this moment. And even if everyone with a toe in the police force knows the rumours about who was responsible for it, I will pretend I haven't heard them, because I'm the chief of police. Is that supposed to be a threat, Bellman? Do I need to threaten a PHS lecturer? Have a good evening, Harry. Harry watched Bellman sidle along the road down to the fence, buttoning up his jacket as he went. He knew he should keep his mouth shut. This was a card he had decided to hold back in case it was needed. But now he had been told to pack everything in. There was nothing left to lose. All or nothing. He waited until Bellman had one leg over the fence. Did you ever meet René Kalsnes, Bellman? Bellman froze mid-stretch. Katrina had run a cross-check on Bellman and Kalsnes without coming up with a single hit. And if they had so much as shared a restaurant bill, bought a cinema ticket online, had seats near each other on a plane or a train, she would have found it. But, well, he froze, stood with one leg on either side of the fence. Why such a stupid question, Harry? Harry took a drag on his cigarette. It was fairly well known that René Kalsnes sold sex to men whenever the opportunity arose. And you've watched gay porn online. Bellman hadn't moved. He had evidently committed himself. Harry couldn't see the expression on his face in the darkness, only the white patches shining in the same way his watch dial had. Kalsnes was known as a greedy cynic without a moral bone in his body, Harry said, studying the cigarette glow. Imagine a married man with significant social standing being blackmailed by someone like René. Perhaps he had some photos of them having sex. That would sound like a motive for murder, wouldn't it? But René might have talked about the married man, and afterwards someone might come forward and reveal that there was a motive. So the married man gets someone to commit the murder. Someone he knows very well, someone he already has a hold over, someone he trusts. The murder is committed while the married man has a perfect alibi, a meal in Paris, for example. But afterwards, the two childhood friends fall out. The hitman is suspended from his job, and the married man refuses to tidy up for him, even though, as the boss, he is actually in a position to do this. So the hitman takes a used bullet from the married man's gun and puts it in the evidence box, either out of sheer revenge or to pressurize the married man into giving him his job back. You see, it's not so easy for someone unfamiliar with the art of burning to have this bullet removed again. Did you know, by the way, that Truls Bjørnsen reported his service pistol missing a year after Karlsnes was shot? I found his name on a list I was given by Katrina Bratt a couple of hours ago. Harry inhaled, closed his eyes so that the glow would not affect his night vision. What do you say to that, Chief of Police? I say thank you, Harry. Thank you for concluding my deliberations on closing down the alternative group. It will be done first thing in the morning. Does that mean you're claiming you never met René Karlsnes? Don't try those questioning techniques on me, Harry. I brought them to Norway from Interpol. Anyone can stumble across gay pictures online. They're everywhere. And we have no need for groups of detectives who use that sort of thing as valid evidence in a serious investigation. You didn't stumble across it, Bellman. You paid for the films with your credit card and... Chapter 39. Harry found Øystein Eikeland's battered Mercedes in the taxi rank to the north of Oslo Central Station. The taxis were parked in a circle and looked like a wagon train forming a defensive ring against Apaches, tax authorities, competitors, and anyone else who came to take what they considered legally theirs. Harry took a seat in the front. Busy night? I haven't taken my foot off the gas for a second, Øystein said, carefully pinching his lips around a microscopic roll-up and blowing smoke at the mirror, where he could see the queue behind him growing. How often in the course of a night do you actually have a paying passenger in the car? Harry asked, taking out his packet of cigarettes. So few that I'm thinking about switching on the taximeter now. Hey, can't you read? Øystein pointed to the no-smoking sign on the glove compartment. I need some advice, Øystein. I say no. Don't get married. Nice woman, Raquel, but marriage is more trouble than fun. Listen to someone who's been around the block a few times. You've never been married, Øystein? That's exactly the point. His childhood pal bared yellow teeth in his lean face and tossed his head, lashing the headrest with his ultra-thin ponytail. Harry lit a cigarette. And to think I asked you to be my best man. The best man has to have his wits about him, Harry, and a wedding without getting smashed is as meaningless as tonic without gin. Okay, but I'm not asking you for marriage guidance. Spit it out, then. Eikeland's listening. The smoke stung Harry's throat. The mucous membranes were no longer used to 2 packs of cigarettes a day. He knew all too well that Øystein couldn't give him any advice on the case either. Not good advice, anyway. His homespun logic and principles had formed a lifestyle so dysfunctional that it could only tempt those with very specific interests. The pillars of the Eikelandian house were alcohol, bachelorhood, women from the lowest rung, an interesting intellectuality, which was unfortunately in decline, a certain pride, and a survival instinct which, despite everything, resulted in more taxi driving than drinking, and an ability to laugh in the face of life and the devil, which even Harry had to admire. Harry breathed in. I suspect an officer is behind all these police murders. Then bang him up, Øystein said, taking a flake of tobacco off the tip of his tongue. Then stopped suddenly. Did you say police murders? As in police murders? Yep. The problem is that if I arrest this man, he'll drag me down with him. How come? He can prove it was me who killed the Russian in Come As You Are. Erstein stared wide-eyed into the mirror. Did you snuff a Russian? So what do? Do I arrest the man and go down with him? In which case Raquel has no husband and Oleg no father? Quite agree. Quite agree with what? Quite agree that you should use them as a front. Very smart to have that kind of philanthropic pretext up your sleeve. You sleep a lot better then. I've always gone in for that. Do you remember when we were apple scrumping and I legged it and left Tresco to face the music? Of course, he couldn't run that fast with all the weight and the clogs. I told myself that Tresco needed a thrashing more than me to stiffen his spine, morally speaking, to point him in the right direction, because that was where he really wanted to go, privet hedge country, wasn't it? Well, I wanted to be a bandit, didn't I? What good was flogging to me for a few lousy apples? I'm not going to let other people take the rap here, Erstein. But what if this guy snuffs a few more cops, and you know you could have stopped him? That's the point, Harry said, blowing smoke at the no-smoking sign. Erstein stared at his pal. Don't do it, Harry. Don't do what? Don't... Erstein lowered the window on his side and flicked out what was left of the roll-up, 2 centimetres of spit-stained Rizzler paper. I don't want to hear about it. Just don't do it. Well, the most cowardly option is to do nothing. To tell myself I have no absolute proof, which is true, by the way. To turn a blind eye. But can a man live with that, Erstein? Certainly bloody can. But you're a bit of a weirdo in that regard, Harry. Can you live with it? Not normally. But, as I said, I have other considerations now. Can't other officers arrest him? He's going to use everything he knows about everyone in the force to negotiate himself a reduced punishment. He's worked as a burner and a detective, and he knows all the tricks in the book. On top of that, he'll be rescued by the chief of police. The two of them know too much about each other. Erstein took Harry's packet of cigarettes. Do you know what, Harry? Sounds to me like you've come here to get my blessing for murder. Does anyone else know what you're up to? Harry shook his head. Not even my team of detectives. Erstein took out a cigarette and lit it with his lighter. Harry. Yes? You're the fucking lonesomest guy I know. Harry looked at his watch. Midnight soon. Peered through the windscreen. Loneliest, I think the word is. No, lonesomest. It's your choice. And you're weird. Anyway, Harry said, opening the door, thanks for your advice. What advice? The door slammed. What fucking advice? Erstein shouted to the door and the hunched figure heading into the Oslo murk. And what about a taxi home, you stingy bastard? The house was dark and still. Harry sat on the sofa, staring at the cupboard. He hadn't said anything about his suspicions regarding Truls Berntsen. He had rung Björn and Katrina and said he'd had a brief conversation with Mikael Bellman, and that as the police chief had an alibi for the night of the murder, there had to be a mistake or the evidence had been planted, so they would keep quiet about the bullet in the evidence box matching Bellman's gun. Not a word about what they had discussed. Not a word about Truls Berntsen. Not a word about what had to be done. This was how it had to be. It was the kind of case where you had to be alone. The key was hidden on the CD shelf. Harry closed his eyes, tried to give himself a break, tried not to listen to the dialogue churning round and round in his head. But it was no good. The voices began to scream as soon as he relaxed. Truls Berntsen was crazy, they said. This was not an assumption, it was a fact. No sane person would embark on a killing spree targeting their own colleagues. It was not without parallels. You just had to look at all the incidents in America where someone who had been fired or humiliated in some other way returned to their place of work and shot their colleagues. Omar Thornton killed 8 of them at a distribution warehouse after being let go for stealing beer. Wesley Neil Higdon killed 5 after being told off by his boss. Jennifer San Marco fired 6 fatal shots into the heads of colleagues at the post office after she had been dismissed for, what else? Being insane. The difference here was the degree of planning involved and the ability to execute the plans. So how crazy was Truls Bernsen? Was he crazy enough for the police to reject his claims that Harry Hooler had killed someone in a bar? No, not if he had proof. Proof couldn't be declared insane. Truls Bernsen. Harry let his mind run. Everything fitted. But did the essential ingredient fit? The motive? What was it Mikael Bellman had said? If a woman fantasizes about rape, it doesn't mean she wants to be raped. If a man fantasizes about violence, it doesn't mean, for Christ's sake, stop it. But it wouldn't stop. It wouldn't give him any peace until he had solved the problem. And there were only two ways it could be solved. There was the old way, the one that every fiber of his body was screaming for now, a drink. The drink that multiplied, expunged, veiled, numbed. That was the provisional way, the bad way. The other was the final way, the necessary way, the one that eradicated the problem, the devil's alternative. Harry jumped to his feet. There was no alcohol in the house. There hadn't been since he moved in. He started pacing the floor, then stopped, eyed the old corner cupboard. It reminded him of something. A drinks cabinet he had once stood and stared at in just this way. What was holding him back? How many times before had he sold his soul for less reward than this? Perhaps that was precisely the point, that the other times it had been for small change, justified by moral indignation, while this time it was unclean. He wanted to save his own neck while he was at it. But he could hear it inside him now, whispering to him, "Take me out, use me in the way I should be used, and this time I'll finish the job off. I won't let a bulletproof vest fool me." It would take him half an hour to drive from here to Truls Bernsen's flat in Manglerud, with the arsenal in his bedroom that Harry had seen with his own eyes, weapons, handcuffs, gas mask, baton. So why was he putting it off? He knew what had to be done. But was he right? Did Truls Bernsen really kill René Kalsnes on Mikael Bellman's orders? There was no doubt Truls was off his trolley, but was Mikael Bellman as well? Or was it just a construct his brain had assembled with the pieces he had at his disposal, forcing them to fit because it wanted, needed, demanded a picture, any picture which would give, if not meaning, then an answer, a feeling that the dots were joined up? Harry took the phone from his pocket and selected A. 10 seconds went by before he heard a grunt. "Yeah. Hi, Arnold, it's me. Harry? Yes, are you at work? It's 1 in the morning, Harry. Like most normal people, I'm in bed. Sorry. Do you want to go back to sleep? Since you ask, yes. Okay, but now you're awake." He heard a groan at the other end. "I'm wondering about Mikael Bellman. You used to work at Kripos when he was there. Did you ever notice anything to suggest he might be sexually attracted to men?" There followed a long silence in which Harry listened to Arnold's regular breathing and a train rattling by. From the acoustics, Harry deduced that Arnold had a window open. You could hear more outside the bedroom than inside. He must have got used to the noise, and it didn't interfere with his sleep. And it suddenly struck him, not like a revelation, more like a stray thought, that this was perhaps how it was with the case. Perhaps it was the noises, the familiar noises they didn't hear, and which therefore didn't wake them, they should be listening to. "Have you fallen asleep, Arnold?" "Not at all. The idea is so new to me that I have to let it sink in first. So, in retrospect, putting everything in a different light, and even then I can't make... But it's obvious." "What's obvious?" "Well, it was Bellman and that dog of his with the boundless loyalty. Truls Bernsen, exactly. The two of..." Another pause, another train. "Well, Harry, I can't see them as a couple, if you know what I mean." "I see. Sorry to have woken you. Good night." "Good night. By the way, just a mo..." "There was a guy at Kripos. I'd forgotten all about it. But I went to the toilet once, and he and Bellman were over by the basins, both with very red faces, as though something had happened. You know what I mean? I remember the thought crossing my mind, but didn't take too much notice of it. But the guy left Kripos soon afterwards. What was his name? No idea. I can find out, but not now. Thanks, Arnold, and sleep well. Thanks. What's happening? Not a lot, Arnold, Harry said, rang off and slipped the phone into his pocket. Opened his other hand, stared at the CD shelf. The key was under W. Not a lot, he repeated. He took off his T-shirt on the way to the bathroom. He knew the bed linen was white, clean and cold, and the silence outside the open window would be total and the night air suitably crisp, and he wouldn't be able to sleep for a second. In bed he lay listening to the wind. It was whistling through the keyhole of a very old black corner cupboard. The duty officer on the switchboard received the message about a fire at 4:06 a.m. When she heard the fireman's agitated voice, she automatically assumed it had to be a major incident, one that might require the traffic to be redirected, personal possessions to be safeguarded, or casualties and fatalities to be dealt with. She was therefore a little surprised when the fireman said that smoke had triggered an alarm in a bar in Oslo, which had been closed for the night, and that the fire Chapter 40. Ståle Arna was woken at 6:28 by a ringing sound. For some reason, he thought at first it was the phone, before realizing it was his alarm clock. Must have been something in his dream. But since he didn't believe in interpreting dreams any more than he believed in psychotherapy, he made no attempt to trace his train of thought back. He brought his hand down hard on the clock and closed his eyes to enjoy the 2 minutes before a second alarm clock went off. As a rule, this was when he heard Aurora's bare feet hit the floor and make a sprint for the bathroom to get in first. Silence. Where's Aurora? She's got a sleepover at Emilia's, Ingrid mumbled in a thick voice. Ståle Arna got up, showered, shaved, had breakfast with his wife in companionable silence while she read the newspaper. Ståle had become pretty good at reading upside down. He skipped the police murders. No news there, only new speculation. Isn't she coming home before she goes to school? Ståle asked. She had her school things with her. Oh, right. Is it okay to have a sleepover when you have school the next day? No, it's bad for her. You should do something about it. She turned a page. Do you know what lack of sleep does to the brain, Ingrid? The Norwegian state funded 6 years of research for you to find out, Ståle, so I would regard it as a waste of my taxes if I also knew. Ståle had always felt a mixture of annoyance and admiration for Ingrid's ability to be, cognitively, so alert at such an early hour. She wiped the floor with him before 10. He didn't get a verbal jab in until closer to midday. Basically, he didn't have a hope of winning a round until about 6. He was musing about this as he was reversing the car out of the garage and driving to his consulting room in Sporveisgata. He didn't know if he could stand living with a woman who didn't give him a daily trouncing. And if he hadn't known so much about genetics, it would have been a mystery how the two of them could have produced such an endearing, sensitive child as Aurora. Then he forgot about her. The traffic was slow, but no slower than usual. The most important thing was the predictability of it, not the time it took. There was a meeting at the boiler room at 12, and there were 3 patients before that. He switched on the radio, listened to the news, and heard his phone ring at the same time, knowing instinctively there was a connection. It was Harry, We have to postpone the meeting. There's been another murder.
The girl they're talking about on the radio?
Yes, at least we're pretty sure it's a girl.
You don't know who it is?
No, no one's been reported missing.
How old is she?
Impossible to say, but from the size and shape of the body, I would guess somewhere between 10 and 14.
And you think this has something to do with our case?
Yes.
Why?
Because she was found on the site of an unsolved murder, a bar called Come As You Are, and because—
Harry cleared his throat.
She has a cycle lock around her neck attaching her to a pipe.
Sweet Jesus. He heard Harry cough again. Harry?
Yes.
Are you okay?
No.
Is there something wrong?
Yes.
Apart from the cycle lock, I appreciate it.
He doused her in alcohol before striking a match. The empty bottles are on the bar here. 3, all the same brand, even though there are many other bottles he could have taken.
It's—
Yes, Jim Beam.
Your brand. Stoller heard Harry shout at someone not to touch anything. Then he was back.
Do you want to come and see the crime scene?
I've got some patients. Afterwards, perhaps.
Okay, it's up to you. We'll be here for quite a while.
They rang off. Stoller tried to concentrate on driving. He could feel his breathing was laboured, his nostrils were flaring and his chest was heaving. Today, he knew, he was going to be an even worse therapist than usual. Harry went out of the door into the busy street where people, bicycles, cars and trams were hurrying past, blinked into the light after all the darkness, watched the meaningless hustle and bustle of life, which was unaware that a few metres behind him there was an equally meaningless death, sitting on a chair with a melted plastic seat, in the form of the blackened corpse of a girl. They had no idea who she was. Well, Harry had an idea, but he didn't dare to think it through. He took several deep breaths and thought it through anyway. Then he rang Katrina, whom he had sent back to the boiler room to sit by her computer.
Still no one reported missing? He asked.
No.
Okay, check which detectives have daughters aged between 8 and 16. Start with those on the Kalsness case. If there is anyone, ring them and ask if they've seen their daughter today. Tread warily.
Will do.
Harry broke the connection. Björn came out and stood beside him. His voice was low, soft, as if they were in church.
Harry?
Yes?
That's the worst thing I've ever seen.
Harry nodded. He was aware of some of the things Björn had seen, but knew this was true.
The person who did this—
Björn raised his hands, took a quick breath, sighed in desperation, and dropped his hands again.
He should be plugged with lead.
Harry clenched his fists in his jacket pockets, knowing this was true as well. He should be shot, using a bullet or 3 from an Odessa in a cupboard in Holman Colvine. Not now. He should have been shot last night, when a very cowardly ex-cop went to bed because he couldn't be the executioner as long as he didn't have his own motives clear. Was he doing it for the potential victims' sakes, for Rakel and Oleg's sakes, or just for his own? Well, the girl inside wouldn't be asking him about his motive. For her and for her parents, it was too late. Shit. He looked at his watch. Truls Bernsen knew Harry was after him now, and he would be ready. He had invited him, tempted him by committing the murder on this former crime scene, humiliated him by using the drunk's regular poison, Jim Beam, and the lock half the force had heard about. The great Harry Hula had been attached to a no-parking sign in Sporweisgata like a dog on a lead. Harry inhaled. He could throw in his cards, tell all about Gusto, Oleg, and the dead Russian, and afterwards raid Truls Bernsen's flat with Delta, and if Bernsen escaped, he could spread a net from Interpol to every rural police station in the country. Or— Harry went to pull out the creased packet of Camel, pushed it back down. He was sick of smoking. Or he could do precisely what the bastard wanted. It wasn't until the break after the second patient that Stoller completed his train of thought. Or trains, there were 2 of them. The first was that no one had reported the girl's disappearance. A girl aged from 10 to 14 years old. The parents should have missed her when she didn't turn up in the evening, should have reported her. The second was,
what connection the victim could possibly have to the police murders. So far, the murderer had only targeted detectives, and now perhaps the typical tendency of serial killers to step up their violence had reared its head. What more could you do to someone than kill them? Simple, kill their offspring, the child. So in that case the question was, whose turn was next? Obviously not Harry's. He didn't have any children. And that was when cold sweat, without warning or restraint, broke from all the pores of Ståle Auna's voluminous body. He grabbed the phone in the open drawer, found Aurora's name, and called. It rang 8 times before he went through to her voicemail. She didn't answer, of course. She was at school, and quite sensibly, they were not allowed to have their phones on. What was Amelia's surname? He had heard it often enough, but this was Ingrid's domain. He considered ringing, but decided not to worry her unnecessarily, and instead looked for school camp in his inbox. Sure enough, he found lots of emails from last year with the addresses of all the parents in Aurora's class. He scanned through them, hoping to find it, and erupted with an aha. He didn't have to wait long. Torun Einarsson. Emilia Einarsson. It was even easy to remember. And, best of all, the parents' telephone numbers were listed underneath. He noticed his fingers were trembling. It was hard to hit the right keys. He must have been drinking, or he hadn't had enough coffee. Torun Einarsson? Oh, hello. This is Ståle Auna, Aurora's father. I just wanted to know if everything was okay last night. Pause. Too long. With the sleepover, he added, and to be absolutely sure. With Amelia? Oh, I see. I'm afraid Aurora didn't come for a sleepover. I know they were chatting about it, but I must have misremembered, Ståle said, and could hear his voice was taut. Yes, it's not easy to keep track of who's having a sleepover with whom these days. Torun Einarsson laughed, but her voice was uneasy on his behalf, for the father, who didn't know where his daughter had spent the night. Ståle rang off. His shirt was already well on the way to becoming wet. He called Ingrid, got her voicemail, left a message for her to ring, then got up and dashed out of the door. The last patient, a middle-aged woman in therapy for reasons unfathomable to Ståle, looked up. I'm afraid I have to cancel today's session. He intended to say her name, but couldn't remember it until he was downstairs, out of the door and running down Spårvägsgatan to his car. Harry sensed he was squeezing the paper cup of coffee too hard as the covered stretcher was carried past them into the waiting ambulance. He scowled at the flock of rubbernecks thronging nearby. Katrina had phoned. Still no one had been reported missing, and no one in the investigation team on the Carstens case had a daughter between 8 and 16. So Harry had asked her to extend her search to the rest of the force. Björn came out of the bar. He pulled off the latex gloves and the hood of the white overall. Still no news from the DNA team? Harry asked. No. The first thing Harry did when he arrived at the crime scene was to have a tissue sample taken and sent urgently to forensics. A full DNA test took time, but getting the initial profile could happen quite quickly. And that was as much as they needed. All the murder investigators, plainclothes and forensics officers had registered their DNA profiles in case they contaminated a crime scene. Over the last year, they had also registered officers who arrived first at the scene or who guarded crime scenes, even civilians who it was thought might conceivably be there. It was a simple probability calculation. With only the first 3 or 4 digits out of 11, they would already have eliminated the most relevant police officers. With 5 or 6, all of them. That is, if he was correct, -1. Harry looked at his watch. He didn't know why, didn't know what they were trying to do, only knew they didn't have a lot of time. He didn't have a lot of time. Ståle Auna parked his car in front of the school gates and switched on the hazard lights. He heard the echo of his running feet resound between the buildings around the playground. The lonely sound of childhood, the sound of arriving late for lessons, or the sound of summer holidays when everyone had left town, of being abandoned. He tore open the heavy door, sprinted down the corridor, no echo now, just his own panting. That was the door to her classroom, wasn't it? Group or class? He knew so little about her everyday life. He hadn't seen much of her over the last 6 months. There was so much he wanted to know. He would spend so much time with her from now on, so long as... Harry looked around the bar. The lock on the back door was picked.
the officer behind him said. Harry nodded. He had seen the scratch marks around the lock. Lock-picking. Police handiwork. That was why the alarm hadn't gone off. Harry hadn't seen any signs of resistance. No objects had been knocked over. Nothing on the floor, no chairs or tables kicked out of a position it would be natural to leave them in overnight. The owner was being questioned. Harry had said he didn't need to meet him. He hadn't said he didn't want to meet him. He hadn't given any reason, such as not wanting to risk being recognized. Harry sat on a bar stool, reconstructing how he had sat there that night with an untouched glass of Jim Beam in front of him. The Russian had attacked from behind. He had tried to press the blade of the Siberian knife into his carotid artery. Harry's titanium prosthesis had been in the way. The owner had stood behind the bar, paralyzed with fear, as Harry had scrabbled for the corkscrew, the blood that had discolored the floor beneath them, as if a full bottle of red wine had been knocked over. "Nothing in the way of clues so far," Björn said. Harry nodded again. Of course not. Benson had had the place to himself. He was able to take his time, clear up after him before he wet her, doused her. The word came to him without his wanting it to. Marinated her. Then he had flicked the lighter. Graham Parsons' "she" sounded, and Björn lifted his phone to his ear. "Yes? A match. Hang on." He took out a pencil and his ever-present moleskin notebook. Harry suspected Björn liked the pattern of the cover so much he erased the notes when the book was full and used it again. "No record, no, but he's worked on murder investigations. Yes, I'm afraid we had a suspicion. And his name is—" Björn had put his notebook down on the bar counter, ready to write, but the pencil tip stopped. "What did you say the father's name was?" Harry could hear from his colleague's voice that something was wrong. Terribly wrong. As Tola Auna tore open the classroom door, the following thoughts whirled through his head. He had been a bad father. He wasn't sure if Aurora's class had their own room, and if they did, if it was still this room. It was 2 years since he had been here, during a school open day when all the classes had exhibited drawings, matchstick models, clay figures, and other nonsense that had left him unimpressed. A better father would have been impressed, of course. The voices went quiet, and the class turned in his direction. And in the silence, he scoured the young, soft-skinned faces, the unscarred, undefiled faces that had not lived as long as they would, faces that were yet to be formed, yet to assume character, and over the years stiffen into the mask which would become who they were inside, which he had become. His girl. His sweeping gaze found faces he had seen in class photos, at birthday parties, all too few handball games, last days of term. Some he could identify by name, most he couldn't. Continued searching for the one face, as her name was formed, grew like a sob in his throat. Aurora, Aurora, Aurora. Björn slipped the phone into his pocket, stood by the counter with his back to Harry, motionless, slowly shaking his head. Then he turned. His face looked as if it had been bled, pale, bloodless. "It's someone you know well," Harry said. Björn nodded slowly, like a sleepwalker, swallowed. "It just can't be possible." "Aurora!" The wall of faces gawped up at Stola Auna. Her name had crossed his lips like a sob, like a prayer. "Aurora!" he repeated. At the margins of his field of vision, he saw the teacher move towards him. "What isn't possible?" Harry asked. "His daughter," Björn said. "It just can't be possible." Stola's eyes were swimming with tears. He felt a hand on his shoulder. Then a figure rose, came towards him, the contours blurred like in a fairground mirror. Yet he thought the figure resembled
Chapter 41. It was a quiet morning in Vestre Cemetery. All that could be heard was the distant hum of traffic in Cirkedalsveien and the clatter of the trams conveying people to the city centre. "Roar Midstone, yes," Harry said, striding between the gravestones. "How many years has he actually been with you?" "No one knows," Björn said, struggling to keep up. "Since the dawn of time. And his daughter died in a car accident last summer. It's sick. It just can't be right. They've only got the first part of the DNA code. There's still a 10–15% chance it's someone else's DNA, perhaps someone—" He almost walked into Harry, who had come to a sudden halt. "Well," Harry said, sinking to his knees and sticking his fingers into the earth by the gravestone bearing Fia Mujtua's name. "That chance just plummeted to zero." He raised his hand and sprinkled freshly dug soil between his fingers. "He dug up the body, transported it to Come As You Are, and set fire to it." Harry heard the tears in his colleague's voice, avoided looking at him, left him in peace. Waited, closed his eyes, listened. A bird sang up, to human ears, meaningless song. The carefree, whistling wind nudged the clouds along. A metro train rattled westwards. Time went, but did it have anywhere to go any more? Harry opened his eyes again, coughed. "We'd better ask them to dig up the coffin and have this confirmed before we contact the father." "I'll do that." "Björn," Harry said, "this is better. This wasn't a young girl burned alive. Okay?" "Sorry. I'm just exhausted, and Raw was in a bad enough state before, so I—" He threw up his arms in desperation. "That's fine," Harry said, getting up. "Where are you going?" Harry looked to the north, to the road and the metro. The clouds were drifting towards him, a northerly. And there it was again, the sensation that he knew something he didn't know yet, something down there in the murky depths inside him, but it would not float to the surface. "I have to take care of something." "Where?" "Just something I've put off for too long." "Right. By the way, there was something I was wondering about." Harry glanced at his watch and nodded. "When you spoke to Bellman yesterday, what did he think could have happened to the bullet?" "He had no idea." "What about you? You usually have at least one hypothesis." I've got to be off. Harry." "Yes?" "Don't—" Björn gave a sheepish smile. "Don't do anything stupid." Katrina Bratt leaned back in her chair and looked at the screen. Björn Holm had just rung to say they had found the father, a Midstone who had investigated the murder of Karlsnes, but the reason they hadn't found him among the police officers with young daughters was that his daughter was already dead. And as that meant Katrina was temporarily unemployed, she had looked at her search history from the day before. They hadn't had any hits for Mikael Bellman and René Karlsnes. When she had looked for a list of people most frequently connected with Mikael Bellman, 3 names stood out. First was Ulla Bellman. Then came Truls Berntsen. And, in third place, Isabel Skøyen. It was no surprise that his wife came first, nor was it strange that the Councillor for Social Affairs, his superior, should come third. But she was taken aback by Truls Berntsen, for the simple reason that there was an internal note directed from Fraud Squad to the police chief, written right there in Police HQ. There was a cash sum that Truls Berntsen refused to account for, and they'd asked for permission to start an investigation into possible corruption. She couldn't find an answer, so she supposed that Bellman must have given a verbal response. What she found strange was that the chief of police and an apparently corrupt policeman had rung and exchanged texts so often, used credit cards at the same places and at the same times, travelled at the same time by plane and train, checked into the same hotel on the same date, and had been in the same firing range.
When Harriet told her to run a thorough check on Bellman, she discovered that Bellman had been watching gay porn online. Could Truls Berntsen be his lover? Katrina sat looking at the screen. So what? It didn't have to mean anything. She knew Harry had met Bellman the previous night in Vallehovin and confronted him with the discovery of his bullet. And before leaving, Harry had mumbled something about a feeling he knew who had switched the bullet in the evidence room. To her inquiry, Harry had only answered, "The Shadow." Katrina widened her search to include more of the past. She read through the results. Bellman and Berntsen were inseparable throughout their careers, which had clearly started at Stovner police station after they had left police college. She got up a list of other employees during that period. Her eyes ran down the screen, stopped at one name, dialed a number starting with 55. "And high time too, Fröken Bratt," the voice sang, and she felt so liberated to hear genuine Bergen dialect again. "You were supposed to have been here for a physical examination some time ago." Dr. Hans, thank you very much. Please be so kind as to remove your top, Bratt. Pack it in," she warned him, with a smile on her lips. "May I ask you not to confuse medical expertise with unwanted sexual attentions in the workplace, Bratt? Someone told me you were back on the beat." "Yep. And where are you at this minute?" "In Oslo. By the way, I can see from a list here that you worked at Stovner police station at the same time as Mikael Bellman and Truls Berntsen." "That was straight after police college, and only because of a woman, Bratt. The nightmare with the knockers. Have I told you about her? Probably. But when it was all over with her, it was over with Oslo as well." He burst into song. "Vestland, Vestland, über alles, Hans." When you worked with, no one worked with those two boys, Katrina. You either worked for them or you worked against them. Truls Berntsen has been suspended, and high time too. He's beaten someone up again, I assume? Beaten up? Did he beat up prisoners? Worse than that, he beat up police officers. Katrina felt the hairs on her arms stand on end. Oh? Who did he beat up? Everyone who tried it on with Bellman's wife. Beavis Berntsen was head over heels in love with them both. What did he use? What do you mean? When he beat them up? How should I know? Something hard, I suppose. At least it looked like that when that young Nordlander was stupid enough to dance too close to Fru Bellman at the Christmas dinner. Which Nordlander? His name was... let me see, something beginning with R. Yes, Runar. It was Runar. Runar... let me see now. Runar... Come on, Katrina thought, as her fingers automatically scampered across the keyboard. Sorry, Katrina, it's a long time ago. Perhaps if you take off your top? Tempting, Katrina said, but I found it without your help. There was only one Runar at Stovner at that time. By Hans. Wait, a little mammogram doesn't have to run sicko. She rang off, pressed enter, let the search engine work while she stared at the surname. There was something familiar about it. Where had she heard it? She closed her eyes, mumbling the name to herself. It was so unusual, it couldn't be chance. She opened her eyes. The result was in. There was a lot. Enough. Medical records, admission to hospital for drug addiction, the correspondence between the head of a detox clinic in Oslo and the police chief. Pure, innocent blue eyes looking at her. She suddenly knew where she had seen them before. Harry let himself into the house and strode over to the CD shelf without removing his shoes, stuck his fingers between Waits's Bad as Me and A Pagan Place, which he had placed first in the line of the Waterboys CDs, though not without some agonizing, as strictly speaking, it was a remastered version from 2002. It was the safest place in the house. Neither Raquel nor Oleg had ever voluntarily selected a CD featuring Tom Waits or Mike Scott. He coaxed out the key. Brass, small and hollow, weighing almost nothing. And yet it felt so heavy
that his hand seemed to be drawn towards the floor as he went over to the corner cupboard. He inserted it in the keyhole and turned. Waited, knowing there was no way back after he had opened it. The promise would be broken. He had to use his strength to pull open the swollen cupboard door. He knew it was only old wood being released by the frame, but it sounded as though a deep sigh came from inside the darkness, as though it realized it was free at last, free to inflict hell on earth. It smelt of metal and oil. He inhaled, felt as if he was sticking his hand into a den of snakes. His fingers groped before finding the cold, scaly skin of steel. He grabbed the reptile's head and lifted it out. It was an ugly weapon, fascinatingly ugly. Soviet-Russian engineering at its most brutally effective, it could take as much of a beating as a Kalashnikov. Harry weighed the gun in his hand. He knew it was heavy, and yet it felt light. Light, now that the decision had been taken. He breathed out. The demon was free. "Hi," Stoller said, closing the boiler room door behind him. "Are you alone?" "Yeah," Björn said from his chair, staring at the phone. Stoller sat down on a chair. "Where?" Harry had to sort something out. Katrina was gone when I arrived. "You look as if you've had a tough day." Björn smiled wanly. "You too, Dr. Rauner." Stoller ran a hand across his pate. "Well, I've just entered a classroom, embraced my daughter, and sobbed, with the whole class watching. Aurora claims it was an experience that will mark her for life. I tried to explain to her that, fortunately, most children are born with enough strength to bear the burden that is their parents' love, and that from a Darwinian point of view, she should therefore be able to survive this as well. All because she had a sleepover with Emilia, and there are 2 Emilias in the class. I rang the mother of the wrong Emilia." "Did you get the message that we've postponed the meeting for today? The body has been found, of a girl." "Yes, I know. It was grim, by all accounts." Björn nodded slowly, pointed to the phone. "I have to ring the father now." "You're dreading it, of course." "Of course. You're wondering why the father has to be punished in this way? Why he has to lose her twice? Why once isn't enough? That sort of thing. The answer is because the murderer sees himself as the divine avenger, Björn." "Oh, yeah," Björn said, sending the psychologist a vacant look. "Do you know your Bible? God is jealous, and the Lord revengeth. The Lord revengeth, and is furious. The Lord will take vengeance on his adversaries, and he reserveth wrath for his enemies. You get the gist anyway, don't you? I'm a simple boy from Östertorten who scraped through confirmation, and that's why I'm here now." Stoller leaned forward in his chair. "The murderer is an avenger, and Harry's right. He kills out of love, not out of hatred, profit, or sadistic enjoyment. Someone has taken something from him that he loved, and now he's taking from the victims what they loved most. It could be their lives, or something they value more, their children." Björn nodded. Raw Mitch-Stewart would have happily given his life to save his daughter. "So what we have to look for is someone who's lost something they loved. An avenger out of love. Because that," Stoller Arnott clenched his right hand, "because that's the only motive that's strong enough here, Björn. Do you understand?" Björn nodded. "I think so. But I reckon I'll have to call Mitch-Stewart now." "I'll leave you in peace, then." Björn waited until Stoller had gone, then he dialed the number he had been looking at for so long it felt as if it had been stamped on his retina. He took deep breaths as he counted the rings, wondering how many times he should let it ring before putting the receiver down. Then all of a sudden he heard his colleague's voice. "Björn, is that you?" "Yes. You've got my number saved, then?" "Yes, of course." "I see. Right. I'm afraid there's something I have to tell you. Pause. Björn swallowed. It's about your daughter. Katrina Brad gave up looking for somewhere to park. It had been easier finding the telephone number and address online. But after ringing 4 times and getting neither an answer nor an answer phone, she had requisitioned a car and driven to Industrigata in Majorstuen, a one-way street with a greengrocer's, a couple of galleries, at least one restaurant, a picture-framing workshop, but, well, no free parking spaces. Katrina made a decision, drove up onto the pavement, killed the engine, put a note on the windscreen saying she was a police officer, which she knew meant sod all to traffic wardens, who, according to Harry, were all that stood between civilization and total chaos. She walked back the way she had come, towards Bogstadvejen's stylish shopping hysteria. Stopped outside a block of flats in Josephinusgata, where once or twice during her studies at police college she had ended up for a late-night coffee. So-called late-night coffee. Alleged late-night coffee. Not that she'd minded. Oslo Police District had owned the block and rented out rooms to students at the college. Katrina found the name she was searching for on the panel of doorbells, pressed and waited while contemplating the simple 4-story facade. Pressed again, waited. No one at home? She turned, automatic smile. Guessed the man was in his 40s, perhaps a well-kept 50-year-old. Tall, still with hair, flannel shirt, Levi's 501s. I'm the caretaker. And I'm Detective Katrina Bratt, Crime Squad. I'm looking for Celia Grafsing. He studied the ID card she held out and shamelessly examined her from top to toe. Celia Grafsing, yes, the caretaker said. Apparently she's left PHS, so she won't be here for much longer. But she's still here. Yes, she is. Room 412. Can I pass on a message? Please, ask her to ring this number. I want to talk to her about Runar Grafsing, her brother. Has he done something wrong? Hardly. He's sectioned and always sits in the middle of the room because he thinks the walls are people who want to beat him to death. Oh, dear. Katrina took out her notebook and wrote her name and number. You can tell her it's about the police murders. Yes, she seems to be obsessed by them. Katrina stopped writing. What do you mean? She uses them like wallpaper. Newspaper cuttings about dead policemen, I mean. Not that it's any of my business. Students can put up what they like, but that's a bit creepy, isn't it? Katrina looked at him. What did you say your name was? Leif Rudbeck. Listen, Leif, do you think I could have a peek at her room? I'd like to see the cuttings. Why's that? Can I? No problem. Just show me the search warrant. I'm afraid I don't. I was kidding. He grinned. Come with me. A minute later, they were in the lift on their way to the 3rd floor. The rental agreement says I can go into the rooms as long as I've given advance warning. Right now, we're checking all the electric radiators for accumulated dust. One of them caught fire last week, and we tried to give her advance warning before we entered, but Celia didn't answer the intercom. Sound all right to you, Detective Bratt? Another grin. Wolfish grin, Katrina thought. Not without charm. If he'd taken the liberty of using her Christian name at the end of the sentence, it would, of course, have been over, but he did have a certain lilt. Her gaze sought his ring finger. The smooth gold was matte. The lift doors opened, and she followed him down the narrow corridor until he stopped in front of one of the blue doors. He knocked and waited. Knocked again. Waited. "Let's go in," he said, turning the key in the lock. "You've been very helpful, Redbeck." "Leif, and it's a pleasure to be able to help. It's not every day I run into such a—" He opened the door for her, but stood in such a way that if she wanted to go in, she would have to squeeze past him. She sent him an admonitory glance. "Serious case," he said with laughter dancing in his eyes, and stepped to the side. Katrina went in. The rooms hadn't changed a lot. There was still a kitchenette and the bathroom door at one end and a curtain at the other, behind which Katrina remembered there was a bed. But the first thing that struck her was that she had entered a girl's room, and it couldn't be a very mature girl living here. Celia Gravesing must long for something in the past. The sofa in the corner was covered with a motley collection of teddy bears, dolls, and various cuddly toys. Her clothes, strewn across the table and chairs, were brightly coloured, predominantly pink. On the walls there were pictures, a human menagerie of fashion victims. Katrina guessed they were from boy bands or the Disney Channel. The second thing to strike her was the black and white newspaper cuttings between the lurid glamour shots. She walked round the room, but was drawn to the wall above the iMac on the desk. Katrina went closer, although she had already recognized most of the cuttings. They had the same ones on the wall of the boiler room. The cuttings were fastened with drawing pins and bore no other notes than the date written in biro. She rejected her first thought and instead tested a second, that it was not so strange for a PHS student to be fascinated by such a high-profile, ongoing murder case. Beside the keyboard lay the newspapers the cuttings had been taken from, and between the papers a postcard with a picture of a North Norwegian mountain peak she recognized, Svolvargata in Lofoten. She picked up the card and turned it over, but there wasn't a stamp or an address or signature. She had already put the card down when her brain told her what her eyes had registered where they had automatically searched for a signature. A word in block capitals where the writing had finished. Politi. She picked up the card again, holding it by the edges this time, and read it from the start. They think the officers have been killed because someone hates them. They still haven't understood that it's the other way round, that they were killed by someone who loves the police and the police's sacred duty, catching and punishing anarchists, nihilists, atheists, the faithless and the creedless, all the destructive forces. They don't know that what they're hunting is an apostle of righteousness, someone who has to punish not only vandals, but also those who betray their responsibilities, those who out of laziness and indifference do not live up to the standard, those who do not deserve to be called politi. "Do you know what, Leif?" Katrina said without moving her eyes from the microscopic, neat, almost childish letters written in blue ink. "I really wish I had a search warrant." "Oh? I'll get one, but you know how it is with these things. They can take time, and by then what I'm curious about may have disappeared." Katrina looked up at him. Leif Rudbeck returned her gaze, not flirtatiously, but as if to find confirmation that this was important. "And you know what, Brat?" he said. "I've just remembered that I have to nip down to the basement. The electricians are changing cupboards there. Can you manage on your own for a while?" She smiled at him, and when he returned her smile too, she wasn't sure what kind of smile it was. "I'll do my best," she said. Katrina pressed the space bar on the iMac the second she heard the door close behind Redbeck. The screen lit up. She put the cursor on Finder and typed in Mitet. No hits. She tried a couple of other names from the investigation, crime scenes, and police murders, but no hits. So Celia Gravesing hadn't used the computer. Smart girl. Katrina pulled at the desk drawers. Locked. Strange. What girl of 20-something would lock the drawers in her own room? She got up
went over to the curtain and drew it aside. It was as she remembered, an alcove, with 2 large photographs on the wall above the narrow bed. She had seen Celia Grafsing only twice, the first time at PHS when Katrina had visited Harry, but the family likeness between the blonde Celia and the person in the photo was so striking she was sure. There was no doubt about the man in the other photo. Celia must have found a high-res photo online and enlarged it. Every scar, every line, every pore in the skin of the ravaged face stood out. But it was as though they were invisible, as though they faded in the gleam of the blue eyes and the furious expression as he spotted the photographer and told him there would be no cameras on his crime scene. Harry Hooler. This was the photo the girls in the row in front of her in the auditorium had been talking about. Katrina divided the room into squares and started with the top left, then scanned the floor, looked up again to start the next row, the way she had been taught by Harry, and recalled his thesis. Don't search for something, just search. If you search for something, the other things won't speak to you. Make sure everything speaks to you. After going through the room, she sat down at the iMac again, his voice still buzzing in her head. And when you've finished and think you haven't found anything, think inversely, a mirror image, and let the other things speak to you. The things that weren't there but should have been. The bread knife, the car keys, the jacket from a suit. It was the last item that had helped her to conclude what Celia Grafsing was doing now. She had flicked through all the clothes in the wardrobe, in the linen basket in the little bathroom, and on the hooks beside the door, but she hadn't found the tracksuit Celia had been wearing the last time Katrina had seen her, with Harry in the basement flat where Valentine had lived. Dressed in black from top to toe, Katrina remembered she had reminded her of a Marine on night maneuvers. Celia was out running, training, as she had done to pass the entry requirements for PHS, to get in and do whatever she could do. Harry had said the motive for the murders was love, not hatred. Love for a brother, for instance. It was the name that had brought a reaction. Runar Grafsing, and after further investigation a lot had come to light. Among other things, the names of Bellman and Benson. Runar Grafsing had, in conversation with the head of the detox clinic, claimed that he had been beaten up by a masked man while working at Stovner police station. That had been the reason for the doctor's certificate, his resignation, and his increased drug consumption. Grafsing maintained the perp was one Truls Benson, and the motive for the violence was a slightly too cozy dance with Mikael Bellman's wife at the police station's Christmas dinner. The chief of police had refused to take the wild accusations of an out-and-out drug addict any further, and the head of the detox clinic had supported this. He had only wanted to pass on information, he'd said. Katrina heard the lift go in the corridor as her gaze fell on something protruding from under the desk, which she'd missed. She bent down. A black baton. The door opened. "Electricians doing their job?" "Yes," said Leif Rudbeck. "You look as if you intend to use that." Katrina smacked the baton against her palm. "Interesting object to have lying around in your room, don't you think?" "Yes, I said the same when I was changing the washer on the bathroom tap last week. She said it was for training, for an exam, and in case the cop killer turned up." Leif Rudbeck closed the door behind him. "Find anything?" "This? Ever seen her take it out?" "A couple of times, yes." "Really?" Katrina pushed herself backwards on the chair. "What time of day?" "At night, of course. Dolled up, high heels, blow-dried hair, and the baton." He chuckled. "Why on—" She said it was protection against rapists. She'd lug a baton into town for that. Katrina weighed the baton in her hand. It reminded her of the top of an IKEA hat stand. It would have been easier to avoid the parks. Not her. She went straight to the parks. What? She went to Vaterlandsparken. She wanted to practice hand-to-hand combat.
She wanted perverts to try it on and then beat them black and blue, yes. Leif Rodbeck put on his wolfish grin again, sending Katrina such a direct look that she wasn't sure who he meant when he said, "Quite a girl." "Yes," Katrina said, getting up. "And now I have to find her." "Busy?" If Katrina felt any unease at this question, it didn't reach her consciousness until she was past him and out of the door. But on the stairs, going down, she thought, no, she wasn't that desperate, even if the slow coach she was waiting for never pulled his finger out. Harry drove through Svartdalstunnel. The light shone across the bonnet and windscreen. He didn't go any faster than was necessary, no need to arrive any sooner than he had to. The gun was on the seat next to him. It was loaded and had 12 Makarov 9x18mm bullets in the magazine. More than enough to do what he was going to do. It was just a question of having the stomach for it. He had the heart for it. He had never shot anyone in cold blood before. But this was a job that had to be done. Simple as that. He shifted his grip on the steering wheel, changed down as he came out of the tunnel into the fading light, into the hills towards the Rien intersection. Felt his mobile ring and pulled it out with one hand. Glanced at the display. It was Raquel. It was an unusual time for her to ring. They had an unspoken agreement that their phone time was after 10 in the evening. He couldn't talk to her now. He was too nervous. She would notice and ask. And he didn't want to lie. Didn't want to lie anymore. He let the phone finish ringing. Then he switched it off and put it beside the gun. For there was nothing to think about anymore. The thinking was over. Letting his doubts surface would mean starting again, only to take the same long route and end up exactly where he was already. The decision was taken. That he wanted to back out was understandable, but it was out of the question. Shit! He smacked his hand against the wheel. Thought about Oleg, about Raquel. It helped. He went round the roundabout and took the turning to Manglerud, to the block of flats where Truls Berntsen lived. Felt the calm descending. At last. It always did when he knew he had crossed the threshold, where it was too late, where he was in the wonderful free fall, where conscious thought stopped and everything was automatic, targeted action and well-oiled routine. But it had been so long ago, and he felt that now. He had been unsure whether he still had it in him. Well, he had it in him. He drove slowly down the streets. Chapter 42. Truls Berntsen raised his hips and forced his head back against the pillow. He closed his eyes, emitted low grunts, and came. Felt the spasms shake his body. Afterwards he lay still, drifting in and out of dreamland. In the distance, he assumed it must have been from a big car park. An alarm had started to wail. Otherwise, a resounding silence reigned outside. Odd, really, that in a peaceful place where so many mammals lived above one another, it was quieter than in even the most dangerous forests, where the slightest sound could mean you had become the prey. He raised his head and met Megan Fox's eyes. "Was it good for you too?" he whispered. She didn't answer, but her eyes didn't flinch, her smile didn't wither. The invitation of her body language was the same. Megan Fox, the only person in his life who was constant, loyal, and reliable. He leaned over to the bedside table and grabbed the toilet roll.
cleaned himself up and found the remote control for the DVD player, pointed it at Megan, who quivered in the freeze frame on the 50-inch flat-screen TV, a pioneer in the series they had to stop making because it was too expensive, too good for the price they commanded. Truls had got the last one, bought with money he had earned by burning evidence against a pilot who had been smuggling heroin for Asaev. Taking the rest of the money to the bank and putting it straight into his account had been idiocy, of course. Asaev had been dangerous for Truls, and when Truls had heard Asaev was dead, his first thought was that now he was free. The slate had been wiped clean. No one could get him. Megan Fox's green eyes glinted at him. Emerald green. It had been on his mind for a while that he should buy emeralds for her. Ulla, dressed in green, like the green sweater she took off when she was on the sofa reading. He had even dropped by a jeweller's. Theon had quickly sized Truls up, estimated the carat and value, and then explained to him that emeralds of the finest water were even more expensive than diamonds. Perhaps he ought to consider something else. What about an elegant opal if it absolutely had to be green? Or perhaps a stone with chrome in. It was the chrome that lent the emerald the green colour. That was all there was to the mystery. Truls had left the shop with a promise to himself. The next time he was contacted by anyone for a burn scam, he would suggest they break into this particular jewellery shop first. And they should burn it. Quite literally. Burn it the same way the young girl at Come As You Are had burned. He had heard it on the police radio while driving around town, and had considered going over to see if he could help. After all, his suspension had been lifted. Mikhail had said there were only a few formalities to clear up before he could go back to work. His plans to terrorize Mikhail were on ice now. They would be able to re-establish their friendship, no problem, and everything would be as before. Yes, at last he would be allowed to join in, have a go, contribute. Get the psycho cop killer. If Truls got the chance, he would personally... Well... He glanced at the cabinet beside his bed. Inside he had enough weapons to expedite 50 psychos. The doorbell rang. Truls sighed. Someone wanted something off him. Experience told him it could be one of 4 possibilities. 1, he should become a Jehovah's Witness and dramatically increase his chances of ending up in paradise. 2, he should donate money to some collection or other for an African president who based his wealth on collection campaigns. 3, he should open the door to a gang of youths who said they'd forgotten the key but only wanted to break into the storage rooms in the cellar. Or 4, some of the housing co-op sticklers wanted him to go down and do some chore he had forgotten to do. None of them was reason enough to get out of bed. The bell rang for the 3rd time. Even Jehovah's Witnesses gave up after 2. Of course, it might be Mikhail, wanting to talk about things that were best avoided on the phone, to make sure they were singing from the same hymn sheet if there were any more interviews about the money in his account. Truls deliberated for a few minutes. Then he swung his legs out of bed. "This is Aronson from C-Block. You own a silver-grey Suzuki Vitara, right?" "Yes," Truls said into the intercom. "It should have been an Audi Q5 2-litre 6-speed manual. It should have been the reward for the last job for Asaev, the last installment after serving them up that irritating detective Harry Hula. Instead, he had a Japanese car people made jokes about. Suzuki Viagra. "Can you hear the alarm?" Truls heard it more clearly now through the intercom. "Oh, shit," he said. "I'll see if I can switch it off with the remote. If I were you, I'd get down here right away. They'd smashed a side window and were taking out the radio and CD player when I arrived. I reckon they're hanging around to see what will happen." "Oh, shit," Truls repeated. "Not at all. Pleasure to be able to help," Aronson said. Truls put on his trainers, checked he had his car keys, and then a thought struck him. He went back to the bedroom, opened the cabinet door, and took out one of the guns, a Jericho 941, shoved it into the waistband of his trousers.
stopped. He knew the plasma TV was prone to screen burn if it was paused for too long, but he'd be back shortly. Then he hurried into the corridor. Just as quiet here. The lift was on his floor, so he stepped in straight away, pressed the button for the ground floor, realized he hadn't locked his front door, but didn't stop the lift. It would only take a few minutes. Half a minute later, he jogged into the clear, chilly evening towards the car park. It was surrounded by flats, but the cars were still frequently broken into. They should put up more lampposts. The black tarmac swallowed all the light there was. It was too easy to sneak around between the cars after dark. He'd had problems sleeping after the suspension. That's how it goes when you have the whole day to sleep. Wank, sleep, wank, eat and wank. And on some nights he had sat on the balcony with night vision goggles and the Mechlin rifle, in the hope of catching some of them in the car park. Sadly, no one had turned up. Or happily. No, not happily. But for Christ's sake, he wasn't a murderer. Of course, there was the biker from Los Lobos he had drilled a hole in, but that had been a complete accident. And now he was part of the terrace up in Huyenhal. Then there was the trip he'd taken to Ila prison, when he'd spread the rumor that Valentin Yertsin was behind the killings at Maridalen and Trivan. Not that they were 100% sure he'd done it, but if he hadn't, there were enough other reasons for the bastard to get as long a sentence as possible. But he couldn't know the nutters would kill the guy. If it was him they'd killed, that is. The communication on the police radio at the moment suggested not. The closest Truls had been to murder was, of course, the ladyboy with the makeup in Drammen. But that was something that had to be done. He'd been asking for it. He really fucking had. Mikael had come to Truls and told him about the call he'd received. Some guy claimed he knew that Mikael and a colleague had beaten up the homo working at Kripos. And he had proof, and now he wanted money to stop him taking it further. 100,000 krona. He wanted the money delivered to a deserted area outside Drammen. Mikael told Truls to sort it out. Truls was the one who had gone too far this time, who had caused the problem. And when Truls got in his car to go and meet the guy, he knew he was on his own. Completely on his own. And he always had been. He had followed the signs up some deserted forest roads outside Drammen and stopped at a turnaround by a cliff plummeting down towards the river. Waited for 5 minutes. Then the car had arrived. It pulled up with the engine running, and Truls had done as agreed, taken the brown envelope to the car. The side window slid down. The guy was wearing a woolen hat and had a silk scarf tied around the lower half of his face. Truls wondered if the guy was a retard. It was unlikely the car had been stolen, and the plates were fully visible. In addition, Mikael had already traced the conversation to a club in Drammen. There couldn't be many employees, so it wouldn't be hard to track him down. The guy had opened the envelope and counted the money. Obviously he'd lost count. He started again, frowned, and looked up with annoyance. This isn't The blow had hit him in the mouth, and Truls had felt the baton sink in as his teeth cracked. The second blow had smashed his nose. Easy, cartilage and thin bones. The third made a soft crunch as it hit the forehead. Then Truls had walked round and got into the passenger seat, waited until the guy regained consciousness. And when he did, a short conversation followed. Who? One of them. What proof have you got? I... This is Heckler and Koch, and it's dying to speak. So which of you is going to do it first? Don't. Come on, then. The one you two beat up, he told me. Please, I only needed... Did he name us? What? No. So how do you know who we are? He only told me the story. Then I checked out the descriptions with someone at Kripos, and it had to be you two. When the guy saw his face in the mirror, it had sounded like a whine a Hoover makes after you switch it off. My God, you've destroyed my face. Shut up and sit still. Does the man you say we beat up know you're blackmailing us? Him? No, he'd never you his lover. No, he might think so, but anyone else, no. No, I promise. Just let me go.
I promise not to, so no one else knows you're here now." Jules enjoyed the sight of the guy's gawping expression as the implication of what Jules had said laboriously trickled through to his brain. Yes, they do. Lots of people do. You're not that bad at lying," Jules said, putting the barrel to the man's forehead. The gun had felt surprisingly light, but not that good either. Then Jules had pulled the trigger. It hadn't been a difficult decision, because there had been no choice. It was just something that had to be done, sheer survival instinct. The guy had something on them, which sooner or later he would find a way to use. That was the way hyenas like him ticked. Cowardly and subservient face to face, but greedy, impatient. They would allow themselves to be humiliated, to be cowed, and wait, but attack as soon as you turned your back. Afterwards, he had wiped the seat and wherever he had left fingerprints, wrapped a scarf around his hand as he released the handbrake and put the car into neutral, rolled it over the cliff, listened to the eerie silence as the vehicle fell, followed by a dull report and the sound of metal buckling. Looked down at the car lying in the river beneath him. He had got rid of the baton as quickly and efficiently as possible. Quite a way down the forest road, he had opened the window and slung it through the trees. It was unlikely to be found, but if it was, there still wouldn't be any fingerprints or DNA to link it to the murder or him. The gun was a different matter. The bullet could be linked to the gun and so to him. Thus he had waited until he drove over Drammen Bridge. He had driven slowly and watched the gun fly over the railing and down to where the river meets the fjord, a place where it would never be found, under 10 or 20 meters of water, brackish water, dubious water, neither completely salt water nor completely fresh water, neither completely wrong nor completely right, death in marginal areas. But he had read somewhere that there were species which specialized in surviving in these hybrid waters, species that were so perverted they couldn't cope with the water normal life forms had to have. Jules pressed the remote before he reached the car park, and the alarm was silenced right away. There was no one to be seen outside or on the balconies surrounding him, but Jules thought he could detect a collective sigh from the blocks. About bloody time, too. Pay more attention to your car. You could have set the length of the alarm, you muppet. A side window was smashed in, that was true. Jules stuck his head in. He couldn't see any sign of anyone having tampered with the radio. What had Aronson meant by... And who was Aronson? C-block? Could be anyone. Anyone at all. Truls's brain had come to a conclusion a fraction of a second before he felt the steel on his neck. He instinctively knew it was steel, the steel of a gun barrel. He knew there was no Aronson. Chapter 43. Rachel stood by the kitchen window, squeezing the phone and staring into the dusk again. She may have been imagining things, but she thought she'd seen a movement between the spruces on the other side of the drive. But she was always seeing movements in the darkness. That was how deep the wound was. Don't think about it. Be frightened, but don't think about it. Let your body play its stupid games, but ignore them the way you ignore an unreasonable child. She was bathed in the light from the kitchen, so if there was really someone outside, they would be able to study her at their leisure. But she didn't move. She had to practice, mustn't let fear determine what she did, where she stood. This was her house, her home, for goodness sake.
Music was coming from the first floor. He was playing one of Harry's old CDs. One of them she liked as well. Talking Heads, Little Creatures. She looked down at the phone again, urging it to ring. Twice she had rung Harry, but still there was no answer. They had planned it as a nice surprise. The news had come from the clinic the day before. It was earlier than the date they'd set, but they decided he was ready. Oleg had been so excited, and it had been his idea not to say anything before they arrived. Just go home, and then when Harry came home, jump out and say boo. That was the word he had used, boo. Raquel had had her doubts. Harry didn't like surprises. But Oleg had insisted. Harry would bloody well have to put up with suddenly being happy. And so she had gone along with it. But now she regretted having done so. She went from the window, put the phone down on the worktop beside his coffee cup. Usually he was painfully scrupulous about clearing everything away before leaving the house. He must have been stressed by these police murders. He hadn't mentioned Beata Learn in their nightly conversations recently, a sure sign that he was thinking about her. Raquel spun round. It wasn't her imagination this time. She had heard something. Shoes crunching on the gravel. She went back to the window, stared into the darkness, which seemed to her to be deepening by the second. Froze. Someone was there. A figure had just moved from the tree it had been standing by, and it was coming this way. A person dressed in black. How long had it been there? "Oleg!" Raquel shouted, her heart racing. "Oleg!" The music upstairs was turned down. "Yes? Come down here. Now. Is he coming?" Yes, she thought. He's coming. The figure that approached was smaller than she'd thought at first. It was moving towards the front door, and as it came closer in the light from the outside lamps, she saw to her surprise and relief that it was a woman. No, a girl. In a tracksuit, it appeared. 3 seconds later, the bell rang. Raquel hesitated, glanced at Oleg, who had stopped halfway down the stairs and was looking at her with a quizzical expression. "It's not Harry," Raquel said with a quick smile. "I'll get it. Just go back up, Oleg." The girl standing on the step calmed Raquel's heart rate even further. She looked frightened. "You're Raquel," she said. "Harry's girlfriend." It struck Raquel that this introduction ought to have unsettled her. A beautiful young girl with a trembling voice addressing her with a reference to her husband-to-be. Probably she ought to check the tight-fitting tracksuit top for an incipient stomach bulge. But she wasn't unsettled, and she didn't check, just nodded by way of a response. "That's me. And I'm Celia Grafsing." The girl looked at Raquel expectantly, as though waiting for a reaction, thinking the name should mean something to her. Raquel noticed the girl had her hands behind her back. A psychologist had once told her people who hid their hands had something to hide. Yes, she thought, their hands. Raquel smiled. "So how can I help you, Celia?" "Harry was my lecturer." "Oh, yes." "There's something I have to tell you about him, and about me." Raquel frowned. "Really?" "May I come in?" Raquel hesitated. She didn't want anyone else in the house. She wanted only Oleg, herself, and Harry when he came. The 3 of them. No one else. And definitely not someone who had to tell her something about Harry, and about herself. And then it happened anyway. Her eyes involuntarily scanned the young girl's stomach. "It won't take long, Fru Falke." Fru? What had Harry told her? She considered the situation, heard Oleg had turned his music up again. Then she opened the door. The girl stepped inside, bent down and started untying her trainers. "Don't bother with that," Raquel said. "We'll wrap this up quickly, okay? I'm a bit busy." "Right," the girl said. It was only now, in the brighter light in the hall, that Raquel saw the glistening layer of sweat on the girl's face. She followed Raquel into the kitchen. "The music," she said. "Is Harry at home?"
Raquel sensed it now, the anxiety. The girl had automatically connected the music with Harry. Was that because she knew this was the kind of music Harry listened to? And the thought came too fast for Raquel to reject. Music that he and this girl had listened to together. The girl sat down at the big table, laid her palms on the surface and stroked the wood. Raquel eyed her movements. She stroked it as if she already knew how the rough, untreated wood felt against her skin. Pleasant, alive. Her gaze was fixed on Harry's coffee cup. Had she? What did you want to tell me, Celia? The girl smiled a sad, almost painful smile, without taking her eyes off the cup. Has he really not said anything about me, Fru Falke? Raquel closed her eyes for an instant. This wasn't happening. She trusted him. She opened her eyes again. Say what you want to say, as if he hasn't, Celia. As you wish, Fru Falke. The girl looked up from the cup and at her. It was an almost unnaturally blue-eyed gaze, as innocent and unknowing as a child's. And, Raquel thought, as cruel as a child's. I want to talk to you about rape, Celia said. Raquel suddenly noticed she had difficulty breathing, as though someone had sucked the air from the room, like vacuum packing. What, rape? She managed to ask. Darkness was beginning to descend when Björn Holm finally found the car. He had turned off by Clemetsrud and continued eastwards on the B155, but had obviously passed the sign for Fjell. It was on his way back, after he'd realized he'd gone too far and had had to turn, that he'd seen it. The side road was even less busy than the B road, and now, in the darkness, it seemed like total wasteland. The dense forest on both sides seemed to be creeping closer when he saw the rear lights of the car beside the road. He slowed down and glanced in his mirror. Only darkness behind him, only a couple of solitary red lights in front of him. Björn pulled in behind the car, got out. A bird hooted from somewhere in the forest, a hollow, melancholy sound. Roar Midtstun was crouching in the ditch in the light from the headlamps. You came? Roar said. Björn grabbed his belt and hitched up his trousers. This was something he'd started doing. He had no idea where he'd got it from. Oh, yes, in fact he did. His father had always hitched up his trousers by way of an introduction, a preface to something weighty that had to be said or done. He'd started behaving like his father, except that he seldom had anything weighty to say. So this is where it happened, Björn said. Roar nodded, then looked down at the bouquet of flowers he had laid on the tarmac. She'd been climbing here with friends. On her way home, she stopped to have a pee in the woods. Told the others to go on ahead. They think it must have happened when she ran back out and jumped on her bike. Keen to catch up with the others, right? She was that kind of girl. Enthusiastic, you see. He was already fighting to keep his voice under control. And then she probably veered into the road. Her bike was still wobbling, and so... Roar lifted his head to show where the car had come from. And there were no skid marks. No one remembered what the car looked like, even though it must have passed Fia's friends straight afterwards. But they were busy talking about the climbs they'd tried, and they said lots of cars must have passed them. They were well on their way to Clemetsrud before it struck them that Fia should have caught them up long ago, and that something must have happened. Björn nodded, cleared his throat, wanted to get it over and done with, but Roar wouldn't let him get a word in. I wasn't allowed to investigate, Björn, because I was the father, they said. Instead, they put novices on the case, and when at last they realized this case wasn't going to be child's play, that the driver wouldn't turn himself in or give any clues, it was too late to trundle in the big guns. The trail was cold, and people's memories were blank. Raw, bad police work, Björn. Nothing less.
We spend our whole lives working for the force. We give it everything we've got, and then, when we lose the dearest thing we have, what have we got left? Nothing. It's a dreadful betrayal, Björn. Björn watched his colleague's jaws moving in a regular ellipse as he tightened and slackened the muscles. Must be giving the chewing gum a right hammering, he thought. Makes me ashamed to be a police officer, Midgstuen said. Just like with the Kalsness case. Terrible workmanship from start to finish. We let the murderer slip through our fingers, and afterwards no one is held to account. And no one holds anyone to account. Foxes in the hen house, Björn. The girl who was found burned in Come As You Are this morning. Anarchy, that's what it is. Someone has to be held to account. Someone, it was fear. In the ensuing silence, Björn heard the bird hoot again, but from somewhere else this time. It must have moved. A thought struck him, that it was another bird. There could be two of them, two of the same species, which hooted to each other in the forest. Harry's rape of me. Celia looked at Raquel as calmly as if she had just told her the weather forecast. Harry raped you? Celia smiled, a fleeting smile, no more than a muscle twitch, an expression that had no time to reach her eyes before it was gone. Along with everything else, steadfastness, indifference. And her eyes, instead of lighting up with a smile, filled with tears. My God, Raquel thought, she isn't lying. She opened her mouth for oxygen and knew with 100% certainty the girl might be off her rocker, but she wasn't lying. I was so in love with him, Fru Falke. I thought we were meant for each other. So I went to his office. I'd put on makeup, and he misunderstood. Raquel watched as the first tear detached itself from her eyelashes and fell. Then it was caught by the soft young cheek. It rolled down, moistening the skin, making it pink. She knew there was some kitchen roll on the worktop behind her, but she didn't get it. No way. Harry doesn't do misunderstandings, Raquel said, surprised by the composure in her voice. Nor rape. The composure and the conviction. She wondered how long it would last. You're wrong, Celia said, smiling through the tears. Am I? Raquel felt like smacking a fist into her smug, spoiled face. Yes, Fru Falke. Now you're the one who misunderstands. Say what you have to say and get out. Harry, Raquel hated the sound of his name from her mouth with such intensity that she instinctively looked around for something to silence it. A frying pan, a blunt bread knife, gaffer tape, whatever came to hand. He thought I went to ask him about coursework, but he misunderstood. I went to seduce him. Do you know what, my girl? I already knew that's what you did, and now you're claiming you got what you wanted, but it was still rape? So what happened? Did you gasp your hot little pseudo-chaste no-no-nos until it became one no which afterwards you reckoned you meant, and he should have known what you really meant before you did? Raquel could hear how her rhetoric suddenly sounded like the defense counsel's refrain she had heard so often during rape trials, the refrain Raquel hated with a passion, but which lawyers understood and accepted had to be recited. But it wasn't just rhetoric. It was what she felt, the way it had to be. It couldn't be any different. No, Celia said. What I want to tell you is that he didn't rape me. Raquel blinked, had to rewind a couple of seconds to be sure she had heard correctly. Didn't rape. I threatened to report him for rape because... The girl used the knuckle of her first finger to take the tears from her eyes that had filled up again. Because he wanted to report me to the Board of Governors for behaving inappropriately towards him, which he had every right to do. But I was desperate. I tried to thwart him by accusing him of rape. I've been wanting to tell him I've had a change of heart, and I regret what I've done. Tell him it... Yes, what I did was a crime. Wrongful accusation. Paragraph 168 of the Penal Code. Recommended sentence, 8 years. Correct, Raquel said.
Oh, yes. Celia smiled through the tears. I forgot you were a lawyer. How do you know? Oh, Celia said with a sniffle. I know a lot about Harry's life. I've studied him, you might say. He was my idol, and I was just a stupid girl. I even investigated the police murders for him. Thought I could give him a helping hand. Me, a student who knows nothing. I started with a short lecture to explain to him how it all fitted. I wanted to tell Harry Hoola how to catch the cop killer. Celia produced another forced smile while shaking her head. Raquel grabbed the kitchen roll behind her and passed it to Celia. And you came here to tell him this? Celia nodded slowly. I knew he wouldn't answer a call from me, so I came out here on my run to see if he was at home. I saw the car was gone, and I was about to continue on my way when I saw you in the kitchen window, and decided it would be even better to say it straight to your face. It would be the best proof that I meant it, that I had no ulterior motives for coming here. I saw you standing outside, Raquel said. Yes, I had to think it through. Then man up. Raquel could feel how her anger for the confused, love-lorn girl with the much too open eyes had shifted to Harry. He hadn't said a word. Why not? It was good that you came, Celia. But now perhaps you should go. Celia nodded, got up. There's some schizophrenia in our family, she said. Oh? Raquel said. Yes, I may not be completely normal. And added in a grown-up tone, but that's fine too. Raquel accompanied her to the door. You won't see me again, the girl said, standing on the doorstep. Good luck, Celia. Raquel stood on the steps with her arms crossed, watching her run across the drive. Had Harry omitted to say something, because he thought she wouldn't believe him, that there would always be a shadow of doubt? The next thought came in its wake. Would there be a shadow of doubt? How well did they know each other? How well could one person know another? The black-clad figure with the blonde, bouncy ponytail was gone, long before the sound of trains punching on gravel. He took her up, Bjorn Holm said. Roar Midstone sat with bowed head, scratching his neck where the short bristles stuck up like a brush. The night stole in without a sound as they sat there in the beams of Midstone's car headlight. When Midstone did finally say something, Bjorn had to lean forward to hear what it was. Only child. Then a short nod. I suppose he was only doing what he had to do. At first Bjorn thought he had heard wrong. Then he thought Midstone must have said it wrong. He didn't say what it meant. The word had been moved, omitted, or put in the wrong place in the sentence. And yet the sentence was so correct and clear it sounded natural. It sounded like the truth. The cop killer was only doing what he had to do. I'll get the rest of the flowers, Midstone said, rising to his feet. Okay, Bjorn said, staring at the small bouquet lying there as the other man went round the car into the darkness. He heard the boot lid being opened while he mused about what Midstone had said. My only child. It reminded him of his confirmation and what Auna had said about the killer being God, an avenging God. But God had also made a sacrifice. He had sacrificed his only son, hung him on a cross, displayed him for all to see and imagine the suffering, the son's and the father's. Bjorn visualized Fia Midstone on the chair. My only child. The two of them. Or the three of them. There had been three of them. What was it the priest had called it again? Bjorn had a clink coming from the boot and thought the box of flowers must be under something metallic. The Trinity, that was it. The third had been the Holy Spirit, the ghost, the demon, the one they never saw, who popped up here and there in the Bible and was gone again. Fia Midstone's head had been attached to the pipe in such a way that she wouldn't collapse, that the body would be displayed.
like the crucifixion. Björnholm heard footsteps behind him. Who was sacrificed, crucified by his own father, because that was how the story had to be. What were the words he used? He was only doing what he had to do. Harry stared at Megan Fox. Her beautiful contours were trembling, but her gaze was constant. The smile didn't fade. The invitation her body offered stood. He lifted the remote control and switched off the television. Megan Fox both disappeared and stayed. The silhouette of the film star was burned into the plasma screen. Both gone and still here. Harry looked around Truls Berntson's bedroom. Then he went to the cabinet where he knew Berntsson kept his goodies. In theory, a person could fit in there. Harry held the Odessa ready, tiptoed over to the cabinet, hugged the wall and opened the door with his left hand, saw the light inside come on automatically. Otherwise, nothing happened. Harry poked his head forward and withdrew it as quickly. But he had seen what he wanted. No one there. So he stood in the doorway. Truls had replaced what Harry had taken the last time he was here: the bulletproof vest, the gas mask, the MP5, the riot gun. He still had the same guns, as far as he could see, apart from in the middle of the board, where an outline of a gun had been drawn around one of the hooks. Had Truls Berntsson found out Harry was on his way, taken a gun and fled from his flat, without bothering to lock the door or switch off the television? If so, why hadn't he just set an ambush for him inside? Harry had searched the whole flat now, and knew there wasn't a living soul around. He sat down on the leather sofa with the Odessa's safety catch off, ready with a view of the bedroom door but out of sight of the keyhole. If Truls was in there, the first person to make an appearance would be the loser. The stage was set for a duel. So he waited, unmoving, breathing calmly, deeply, inaudibly, with the patience of a leopard. After 40 minutes had passed and nothing had happened, he went into the bedroom. Harry sat down on the bed. Should he ring Berntsson? It would warn him, but as it was, he already seemed to be aware that Harry was after him. Harry took out his phone and switched it on, waited until it was connected, and keyed in the number he had memorized before leaving Holmenkollen almost 2 hours ago. After it had rung 3 times and no one answered, he gave up. Then he called his contact at the telephone company and got an answer in 2 seconds. "What do you want, Ola?" "I need for you to track down a phone signal for one Truls Berntsson. He's got a police line, so he must be one of your customers." "We can't keep meeting like this. This is official police business. Follow the procedures, then. Contact the police lawyer, send the case to the crime squad boss, and call us back when you've got permission. This is urgent. Listen, I can't keep giving you. This is about the police murders. It should only take a few seconds to get permission from the boss, Harry." Harry cursed under his breath. "Sorry, Harry, but it's more than my job's worth. If anyone finds out that I check police movements without authorization... What's the problem with getting permission?" "See ya." Harry rang off. He had 2 unanswered calls and 3 text messages. They must have come through while he had the phone off. He opened the texts in turn. The first was from Raquel. "Tried calling. I'm home. Make you something nice if you tell me when you're coming. Got a surprise. Someone to beat you at Chapter 44. When Harry crossed the car park, he noticed a car with a smashed side window. The light from the street lamp glinted on the glass splinters on the tarmac. It was a Suzuki Vitara. Benson had been driving around in one like it. Harry rang the police switchboard.
Harry Hula here. I'd like a car checked for the owner.
Everyone can do that online now, Hula.
You can do it for me then, can't you?
He received a grunt in response and read out the registration number. The answer came in 3 seconds. Charles Benson, address, that's fine. Any report to make? What? Has it been involved in anything? Does it look as if it's been stolen or broken into, for example? Pause. Hello? No, it looks fine. Just a misunderstanding. Miss, Harry rang off. Why hadn't Truls Benson driven away in his car? No one on a police salary took taxis in Oslo anymore. Harry tried to visualize the metro network in Oslo. There was a line only 100 meters away. Rien station. He hadn't heard any trains. They must go through a tunnel. Harry blinked into the darkness. He had just heard something else. The crackle as the hair on his neck stood on end. He knew it was impossible to hear, yet it was all he could hear. He took out his phone again, pressed K. Finally, Katrina answered. Finally? Can't you see? I've been trying to ring you.
Oh, yes, you sound out of breath.
I've been running, Harry. Celia Grousing.
What about her?
She's got newspaper cuttings of the police murders all over her room. She keeps a baton for beating up rapists, according to the caretaker. And she's got a brother in the funny farm after being beaten up by 2 policemen. And she's nuts, Harry, off her trolley.
Where are you?
In Vaterlandsparken. She's not here. I think we should put out an alert for her.
No.
No?
She's not the person we're after.
What do you mean? Motive, opportunity, state of mind. It's all there, Harry.
Forget Celia Grousing. I want you to check a statistic for me.
A statistic? She shouted so loud the membrane crackled. I'm standing here with half the criminal records from the Vice Squad dribbling their filth all over me, looking for a possible police murderer, and now you want me to check a statistic? Sod you, Harry Hula.
Check the FBI statistics for witnesses who have died in the period between their initial summons and the start of the trial.
What's that got to do with anything? Just give me the figures, okay? Not okay.
We'll regard it as an order then, Katrina Bratt.
Okay, but... Hey, just a minute. Who's the boss here?
If you have to ask, I doubt it's you.
Harry heard more Bergensian swearing before he broke the connection.
Mikael Bellman was sitting on the sofa with the TV on. The news had finished, the sport was starting, so Mikael's gaze wandered from the TV to the window, to the town lying in the black cauldron far beneath them. The item about the City Hall chairman had lasted 10 seconds. He had said that reshuffles at City Hall were standard practice, and that this time it was because of an unusually large burden on this particular post, so it was reasonable to pass the baton on to someone else. Isabel Skøyen would return to her post as secretary to the Committee for Social Affairs, which would allow the council to benefit from her skills there. Skøyen herself was unavailable for comment, it was said. It glittered like a jewel, his town. He heard the door to one of the children's rooms close gently, and immediately afterwards she snuggled up to him on the sofa. Are they sleeping?
Like logs, she said, and he felt her breath on his neck. Feel like watching TV? She bit his earlobe. Oh. He smiled, but didn't budge, enjoying the moment, feeling how perfect it was, being here right now, at the top of the pile, the alpha male with women at his feet, one hanging on his arm, the other neutralized and rendered innocuous. The same was true of the men. Asayev was dead, Truls reinstated as his henchman, the former police chief an accomplice in their shared wrongdoing, in such a way that he would obey if Mikael needed him again. And Mikael knew that now he had the council's confidence, even if it took time to find the cop killer. It was a long time since he had felt so good, so relaxed. He felt her hands on him.
knew what they would do before she knew herself. She could turn him on, though not set him alight the way other people could. Like her, the one he had cut down to size. Like him, the one who had died in Houseman's gutter. But she could arouse him enough to know he would be fucking her soon. That was marriage, and it was good. It was more than enough, and there were more important things in life. He pulled her to him and put his hand up her green sweater. Bare skin, like placing your hand on a stove ring on low heat. She sighed softly, leaned over to him. He didn't actually like using his tongue when kissing her. Maybe he had once, but not anymore. He had never told her that. Why should he, as long as it was something she wanted and he hated? Marriage. Nevertheless, it felt like a tiny relief when the cordless phone began to warble on the little table by the sofa. He took it. Yes? Hi, Mikhail. The voice said his Christian name in such an intimate way that at first he was convinced he knew it. He just needed a couple of seconds to place the person in question. Hi, he answered accordingly and got off the sofa. Walked towards the terrace, away from the sound of the TV, away from Ulla. It was an automatic movement, practiced over the years, half out of consideration for her, half out of consideration for his secrets. The voice at the other end chuckled. You don't know me, Mikhail. Relax. Thank you, I am relaxed, Mikhail said. I'm at home, and for that reason it would be nice if you could get to the point. I'm a nurse at the Rikshospital. That was a thought that hadn't struck Mikhail before, at least not that he could remember. However, it was as if he knew what was coming off by heart. He opened the door to the terrace and stepped onto the cold flagstones without taking the phone from his ear. I was Rudolf Asaev's nurse. You remember him, Mikhail? Yes, of course you do. You and he did business together. He opened his heart to me when he came out of the coma, about what you two were doing. It had clouded over, the temperature had plummeted, and the flagstones were so cold that they were hurting his feet through his socks. Nevertheless, Mikhail Bellman's sweat glands were working flat out. Talking about business, the voice said, perhaps we have something to discuss as well. What do you want? I want some of your money to stay stumm. Let me put it like that. It had to be him, the nurse from Ennebach, the one Isabel had hired to get rid of Asaev. She had claimed he would gladly take his payment in sex, but obviously that hadn't been enough. How much? Bellman asked, attempting to be businesslike, but noticed he failed to sound as cold-blooded as he would have liked. Not much. I'm a man of simple tastes. 10,000. Too little. Too little? It sounds like a first installment. We could say 100,000. So why don't you? Because I need money tonight. No, the banks are closed and you can't get more than 10,000 from an ATM. Desperate. That was good news. Or was it? Mikhail walked to the edge of the terrace, looked down over his town, and tried to concentrate. This was one of those situations where he was usually at his best, where everything was at stake and one false move could prove fatal. What's your name? Well, you can call me Dan, as in Danuvius. Great, Dan. You realize, do you, that although I'm negotiating with you, it doesn't mean I admit anything? I could be trying to entice you into a trap and then arrest you for blackmail. The only reason you're saying that is that you're scared I'm a journalist who's heard a rumor and is trying to trick you into giving yourself away. Damn. Well, I'm at work, so you'll have to come here, but somewhere discreet. Meet me in the locked ward. There's no one there now. In 3/4 of an hour, in Asaev's room. 3/4 of an hour? He was in a rush. It could, of course, be a precaution. He didn't want to give Mikhail time to set a trap. But Mikhail believed in simple explanations, like being faced with a junkie anesthetic nurse who had suddenly run out of supplies, and if so, that would make things easier. He might even be able to keep that particular cat in the bag for good.
Fine, Mikhail said, and rang off. Breathed in the strange, almost suffocating smell coming from the terrace. Then he went into the living room and shut the door behind him. "I have to go out," he said. "No?" Ulla said, staring at him with the wounded expression that would normally annoy him enough to snap at her. "No." He thought of the gun he had locked in the boot of his car, a Glock 22, a present from an American colleague, unused, unregistered. "When will you be back?" "I don't know. Don't wait up." He walked towards the hall, feeling her eyes on his back. He didn't stop, not until he reached the doorway. "No, I'm not meeting her. Okay?" Ulla didn't answer, just turned to the TV and pretended to be interested in the weather report. Katrina swore, dripping with sweat in the boiler room's clammy heat, but she kept typing. Where the hell was it hiding, the FBI statistic about dead witnesses? And what the hell did Harry want with it? She looked at her watch, sighed and rang his number. He didn't pick up, of course not. She left a message saying she needed more time. She was deep in the FBI's website, but this statistic had to be either very bloody secret or he'd misunderstood. Chucked the phone book onto the desk. She felt like calling Leif Rydbeck. No, not him. Some other idiot who could be bothered to fuck her tonight. The first person to pop into her head produced a frown. Where did he come from? Sweet, but what? Had she been unconsciously nurturing this thought for a while? She dismissed the notion and concentrated on the screen again. Perhaps it wasn't the FBI, perhaps it was the CIA. She tried new search terms. Central Intelligence Agency, witness, trial, and death. Return. The computer whirred. The first hits came in. The door behind her opened, and she felt the draft from the culvert outside. "Björn?" she said, without looking up from the screen. Harry parked his car outside Jakob Church in Hausmannsgata and walked up to number 92. He stopped outside and looked up at the facade. There was a dim light on the second floor, and he noticed there were bars on the windows now. The new owner was probably sick of the burglaries via the rear fire escape. Harry had imagined he would feel more. After all, this was where Gusto had been killed, where he had almost had to pay with his own life. He felt the door. It was just like before. He opened up, went straight in. At the bottom of the stairs, he took out the Odessa, released the safety catch, peered up the steps, and listened as he breathed in the smell of urine and vomit-marinated woodwork. Total silence. He started up the stairs, moving as noiselessly as he could over wet newspaper, milk cartons, and used syringes. On the second floor, he stopped by the door. This was new as well. A metal door. Multiple locks. Only extremely motivated burglars would bother with this. Harry saw no reason to knock. No reason to surrender any possible element of surprise. So when he pressed the handle, felt the door react with taut springs but found it unlocked, he gripped the Odessa with Chapter 45. The chair had been placed in the center of the room, beneath the only light, a torn rice paper lampshade hanging from the ceiling. Harry thought that the light, the chair, and the TV with the stuttering, ticking sound of a dying electrical appliance
had to be from the 70s, but he wasn't sure. The same was true of the body on the chair, because it wasn't easy to say if it was Truls Bernsen, born sometime in the 70s, dead this year, who was taped to the chair. The man had no face. What had once been there was a mush of relatively fresh red blood, black dried blood, and white bone fragments. This mush would have run if it hadn't been held in place by a transparent membrane of plastic wrapped tightly round the head. One of the bones stuck through the plastic. Cling film, Harry thought. Freshly packed mincemeat, the way you see it in shops. Harry forced himself to look away and tried holding his breath to hear better as he hugged the wall. With his gun half raised, he scanned the room from left to right, stared at the corner leading to the kitchen, saw the side of the old fridge and the work surface, but someone could have been there in the semi-darkness. Not a sound, not a movement. Harry waited, reasoned. If this was a trap someone had set for him, he should already be dead. He drew a deep breath. He had the advantage of having been here before, so he knew there was nowhere else to hide other than in the kitchen and the toilet. The disadvantage was that he would have to turn his back on one to check the other. He took a decision, strode towards the kitchen, poked his head round the corner, pulled it back fast, and waited for his brain to process the information it had received. Stove, piles of pizza boxes, and the fridge. No one there. He went towards the toilet. He stood in the doorway and pressed the light switch. Counted to 7. Thrust his head out, back in. Empty. Slid down to the floor with his back to the wall. Only now feeling how hard his heart had been pounding against his ribs. He sat like that for some seconds, recovering. Then he walked over to the body on the chair, crouched down and examined the red mass behind the plastic film. No face, but a prominent forehead, underbite, and the cheap haircut left Harry in no doubt. It was Truls Bernsen. Harry's brain had already started processing the fact that he had been wrong. Truls Bernsen was not the cop killer. The next thought came hard on its heels. It was definitely not alone. Could that be what he was witnessing here, the murder of an accessory, a murderer covering his tracks? Could Truls Bevis Bernsen have been working with someone as sick as himself who committed this atrocity? Could Valentine have been deliberately sitting in front of the CCTV at Ullevål Stadium while Bernsen performed the murder in Maridalen? And if so, how had they divvied the murders between them? Which murders did Bernsen have alibis for? Harry straightened up and cast his eyes around. And why had he been summoned here? They would have found the body soon enough. And there were several things that didn't tally. Truls Bernsen had never been involved in the investigation into Gustav Hansen's murder. It had been a small investigative unit, consisting of Beata and a couple of other forensics officers who hadn't had much to do because Oleg had been arrested as the presumed perpetrator minutes after they'd arrived, and the evidence had supported the presumption. The only... In the silence, Harry could still hear the low ticking, regular, unchanging, like clockwork. He completed his thought. The only other person bothered enough to investigate this trivial, sordid drug murder was here in the room. Himself. He had been, like the other policemen, summoned to die at the crime scene for the unsolved murder. The next second he was by the door, pressing down the handle, and it was as he feared. It gave easily, no resistance, without opening. It was like a hotel room door, except that he didn't have a key card. Harry scanned the room again, the thick windows with the steel bars on the inside, the iron door that had slammed shut by itself. He had walked straight into the trap, like the crazed idiot he had always been, caught up in the thrill of the chase. The ticking hadn't got louder. It just seemed like it. Harry stared at the portable TV, at the seconds ticking away. It wasn't the wrong time. It wasn't telling the time. Clocks don't go backwards. It had been 0006:10,
When he came in, now it was 0003:51. It was a countdown. Harry walked over, grabbed the TV, and tried to lift it. In vain. It must have been screwed to the floor. He aimed a hard kick at the top of the TV, and the plastic casing cracked with a bang. He looked inside. Metal pipes, glass tubes, leads. Harry was definitely no expert, but he had seen the innards of enough TVs to know there was too much in this one, and enough pictures of improvised explosives to recognize a pipe bomb. He assessed the leads and dismissed the idea at once. One of the bomb blokes in Delta had explained to him that cutting the blue or red wires and being home and dry was the good old days. Now it was digital hell, with Bluetooth signals, codes, and safeguards that sent the counter to 0 if you fiddled with anything. Harry took a run up and threw himself against the door. The door frame may have had frailties of its own. It didn't, nor the bars on the windows. His shoulders and ribs ached as he got to his feet again. He screamed at the window. No sounds came in, no sounds went out. Harry took out his mobile phone. Ops room, Delta. They could use explosives. He looked at the clock on the TV, 0003:04. They would hardly have time to transmit the address, 0002:59. He stared at the contact list. Raquel. Ring her. Say farewell to her and Oleg. Tell them he loved them, that they had to go on living better than he had done. Be with them for the last 2 minutes, so as not to die alone. Have company, share a last traumatic experience with them. Let them have a taste of death. Give them a final nightmare to accompany them on their way. Fuck! Harry slipped the phone back in his pocket, looked around. The doors had been removed, so there was nowhere to hide. 0002:40. Harry strode into the kitchen, which constituted the short part of the L-shaped room. It wasn't long enough. A pipe bomb would smash everything in here as well. He eyed the fridge, opened it. A milk carton, 2 bottles of beer, and a packet of liver paste. For a brief second he weighed up the alternatives, beer or panic, before plumping for panic and pulling out the shelves, sheets of glass and plastic boxes. They clattered to the ground behind him. He curled up and forced himself inside. Groaned. He couldn't bend his neck enough to get his head inside. Tried again, cursing his long limbs as he organized them in the most ergonomic way. Bloody impossible. He looked at the clock on the TV, 0002:06. Harry shoved his head in, pulled up his knees, but now his back wasn't flexible enough. Shit! He laughed out loud. The offer of free yoga he had rejected when he was in Hong Kong, was that going to be his downfall? Houdini. He remembered something about breathing in and out and relaxing. He breathed out, tried to clear his mind, concentrate on relaxing. Ignore the seconds, just feel how his muscles and joints were becoming more flexible, more supple. Feel how he was gradually compressing himself. Possible. Hallelujah, it really was possible. He was inside the fridge, a fridge with enough metal and insulation to save him, perhaps, if it wasn't the pipe bomb from hell. He held the edge of the door, cast a final glance at the TV before trying to close it. 0001:47. Wanted to close it, but his hand wouldn't obey. It wouldn't obey because his brain refused to reject what his eyes had seen, but the rationally controlled section of his brain tried to ignore. To ignore because it had no relevance for the only thing that was important now, surviving, saving itself. To ignore because he couldn't afford to do otherwise, didn't have the time, didn't have the empathy. The mincemeat on the chair, it had acquired 2 white spots, white as in the whites of the eyes, staring straight at him through the cling film. The pucker was alive. Harry let out a yell and squeezed out of the fridge, ran to the chair with the TV screen at the margin of his vision, ripped the cling film off the face. The eyes in the mince blinked, and he heard a shallow breath. He must have got some air through the hole where the bone had punctured the film. "Who did this?" Harry asked. Got no more than breath by way of an answer. The mincemeat mask began to trickle down like melting candle wax. "Who is he? Who's the cop killer?" Still only breath. Harry looked at the clock. 0001:26. It would take time to squeeze back in. "Come on, Truce, I can catch him."
A bubble of blood began to grow where Harry guessed the mouth had to be. As it burst, there was an almost inaudible whisper.
"It wore a mask. Didn't speak."
"What kind of mask?"
"Green. Oh, green.
"Green."
Surgeon."
"Surgeon's mask?" A small nod. Then the eyes closed again. 000105. No more to be gleaned. He ran back to the kitchen. He was faster this time. He closed the door and the light went out. Shivering in the darkness, he counted the seconds. 49. The bastard would have died anyway. 48. Better that someone else did the job. 47. Green mask. Truls Bernsen had given Harry what he knew without asking for anything in return, so there was a bit of policeman left in him. 46. No point thinking about it. There wasn't any more room for him in here anyway. 45. Besides, there was no time to release him from the chair. 44. Even if he'd wanted to, there was no time left now. 43. All over now. 42. Shit. 41. Shit. 40. Harry kicked open the fridge door with one foot and squeezed himself out with the other, pulled open the drawer under the worktop, grabbed what had to be a bread knife, ran to the chair and cut off the tape on the arms of the chair, avoided glancing at the TV but heard the ticking. "Fuck you, Bernsen!" He walked round the chair and cut the tape on the back and around the chair legs, put his arms round his chest and heaved. Needless to say, the bugger was extremely heavy. Harry pulled and cursed, dragged and cursed, no longer hearing the words coming from his mouth, hoping only they offended heaven and hell enough so that at least one of them would intervene in this idiotic but inevitable course of events. He aimed at the open fridge, manoeuvred Truls Bernsen through the opening. The blood-stained body slumped and slipped out again. Harry tried to stuff him in again, but it was no use. He pulled Bernsen out of the fridge, leaving trails of blood along the linoleum, let go, dragged the fridge from the wall, heard the plug come out, pushed the fridge over onto its back between the worktop and the stove, grabbed Bernsen and thrust him up and in, crawled in after him, used both legs to push him as close to the back of the fridge as possible to where the heavy refrigeration motor was housed, lay on top of Bernsen, inhaling the smell of sweat, blood and piss that comes from sitting in a chair, knowing your death is imminent. Harry had hoped there would be room for them both, as it had been the height and width of the fridge that had been the problem, not the depth. But now it was the depth. He couldn't close the bloody door behind them. Harry tried to force it, but it wouldn't close. There was less than 20 centimetres to go, but unless the fridge was hermetically sealed, they didn't have a hope. The shock waves would burst the liver and the spleen, the heat would burn out the eyeballs, every unattached object in the room would turn into a bullet, a machine gun spraying salvos and lacerating everything to pieces. He didn't even need to make a decision. It was too late, which also meant there was nothing to lose. Harry kicked the door open, jumped out, got behind the fridge and pushed it upright again. Saw from over the edge that Truls Bernsen had slid out onto the floor. Couldn't help looking past him at the TV screen. The clock showed 000012. 12 seconds. "Sorry, Bernsen," Harry said. Then he seized Bernsen around the chest, dragged him to his feet and backed into the upright fridge, put his hand out past Truls, pulled the door half to, and began to rock. The heavy motor was so high up that the cabinet had a high centre of gravity, and that, he hoped, would help him. The fridge tipped backwards. They were teetering on the cusp. Truls flopped against Harry. "They mustn't fall that way." Harry resisted, tried to push Truls back against the door. Then the fridge made up its mind, fell into place, and tipped the other way. Harry caught a final glimpse of the TV screen as the fridge toppled and fell forwards. The breath was knocked out of them as they crashed to the floor, and he panicked as he couldn't get any oxygen. But it was dark, pitch black. The weight of the motor and the fridge had done what he hoped, closed the door against the floor. Then the bomb went off. Harry's brain imploded, shut down. Harry blinked into the darkness. He must have been out for a few seconds. His ears were howling, and his face felt as if someone had thrown acid into it. But he was alive. So far. He needed air. Harry squeezed his hands between him and Truls, pressed his back against the back of the fridge, and shoved as hard as he could. The fridge swung round on its hinges and fell on its side. Harry rolled out, stood up. The room looked like some kind of dystopian wasteland, a grey dust and smoke hell, without a single identifiable object. Even what once had been a fridge looked like something else. The metal door in the hall had been blown off its frame. Harry left Bernsen where he was, hoping only that the bastard was dead, staggered down the steps into the street.
Chapter 46. Mikhail Bellman stopped, listened, and stared down the empty corridor. Like a desert, he thought. Nothing to catch your eye, only a quivering white light that erased all contours. And this sound, the vibrating hum of neon tubes, the desert heat, like a prelude to something that nonetheless never happens. Only an empty hospital corridor with nothing at the end. Perhaps it is all a fata morgana. Isabel Skayan's solution to the Asayev problem, the phone call an hour ago, the 1,000-kroner notes that had just spewed out of an ATM in the city centre, this deserted corridor in an empty wing of the hospital. Let it be a mirage, a dream, Mikhail thought, and started walking, but checked in his coat pocket that the safety catch on the Glock 22 was off. In the other pocket he had the wad of notes. If the situation demanded, he would have to pay up, if there were several of them, for example. But he didn't think there would be. The amount was too small to be shared, the secret too great. He passed a coffee machine, rounded a corner, and saw the corridor continue with this same flat whiteness. But he also saw the chair that Asayev's guard had sat on. It hadn't been removed. He turned to be sure that no one was behind him before he went on, took long paces and placed his soles softly, almost soundlessly, on the floor, felt the doors as he passed. They were all locked. Then he was there, in front of the door, by the chair. A sudden intuition made him put his left hand on the chair's seat. Cold. He took a deep breath in and his gun out. Looked at his hand. It wasn't trembling, was it? Best at decisive moments. He put the gun back in his pocket, pressed the handle of the door, and it opened. No reason to surrender whatever surprise element there was, Mikhail Bellman thought, pushing open the door and stepping in. The room was bathed in light, but was empty and bare, apart from the bed where Asayev had been. It had been pushed into the center of the room, and there was a lamp over it. Beside it, sharp, polished instruments gleamed on a metal trolley. Perhaps they had converted the room into a basic operating theatre. Mikhail caught a movement behind the one window, and his hand squeezed his gun as he squinted. Did he need glasses? By the time he had focused, realized it was a reflection and the movement was behind him. It was much too late. He felt a hand on his shoulder and reacted at once, but it was as if the stab of pain in his neck instantly severed the connection to his gun hand. And before the darkness descended, he saw the man's face close to his own in the black reflection from the window. It wore a green cap and a green mask over its mouth, like a surgeon about to operate. Katrina was too busy with the computer to react to the fact that she hadn't received an answer from the person who had walked in behind her. But she repeated the question when the door closed, locking out the noises from the culvert. "Where have you been, Björn?" She felt a hand on her shoulder and neck, and her first thought was that it was not at all unpleasant to feel a hot hand on the bare skin of her neck, a man's friendly hand. "I've been to the crime scene to lay some flowers," the voice behind her said. Katrina frowned in surprise. "No files found," the screen said. "Really? No files anywhere showing the statistics for dead key witnesses?" She pressed Harry's name on the phone. The hand had started massaging her neck muscles. Katrina groaned, mostly to show she liked it, closed her eyes and leaned her head forward. Heard it ring at the other end. "Turn a bit. Which crime scene?" "A country road. A girl. Hit and run. Never solved." Harry didn't answer. Katrina took the phone from her ear and tapped in a message. "No files found for statistic." Pressed send. "That took a long time. What did you do afterwards?" "Help the other person there," the voice said. He broke down, you might say. Katrina had finished doing what she had to do, and it was as though the other things in the room finally had access to her senses. The voice, the hand, the aroma. She swiveled slowly in her chair, looked up. "Who are you?" she asked. "Who am I?" "Yes, you're not Björn Holm." "No? No. Björn Holm is prints, ballistics, and blood. He doesn't do massages that leave you with your mouth tasting of sugar. So, what is it you want?" She saw the blush shoot up the pale, round face. The cod eyes bulged even more than usual, and Björn drew back his hand and started frenetically scratching one mutton chop. Well, sorry, didn't mean... I... The redness of his cheeks and the stuttering became more intense, until finally he just dropped his hand and looked at her with a desperate expression of capitulation. "Goddamn, Katrina, this is pathetic." Katrina looked at him, started laughing. The Pratt looked so sweet when he was like that. "Did you drive here?" she asked. Jules Bernson woke up, staring ahead of him. Around him, everything was white and well lit, and he no longer felt any pain. On the contrary, it felt wonderful. White and wonderful. He had to be dead. Of course he was dead. Strange, or even stranger, that he had been sent to the wrong place. To the good place. He felt his body turn. Perhaps he was a bit premature about the good place. He was still on the way there. And now he could hear sounds as well. The distant lament of a foghorn rising and falling. The ferryman's foghorn. Something appeared in front of him, something that shielded him from the light. A face. Another face appeared. He can have more morphine if he starts screaming. And then Truls felt it return. The pain. His whole body ached. His head felt like it was about to explode. They turned again. Ambulance. He was in an ambulance with its sirens wailing. "I'm Ulsrud from Kripos," the face above him said. "Your ID card says you're Officer Truls Bernson."
What happened?
Truls whispered. "A bomb went off. It smashed all the window panes in the neighborhood. We found you in the fridge inside the flat. What happened?" Truls closed his eyes and heard the question repeated. Heard the other man, presumably a medic, telling the policeman not to push the patient, who, after all, was on morphine, so could make up anything he liked.
"Where's Ulla?"
Truls whispered. He noticed the bright light was blocked again. "What did you say, Benson?" Truls tried to moisten his lips, feeling he had no lips to moisten.
The other guy. Was he in the fridge too?
"There was only you in the fridge, Benson."
"But he was there. He saved my life."
"If there was anyone else in the flat, I'm afraid whoever it was is now new wallpaper and paint. Everything inside was blown to smithereens. Even the fridge you were in was pretty smashed up, so you're lucky to be alive. If you can tell me who was behind the bomb, we could start looking for him." Truls shook his head. Imagined he was shaking his head, at least. He hadn't seen him. He had been behind him when he led him from his own car to another, where he had sat at the back with the gun trained on Truls's head while Truls drove. Drove them to Hausmannsgata 92, an address so tainted with narcotic criminality he had almost forgotten it was a crime scene. Gusto. Of course. And it was then that he knew what until then he had managed to repress, that he was going to die, that it was the cop killer behind him as they went up the steps, in through the metal door, who taped him to the chair, staring at him from behind the green mask. Truls had watched him walk around the portable TV and insert a screwdriver, noticed that the counter, which had started working on the screen when the door closed behind them, had stopped, and was then turned back to 6 minutes. A bomb. Then the man in green had taken out a baton,
identical to the one he himself had used, and started hitting Truls in the face. With concentration, without any visible enjoyment or emotional involvement. Light blows, not enough to break bones, but enough to burst veins and arteries, swelling the face with the blood pouring out and lying beneath the skin. Then he had started to hit him harder. Truls had lost all feeling in his skin. He could only feel that it burst, could feel the blood running down his neck and chest, the dull pain in his head, in his brain, no, even deeper than his brain, whenever the baton landed. And he saw the man in green, a dedicated church bell ringer, convinced of the importance of his work, swinging the hammer at the inside of the bronze bell as little jets of blood spattered Rorschach blots on the green smock. Heard the crunch of nasal bone and cartilage being crushed, felt his teeth crack and fill his mouth, felt his jaw loosen and hang from its own nerve fibers. And then, finally, everything went black. Until he woke again to the pains of hell, and he saw him without the surgeon outfit. Harry Hooler, standing in front of a fridge. At first he was confused. Then it seemed logical. Hooler would want to dispatch someone who knew his litany of sins in such detail, and he would disguise it as one of the police murders. But Hooler was taller than the other man. His expression was different, and Hooler was clambering into a damn fridge, fighting his way in. They were in the same boat. They were just two officers at the same crime scene who would die together. The two of them. What irony. If he hadn't been in such pain, he would have laughed. Then Hooler got out of the fridge, cut the tape, and lifted him into the fridge, which is more or less when he lost consciousness again.
"Can I have some more morphine?"
Truls whispered, hoping he would be heard over the bloody sirens, waiting impatiently for the wave of well-being he knew would wash through his body, washing away the unnerving pain, and thought it had to be the drug that was making him think what he was thinking, because actually it suited him down to the ground. Nevertheless, he thought it anyway. How irritating that Harry Hooler should die like. Chapter 47. The policeman with the phonetic tripwire of a name, Karsten Kaspersen, was sitting in the duty office at PHS staring at the rain. It was falling like stair rods in the black of the night, drumming on the gleaming black tarmac, dripping from the gate. He had switched off the light so that no one could see the office was manned so late. By no one, he meant the types who steal batons and other equipment. Some of the old cordon tape they used in training was gone too, and as there were no signs of a break-in, it had to be someone with a pass, and as it was someone with a pass, this was not just a matter of a few lousy batons or cordon tape, but the fact that they had thieves in their midst, thieves who might be walking around as police officers in the not-too-distant future, and they weren't damn well having any of that, not in his police force. Now he could see someone approaching in the rain. The figure had emerged from the darkness down by Slimdalsveien, passed under the lights by Chateauneuf, and was heading for the gate. Not a walk he recognized exactly, more like a stagger, and the guy was listing, as though there was a gale on the port side. But he swiped a card in the machine, and the next minute he was inside the college. Kaspersen, who knew the walks of everyone who belonged to this section of the building, jumped up and stepped out, for this was not something that could be explained away. Either you had access or you didn't. There was no middle ground. "Hello there," Kaspersen shouted, leaving the office, having already puffed himself up, something from the animal kingdom making itself look as big as possible. He didn't really know why it worked, only that it did. "Who the hell are you? What are you doing here? How did you get hold of that card?" The stooped, drenched individual in front of him turned, tried to straighten up. The face was hidden in the shadow from the hoodie, but a pair of eyes sparkled inside, and it struck Kasperson that he could feel the heat, so intense was the gaze. He instinctively gasped for breath, and for the first time he remembered he wasn't armed. How on earth had he not thought about that? He should have brought something to deter thieves. The individual pushed the hood back. "Forget deter," Kasperson thought. "I need something to defend myself with." The individual in front of him was not from this world. His coat was torn with great gaping holes, and the same applied to his face. Kasperson backed into his office, wondering if the key was on the inside of the door.
"Kasperson," the voice. "It's me, Kasperson."
Kasperson stopped, angled his head.
Could that really be? Jesus, Harry, what happened to you? Only an explosion. It looks worse than it is. Worse? You look like a Christmas orange studded with cloves. It's just... a Christmas blood orange. Harry, you're bleeding. Hang on a sec. I'll get the first aid box. Can you come up to Arnold's office? I've got to sort something urgently. Arnold isn't there now. I know.
Karsten Kasperson dashed towards the medicine cabinet in the office, and while he was removing plasters, gauze bandages, and scissors, it was as if his subconscious was re-examining the conversation and stopping at the final sentence. The way Harry had said it, the emphasis, "I know," as though he hadn't said it to him, Karsten Kasperson, but to himself, Harry Hula. Mikhail Bellman woke up and opened his eyes, and pinched them shut again as the light broke into the membranes and lenses of his eyes, but still it felt as though the light was burning a bare nerve. He was unable to move. He twisted his head and tried to look around him. He was still in the same room. He looked down, saw the white tape used to bind him to the bed, to bind his arms to his sides and his legs together. He was a mummy. Already. He heard the clink of metal behind him and twisted his head the other way. The person standing by his side, fiddling with the instruments, was dressed in green and wore a mask over his mouth.
"Oh dear," said the man in green. "Has the anaesthetic worn off already?"
"Yes. Well, I'm not exactly an anaesthetics expert, am I? To tell the truth, I'm not a specialist in anything at all in the hospital." Mikhail engaged his mind, tried to hack his way out of the confusion. What the hell was going on? "By the way, I found the money you brought with you. Nice of you, but I don't need it. And it's impossible to compensate for what you did, Mikhail." If he wasn't the anaesthetic nurse, how did he know about the connection between Mikhail and Asayev? The man in green held up an instrument to the light. Mikhail could hear the fear pounding. He didn't feel it yet. The drug was still floating through his brain like wisps of fog. But when the veil of anaesthetics had lifted completely, what was behind would be revealed. Pain and fear. And death. Because Mikhail had understood now. It was so obvious that he should have known before he left home. This was the scene of an unsolved murder.
"You and Truls Berntsen."
Truls? Did he believe that Truls had anything to do with the murder of Asayev? But he's already received his punishment. What do you think it's best to use when you cut off a face? A handle number 3 with a blade number 10 is for skin and muscles. Or this one, a handle number 7 with a blade number 15? The man in green held up 2 seemingly identical scalpels. The light was reflected in one of the blades, casting a thin stripe of light over the man's face, including one eye. and in that eye he saw something he vaguely recognized.
The supplier didn't write which one was best for this particular operation, you see.
There was something familiar about his voice as well, wasn't there?
Yes, well, we'll have to manage with what we've got.
I'm going to have to tape your face down, Mikhail.
Now the fog had lifted completely, and he saw it. The fear. And it saw him and rose in his throat. Mikhail gasped as he felt his head being forced down onto the mattress and the tape stretched across his forehead. Then the man's face was directly above his. The mask had slipped, but Mikhail's brain was slowly rotating his vision. Upside down became downside up. And he recognized him, and knew why. "Do you remember me, Mikhail?" he asked. It was him, the homo, the one who had tried to kiss him when he was working at Kripos, in the toilet. Someone had come in. Jules had beaten him black and blue in the boiler room, and he had never returned to work. He had known what would be awaiting him, as Mikhail did now.
Mercy!
Mikhail felt his eyes filling with tears.
I stopped Jules. He would have killed you if I hadn't
stopped him, so that you could save your career and become chief of police.
Listen, I'm ready to pay whatever.
Oh, you'll pay, all right, Mikhail. You'll pay in full for what you took from me.
Took? What did we take from you?
You took revenge from me, Mikhail. Punishment for the person who killed René Kalsnes. You all let the murderer off the hook.
Not all cases can be solved.
You yourself know that. Laughter. Cold, brief, with the brakes suddenly applied. I know you didn't try, that's what I know, Mikhail. You didn't give a damn for two reasons. First of all, you found a baton close to the scene of the crime, so you were afraid that if you searched too hard, you would find out it was one of your own who had killed this creep, this revolting homo. And what was the second reason, Mikhail? René wasn't as hetero as the police force likes us officers to be. Or what, Mikhail? But I loved René. Loved him. Do you hear that, Mikhail? I'm saying out loud that I, a man, loved the boy, wanted to kiss him, stroke his hair, whisper sweet nothings into his ear. Do you think that's revolting? Deep down, though, you know, don't you, that it's a gift to be able to love another man. It's something you should have told yourself before, Mikhail, because now it's too late for you. You're never going to experience it. What I offered you when we were working at Kripos, you were so frightened of your other self that you lost your temper. You had to beat him out. Beat me out. He had gradually raised his voice, but now he lowered it to a whisper. But that was just stupid fear, Mikhail. I felt it myself, and I would never have punished you this hard for that alone. What you and all the other so-called police officers on the René Kalsnes case received the death sentence for is that you sullied the only person I have ever loved, demeaned his human value, said the victim wasn't even worth the work you're paid to do, wasn't worth the oath you swore to serve the public and to uphold justice. Which means you fail us all. You desecrate the flock, Mikhail. The flock, which is all that is sacred. That and love. And so you have to be removed. The way you removed the apple of my eye. But enough chit-chat. I have to concentrate if we're going to get this right. Fortunately for you and me, there are very instructive videos online. What do you think about this? He held up a picture in front of Mikhail.
Should be simple surgery, don't you think? But shush, Mikhail. No one can hear you, but if you yell like that, I'll have to tape up your mouth as well.
Harry fell into Arnold Folkestad's chair. It emitted a long hydraulic wheeze and sank under his weight as Harry switched on the computer and the screen lit up the darkness. And while it started up with creaks and groans, activated programs, and prepared itself for use, Harry read Katrina's text message yet again. No files found for statistic. Arnold had told him the FBI had statistics to the effect that in 94% of all the serious cases when the prosecution's witnesses died, the deaths were suspicious. That was what had made Harry examine Asayev's death more closely. But the statistic didn't exist. It was like Katrina's joke, the one that had been nagging away at Harry's cortex, the one he remembered but couldn't understand why. When people use statistics in 72% of the cases, they've made them up on the spur of the moment. Harry must have been ruminating on it for a long time. Must have had a suspicion that this statistic was one Arnold had made up on the spur of the moment. Why? The answer was simple: to persuade Harry to have a closer look at Asayev's death. Because Arnold knew something, but couldn't say straight out what it was, or how he had acquired the information. Because it would blow his cover. But, being the zealous policeman he was, morbidly keen to solve a murder, Chapter 48. Harry stared at the computer screen. He rang Katrina's number again, was about to end the call when he heard her voice. "Yes?" She was out of breath, as if she'd been running, but the acoustics suggested she was indoors, and it struck him that he should have heard that the time he'd rung Arnold Folkestad late at night. The acoustics. He'd been outside, not inside. "Are you in the gym or what?" "Gym?" She queried the word as though unfamiliar with the concept. "I was wondering if that was why you didn't answer my calls." "No, I'm at home. What's up?" "Okay, get your pulse down now. I'm at PHS. I've just seen someone's search history, and I can't get any further." "What do you mean?" "Arnold Folkestad has been on medical supply websites. I want to know why." "Arnold Folkestad? What's this got to do with him?" "I think he's our man." "Arnold Folkestad is the cop killer?" As Katrina spoke, he heard a sound which he immediately identified as Björn Holm's smoker's cough, and what might have been the creaking of a mattress. "Are you and Björn in the boiler room?" "No, I told you, Yes, we're in the boiler room." Harry mused, and concluded that in all his years as a policeman, he had never heard worse lying. "If you're near a computer, try to find out if Arnold has been buying medical equipment, and if his name turns up in connection with any old crime scenes or murder investigations, and then ring me back. And now give me Björn." He heard her hand over the phone, say something, and then Björn's somewhat thick voice. "Yeah?" "Get your threads on and hot-footed to the boiler room. Find a police lawyer and get a warrant to tap Arnold Folkestad's mobile phone, and then check who rang Truls Benson this evening, okay? In the meantime, I'll tell Bellman to deploy Delta. Okay?" "Yes, well, you know..." "Is this important, Björn?" "No." "Right." Harry rang off
and at that moment Karsten Kaspersen came in through the door. "I find some iodine and cotton, and tweezers as well, so we can pull out the splinters." "Thanks, Kaspersen, but the splinters are more or less holding me together, so just leave the stuff on the table." "But heck, you—" Harry waved the protesting Kaspersen out while calling Bellman. Was put through to his voicemail. Swore. Searched for Ulla Bellman, found a landline number in Höhenhall, and then heard a gentle, melodic voice articulate the surname. "Harry Hula here. Is your husband there?" "No, he just went out." "This is pretty important. Where is he?" "He didn't say. When, he didn't say. If he turns up, I'll tell him to call you. Harry Hula." "Thank you." He hung up, forced himself to wait. Wait while sitting with his elbows on the table and his head in his hands, listening to blood dripping onto unmarked tests. Counted the drips as if they were ticking seconds. The forest. The forest. There's no metro in the forest. And the acoustics. It sounded as if he was outside, not inside. When Harry had called Arnold that night, Arnold had claimed he was at home. Yet Harry had heard the metro in the background. There could, of course, have been relatively innocent reasons for Arnold Folkestad lying about where he was. A female acquaintance he wanted to keep quiet, for example. And it could have been a coincidence that when Harry rang, the young girl was being dug up in Vestra Cemetery, close to where the metro passes by. Coincidences, but enough to cause other things to surface. The statistic. Harry glanced at his watch again. Thought about Raquel and Oleg. They were at home. Home, where he would have been, where he should have been, where he would never be. Not completely, not fully, not the way he wanted to be, because it was true he didn't have it in him. Instead, he had this otherness in him, like a flesh-eating bacterium, which consumed everything else in his life, which not even alcohol could keep down, and which he still, after all these years, didn't completely understand. Only that in some way or other it had to be similar to what Arnold Folkestad had, an imperative so strong and all-encompassing that it could almost justify all it destroyed. Then, at long last, she rang. "He ordered quite a few surgical instruments and items of clothing some weeks ago. You don't need any kind of special authorization to do that." "Anything else?" "No, he doesn't seem to have been online much. Seems to have been quite cautious, in fact." "Anything else?" "I checked whether he'd had any physical injuries or anything like that, and some hospital records came up from several years ago." "Oh?" "Yes, he was admitted with what the doctor said in his report was a beating, but the patient claimed he fell down the stairs. The doctor rejected this as a cause and referred to the widespread injuries all over his body. He wrote that the patient was a police officer and would have to judge for himself what should be reported. He also wrote that his knee would never completely recover." "So he was beaten up. What about the crime scenes and the cop killer?" "I didn't find any links there, though it looks as if he worked on some of the original murder cases when he was at Kripos. And I did find a link with one of the victims." "Oh?" "Rene Karlsnes. At first he just cropped up by chance, but then I refined the search. These two had quite a lot to do with each other. Flights abroad, with Folkestad paying for both of them, double rooms and suites registered in both their names in a variety of European cities. Jewelry I doubt Folkestad would have worn, but he bought it in Barcelona and Rome. In short, it looks like the two of them were lovers," Harry said. "I'd say more like secret lovers," Katrina said. "When they travelled from Norway, they sat in different rows, sometimes even on different flights. And when they stayed at hotels in Norway, it was always in single rooms." "Arnold was a policeman," Harry said. "He thought it was safest to stay in the closet." "But he wasn't the only person wooing this Rene with weekends away and endless gifts." "I'm sure he wasn't. And what is equally sure is that the previous investigation teams should have seen this." "Now you're being harsh, Harry. They didn't have my search engines." Harry ran a hand carefully over his face. "Maybe not. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm being unfair when I think the murder of a promiscuous gay man didn't arouse in the detectives involved an urge to graft for a result." "Yes, you are." "Fine. Anything else?" "Not for the moment." "Okay." He slipped the phone into his pocket, glanced at his watch. A sentence uttered by Arnold Folkestad ran through his mind. Anyone who doesn't dare to stand up for justice should have a guilty conscience. Was that what Folkestad was doing with these revenge murders? Standing up for justice? And what had he said when they spoke about Celia Grausing's mental state? I have some experience of OCD, meaning he knew what it was like to stop at nothing. The man had been sitting opposite Harry and spelling it out for him. Björn rang after 7 minutes. They've checked Truls Bernson's line and no one has rung tonight. So Folkestad went straight to Bernson's place and picked him up. What about Folkestad's phone? It's switched on and can be located in the area around Slimdalsveien, Chateau Neuf and shit, Harry said. Hang up and ring his number. Harry waited for a few seconds. Then he heard a vibration somewhere. It came from one of the desk drawers. Harry pulled at them, locked, apart from the bottom one, the deepest. A display shone up at him. Harry took the phone and accepted the call. Found it, he said. Hello? Harry, Björn. Folkestad smart. He left the phone registered in his name here. I'd guess it was here when all the murders were committed. So that no one at the phone company would be able to go back and reconstruct his movements. And as evidence that he's been working here as usual if he should need an alibi. Since it isn't even locked up, my guess is we won't find anything revealing on the phone. You mean he's got another one? Pay as you go, bought with cash, perhaps in someone else's name. That's how he calls the victims. And as the phone's there tonight, he's been out and about, yes. But if he needs to use the phone as an alibi, it's strange he hasn't taken it. Taken it home. If the signals show it's been at PHS all night, it won't work as a plausible alibi. There is another possibility. What's that? He hasn't finished tonight's work yet. Oh, Christ. Do you think... I don't think anything. I can't get hold of Bellman. Could you ring Hagen, explain the situation, and ask if he would authorize the mobilization of Delta to raid Folkestad's home address? You think he's at home? No, but we start searching where there is light, Björn completed. Harry hung up again, closed his eyes. The whistling in his ears had almost gone. Instead, there was another noise. Ticking. The seconds being counted down. Shit. He pressed his knuckles against his eyes. Could anyone else have received an anonymous call today? Who? Where from? From the page.
As the night unfolds, we'll write our tale. In the flickering glow, our spirits sail. Each laugh, each glance is a sweet serenade. In the symphony of life that we have made. Summer nights and fireflies lighting up the dark. Every moment's magic, every heartbeat is spark. With you by my side, the world feels so right. In the glow of our dreams on these summer nights. Barefoot on the grass we spin and sway, chasing shadows that the moonlight casts. In this moment we wish to stay, holding on to memories that forever last. The distant sound of waves on the shore, a serenade from the deep blue sea. With every heartbeat we yearn for more. In this haven where we're wild and free. Barefoot on the grass we spin
Chapter 49.
and sway, chasing shadows that the moonlight casts.
Not how or why. Harry tried to purge his brain of all the redundant information, to concentrate on the only issue that was important now. Where? Where the hell could Arnold Folkestad be? At a crime scene, with surgical equipment. When Harry understood, there was one thing and one thing alone that surprised him, that he hadn't clicked before. It was so obvious that even a first-year student with a mediocre imagination would have managed to crunch the data and follow the perpetrator's train of thought. Crime scene. A scene where a man dressed and masked like a surgeon would not attract much attention. It was 2 minutes by car from PHS to the Rikshospital. He could do it. Delta couldn't. It took Harry 25 seconds to get out of the building, 30 to reach his car, start it, and turn into Slimdalsveien, which would take him almost straight to where he was heading. 1 minute and 45 seconds after that, he pulled up in front of the entrance to the Rikshospital. 10 seconds after that, He had pushed through the swing door and past reception. He heard a, "Hey, you there!" but steamed ahead. His footsteps resounded against the walls and ceiling of the corridor. As he ran, he fumbled behind his back, got hold of the Odessa he had stuffed inside his belt, felt his pulse counting down, faster and faster. He passed the coffee machine, slowed down so as not to make too much noise, stopped by the chair outside the door that led to the crime scene. Many people knew a dope baron had died in there, but not many knew he had been murdered, and that the crime was unsolved. However, Arnold Folkestad did. Harry stepped up to the door, listened, checked the safety catch was off. His pulse had counted down and was calm. Along the corridor he heard running footsteps. They were on their way to stop him, and before Harry Hooler silently opened the door and stepped inside, he had time for one more thought. This was a very bad dream where everything recurred, time after time, and it had to stop here. He had to wake up, to blink into the sun one morning, wrapped in a cold white duvet, with her arms holding him tight, refusing to let go, refusing to let him be anywhere except with her. Harry closed the door quietly behind him, stared at a man in green bent over a bed containing a man he knew. Mikhail Bellman. Harry raised his gun, cocked the trigger, already imagining the salvo ripping up the green material, severing the nerves, smashing the marrow, the back arching and falling forward. But Harry didn't want that. He didn't want to shoot this man in the back and kill him. He wanted to shoot him in the face and kill him. "Arnold," Harry said in a husky voice, "turn around." There was a clatter on the metal table as the man in green dropped something shiny, a scalpel. He turned slowly, pulled down the green mask, looked at Harry. Harry stared back, his finger tightened around the trigger. The footsteps outside were getting closer. There were a lot of them. He would have to hurry if he was going to do this without witnesses. He felt the resistance on the trigger seeding. He had reached the trigger's eye of the storm, where all is still, the silence before the explosion. Now. Not now. He had let his finger slip back a tiny fraction. It wasn't him. It wasn't Arnold Folkestad. Had he been mistaken? Had he been mistaken again? The face before him was smooth, the mouth open, the black eyes unfamiliar. Was this the cop killer? He looked so uncomprehending. The green figure took a step to the side, and it was only now that Harry saw the person the green outfit covered was a woman. At that moment the door burst open behind him and he was pushed to the side by two other people in green operating attire. "What's the score?" asked one of the new arrivals in a high-pitched, authoritative voice. "Unconscious," the woman answered. "Low pulse. Blood loss. There's not much blood on the floor, but it could have run into the stomach. Determine the blood type and order 3 bags. Harry lowered his gun. "Police," he said. "What's happened here?" "Get out. We're trying to save a life here," the authoritative voice said. "Same here," Harry said, raising his gun again. The man stared at him. "I'm trying to stop a murderer, Mr. Surgeon, and we don't know if he's finished his handiwork for the day, okay?" The man turned away from Harry. "If it's only this wound and no damage to the inner organs, then there won't have been much blood loss. Is he in shock? Karen, help this officer." The woman spoke through her mask without moving away from the bed. "Someone in reception saw a man in blood-stained scrubs and a mask come from the empty wing and walk straight out. This was so unusual she sent someone in to check. The patient was on the way to dying when he was found." "Anyone know where the man could have gone?" Harry asked. "They say he just disappeared." "When will the patient come round again?" "We don't know if he'll survive. You look as if you need medical help yourself, by the way." "Not much else we can do beyond covering it with a patch," the authoritative voice said. No more information to be gleaned, yet Harry stayed where he was, took 2 steps forward, stopped, stared at Mikhail Bellman's white face. Was he conscious? It was hard to say. One eye stared straight up at him. The other wasn't there. Just a black cavity with blood-streaked shreds of sinew and white threads hanging out. Harry turned and left, took out his phone as he strode down the corridor in search of fresh air.
Yes? Stoller, you sound upset, Harry.
The cop killer got Bellman.
Got?
He performed an operation on him.
What do you mean?
He removed one of his eyes and left him to bleed to death. And it was the cop killer who was behind the explosion this evening, which I'm sure you heard about on the news. He tried to kill 2 policemen, one of whom was me. I need to know what he's thinking, because I've got no bloody idea anymore.
Silence. Harry waited, heard Stoller Auner's heavy breathing. And then, at last, his voice again.
I really don't know. That's not what I want to hear, Stoller. Pretend you know, all right?
Okay. What I can say is that he's out of control, Harry. The emotional pressure has escalated. He's boiling over now, so he stopped following patterns. He could do anything from now on.
So what you're saying is you have no idea what his next move will be.
Another silence.
Thanks, Harry said, and hung up.
The phone rang at once.
Björn. Yes? Delta's on the way to Folkestad's address. Good. Tell them that he could be heading there now, and that we'll give them an hour before we sound a general alert so he doesn't get a tip-off from police radio or something. Call Katrina and tell her to come to the boiler room. I'm going there now.
Harry arrived at reception, saw people stare at him and recoil. A woman screamed, and someone ducked behind a counter. Harry discovered the reason in the mirror behind the counter. Almost 2 meters of bomb-ravaged man with the world's ugliest automatic still in his hand.
Sorry, folks,
Harry mumbled and left through the swing doors.
What's going on?
Björn asked.
Not much,
Harry said, raising his face to the rain to cool the fire for a second.
Björn, I'm 5 minutes away from home, so I'll drive there for a shower, some bandages, and some more substantial clothes first.
They rang off, and Harry saw the parking warden standing beside his car with his notepad out.
Thinking of finding me? Harry asked. You're blocking the entrance to a hospital, so you can bet your life I am, said the warden without looking up. Perhaps better if you move, and then we can get the car out of the way, Harry said. I don't think you should talk to me like... The warden started, looked up and froze when he saw Harry and the Odessa, and was still frozen to the spot when Harry got into his car, stuffed the gun back in the belt, twisted the key, let go of the clutch and shot off down the road. Harry turned into Slimdarsveien, accelerated and passed an oncoming tram, said a silent prayer that Arnold Folkestad would be on his way home, just like him. He swung into Holmenkollveien. Chapter 50. Harry stood under the spruce trees for a few seconds, studying the house. From there he couldn't see any signs of a break-in, neither through the door with the 3 locks, nor through the bars on the windows. Of course, it was by no means certain that it was Folkestad's Fiat on the road. Lots of people had a Fiat. Harry had placed his hand on the bonnet. It was still warm. He had left his own car in the middle of the road. Harry ran through the trees until he was at the back of the house. Waited, listened. Nothing. He crept over to the wall, stretched, peered in through the windows, but saw nothing, only darkened rooms. He continued round the house until he came to the illuminated windows of the kitchen and the living room. Stood up on his tiptoes and looked in. Ducked down again. Leaned back against the rough timber and concentrated on breathing, because he had to breathe now, had to ensure his brain had enough oxygen to think at speed. A fortress, and what bloody good had that been? He had them. They were there. Arnold Folkestad, Raquel, and Oleg.
Harry concentrated on memorizing what he had seen. They were sitting in the entrance hall by the front door, Oleg on a spindle-backed chair placed in the middle of the room, with Raquel right behind him. Oleg had a white gag in his mouth, and Raquel was tying him to the chair. And a few meters behind them, ensconced in an armchair, was Arnold Folkestad with a gun in his hand, evidently giving Raquel orders. The details. Folkestad's gun was a Heckler & Koch standard police issue, reliable, wouldn't jam. Raquel's mobile phone was on the living room table. Neither of them looked hurt for the moment. Why? Harry stopped thinking. There wasn't room, there wasn't time for any whys. Just how he could stop Folkestad. Harry had already seen that it was an impossible shot. He wouldn't be able to hit Arnold Folkestad without endangering Oleg and Raquel. Harry raised his head above the windowsill and ducked down again. Raquel would soon have finished her job. Folkestad would soon start his. He had seen the baton. It was leaning against the bookcase beside the armchair. Soon Folkestad would smash Oleg's face the way he had with the others, a young boy who wasn't even a policeman. And Folkestad had to be under the illusion that Harry was already dead, so the revenge was pointless. Why? Stop. No whys. He had to ring Björn, get Delta sent here. They were in the forest on the wrong side of town. It could easily take 45 minutes. Fuck! He would have to do this on his own. Harry told himself he had time. He had several seconds, maybe a minute. But he couldn't hope for the element of surprise if he tried to burst in, not with 3 locks to open. Folkestad would hear him long before he was inside, holding a gun to either Raquel's or Oleg's head. Quickly. Something, anything, Harry. He took out his mobile phone, wanting to text Björn, but his fingers wouldn't obey. They had frozen. They were numb, as though the blood supply had been cut off. Not now, Harry. Don't freeze. This is a standard number. It's not them. They are victims, faceless victims. They are the woman you were going to marry and the boy who called you Dad when he was small and was so tired he forgot himself. The boy you never wanted to disappoint, but whose birthday you still forgot. And that on its own could make you cry, and you became so desperate you had to trick him. You always had to trick him. Harry blinked into the darkness. You old trickster. The mobile phone on the table. Should he ring Raquel's phone, see if it would make Folkestad stand up and move away from Raquel and Oleg, shoot him as he picked it up? And what if he didn't, if he stayed where he was? Harry took another peek, ducked down, hoping Folkestad hadn't seen the movement. Folkestad had got up with the baton in his hand and pushed Raquel to one side. And even if he got a clear shot in, there was very little chance that at a distance of almost 10 meters he would be lucky enough to stop Folkestad in his tracks. A better precision weapon was required than a Russian Odessa, and a more suitable caliber than a Makarov 9x18mm. He had to get closer, preferably within 2 meters. He heard Raquel's voice through the window. Take me, please. Harry pressed his head against the wall, squeezing his eyes shut. Act. But how? Most merciful God, how? Give a terrible sinner of a trickster a hint, and he'll pay you back with whatever you want. Harry inhaled, whispering a promise. Raquel stared at the man with the red beard. He was standing directly behind Oleg's chair, with the end of the baton resting on his shoulder. In the other hand, he was holding a gun pointed at her. I'm really sorry, Raquel, but I can't spare the boy. He's the real target, you see. But why? Raquel wasn't aware of the crying, only the hot tears running down her cheeks, like a physical reaction, disengaged from what she felt, or didn't feel, the numbness. Why are you doing this, Arnold? It's just sick. Arnold Folkestad smiled apologetically. Or so it seemed. "That's probably what all of you'd like to believe, that we can all enjoy our grandiose revenge fantasies, but none of us is willing or even capable of carrying them out." "But why?" "Because I can love. I can hate. Well, now I can't love any more, so I've replaced it with—" He raised the baton aloft. "This. I'm honoring my beloved. René, you see, wasn't just any lover. He was—" He put the baton down on the floor, rested it against the back of the chair, and groped in his pocket, but without lowering the gun by so much as a millimeter. "The apple of my eye, who was taken from me, and nothing was done about it." Raquel stared at what he was holding, knowing she should be shocked, unnerved, frightened. But she felt nothing. Her heart was already frozen. "He had such nice eyes, Mikhail Bellman did. So I took from him what he took from me, the best he had. And I... But why, Oleg? Do you really not understand, Raquel? He's a seed. Harry told me he was going to be a policeman, and he's already failed in his duty, and that makes him one of them. Duty? What sort of duty? The duty to catch murderers and pass judgment on them. He knows who killed Gustav Hansen. You look surprised. I've had a look at the case, and it's obvious that if Oleg didn't kill him himself, he knows who the guilty party is. Anything else is a logical impossibility. Hasn't Harry told you? Oleg was there, present, when Gustav was killed, Raquel. And do you know what I thought when I saw Gustav in the crime scene photos? How beautiful he was. He and René were beautiful young men with their whole lives before them. My boy has his whole life too. Please, Arnold, you don't need to do this." As she took a step towards him, he raised the gun, pointing it not at her but at Oleg. "Don't worry, Raquel. You will have to die as well. You're not a target as such, but you're a witness, and I'll have to dispose of you. Harry will find you, and he'll kill you. I'm sorry to have to bring you so much pain, Raquel. I really do like you, but I think it's only right that you should know. You see, Harry won't find anything. He's already dead, I'm afraid." Raquel stared at him in disbelief. He was really sorry. Suddenly the phone on the table lit up and emitted a simple whistling tone. She glanced at it. "Looks like you're wrong," she said. Arnold Folkestad frowned. "Give me the phone." Raquel picked it up and passed it to him. He pressed the gun against Oleg's neck while grabbing the phone. Read the message quickly. Sent Raquel a sharp glare. "Don't let Oleg see the present. What's that supposed to mean?" Raquel shrugged. "It means he's alive, anyway." "Impossible. They said on the radio my bomb had gone off." "Can't you just get out right now, Arnold, before it's too late?" Folkestad blinked pensively while staring at her, or through her. "I see. Someone beat Harry to it. Went into the flat. Kaboom. Of course," he chuckled. "Harry's on his way here now, isn't he? He doesn't suspect a thing. I can shoot you first, and then wait for him to come through that door." He seemed to run through his reasoning one more time, and nodded as if he had come to the same conclusion, and pointed the gun at Raquel. Oleg began to wriggle on the chair, tried to jump, and groaned desperately through the gag. Raquel stared into the muzzle of the gun, felt her heart stop beating, as though her brain had accepted the inevitable and was starting to close down. She was no longer afraid. She wanted to die for Oleg. Perhaps Harry would get here before... Perhaps he would save Oleg. For she knew something now. She closed her eyes.
waited for something she didn't know. A blow, a stab, pain, darkness. She had no gods she wanted to pray to. A lock on the front door rattled. She opened her eyes. Arnold had lowered his gun and was staring at the door. A small pause. Then it began to rattle again. Arnold stepped back, seized the blanket from the armchair, and slung it over Oleg so that it covered both him and the chair.
"Act as if nothing's happened," he whispered. "If you say one word, I'll put a bullet through the back of your son's head."
There was a third rattle. Raquel saw Arnold position himself behind Oleg and the chair so that the gun couldn't be seen from the front door. Then the door opened, and there he was, a towering figure, beaming smile, open jacket, and ravaged face. "Arnold!" he exclaimed with delight. "What a pleasure!" Arnold laughed back. "You're quite a sight, Harry. What happened?" "Cop killer. A bomb." "Really?" "Nothing of any consequence. What brings you here?" "I was passing, and remembered I had to discuss a couple of things about the timetable. Would you mind coming over here for a second?" "Not until I've given her a good hug," he said, and opened his arms to Raquel, who flew into his embrace. "How was the trip, darling?" Arnold cleared his throat. "You can let him go now, Raquel. I've got a few things to do tonight." "Now you're being a bit stern, Arnold." Harry laughed and let go of Raquel, pushing her away and taking off his coat. "Come over here, then," Arnold said. "There's a better light here, Arnold." "My knee hurts. Come over here." Harry bent down and pulled at his shoelaces. "I've been in one hell of an explosion today, so you'll have to excuse me if I remove my shoes first. You'll have to use your knee on the way out anyway, so bring the timetable over here if you're in such a hurry." Harry stared down at his shoes. The distance from Arnold and the chair covered with the blanket was 6 or 7 meters. Too far for someone who had admitted that his vision and the shakes meant he couldn't hit a target more than half a meter away. And now the target had suddenly crouched down and made itself much smaller by lowering its head and leaning forward so that it was protected by its shoulders. He pulled at the laces, pretending they were knotted. Tempting Arnold. He had to tempt him over. For there was only one way, and perhaps that was what had made him so calm and relaxed. All or nothing. The bet was already made. The rest was in the lap of the gods. And perhaps it was this calmness that Arnold sensed. "As you wish, Harry." Harry heard Arnold walking across the floor, still concentrating on his laces. Knew Arnold had passed Oleg on the chair, Oleg who was perfectly still, as though he knew what was going on. Then Arnold passed Raquel. The moment had arrived. Harry looked up, stared into the gun muzzle, the black eye staring at him from 20-30 centimeters. He had known from the moment he entered the house that the slightest sudden move would set Arnold off, shooting the closest person first, Oleg. Had Arnold known that Harry was armed? Had he known that he would take a gun with him to the meeting with Truls Bernsen? Maybe, maybe not. It didn't make any difference. Harry would never have time to draw a weapon now, however accessible it was. "Arnold, why, farewell, my friend." Harry watched Arnold Folkestad's finger tighten around the trigger. And he knew it wouldn't be coming, the clarification, the one we think we will glimpse at our journey's end. Neither the big revelation, why we are born and die, and what the point is of both, plus the bit in between, nor the small one, what makes a person like Folkestad willing to sacrifice his life to destroy the lives of others. Instead, there would be this syncope, this swift cessation of life, this trivial but logically placed pause in the middle of a word. The wherefore. The powder burned with, literally, explosive speed, and the pressure created dispatched the bullet from the brass cartridge at a speed of approximately 360 meters per second. The soft lead was shaped by the grooves in the barrel making the bullet rotate so that it would be more stable through the air. But in this case, that wasn't necessary. Chapter 51. Katrina shivered and snuggled up under Björn's arm. It was cold in the large church, cold inside, cold outside, and she should have put on more clothes. They were waiting. Everyone in Uppsala Church was waiting, coughing. Why was it that people started coughing as soon as they entered a church? Was it the room itself that provoked tight throats and pharynxes? Even in a modern church made of glass and concrete like this? Was it their anxiety not to make a sound which they knew would be amplified by the acoustics that created this compulsive action? Or was it just a human way of releasing pent-up emotion, coughing it out instead of bursting into tears or laughter? Katrina craned her head. There was a small turnout, only those closest. Few enough people to have only an initial in Harry's contacts list. She saw Sturla Auna, wearing a tie for once. His wife, Gunnar Hagen, also with wife. She sighed. She should have worn more, even if Björn didn't seem to be cold. Dark suit. She hadn't known he would look so good in a dark suit. She brushed his lapel. Not that there was anything on it, it was just what you did. An intimate act of love. Monkeys picking lice from the coat of another monkey. The case was solved. For a while they had been afraid they'd lost him, that Arnold Folkestad, now also known as the cop killer, had managed to escape abroad or find a hidey hole in Norway. It would have had to be a deep, dark hole, for during the 24 hours after the initial alert, his description and personal information had been broadcast on every media outlet in such detail that every person of sound mind in the country had grasped who Arnold Folkestad was and what he looked like. And Katrina had at that point come to her own conclusions about how close they had been earlier in the case when Harry had asked her to check the connections between René Karlsnes and other police officers. If she had only widened her search to include former officers, they would have found Arnold Folkestad's ties to the young man. She stopped brushing Björn's lapel, and he flashed her a smile of gratitude, a quick, forced smile, a little tremble around the chin. He was going to cry. She saw it now. For the first time, she was going to see Björn Holm cry today. She coughed. Mikael Bellman slipped into the end of the row, glanced at his watch. He had another interview in 3/4 of an hour. Stern, 1 million readers. Another foreign journalist wanting the story of how the young chief of police had worked indefatigably week after week, month after month, to catch this murderer, and how in the end he had himself almost become the cop killer's victim. And Mikael would once again pause briefly before saying that the eye he had sacrificed was a cheap price for what he had achieved, preventing an insane murderer from taking even more of his officers' lives. Mikael Bellman pulled the sleeve over his watch. They should have started by now. What were they waiting for? He had given some thought to his choice of dress today. Black to match the moment and the eye patch? The patch was a real hit. It told his story in such a dramatic and effective way that, according to Aftenposten, he was the most photographed Norwegian in the international press this year. Or should he choose something dark but more neutral, which would be acceptable and not so conspicuous for the interview afterwards? He would have to go straight from the interview to a meeting with the city council chairman, so Ulla had opted for dark, neutral colours.
If they didn't start soon, he would be late. He mused. Did he feel anything? No, what should he feel? After all, it was only Harry Hula, not exactly a close friend, nor one of his officers in Oslo Police District. But there was a certain possibility that the press were waiting outside, and of course it was good PR to show your face in church. It was indeed impossible to get around the fact that Harry Hula had been the first to point the finger of guilt at Arnold Folkestad, and with the dimensions this case had taken on that linked Mikael and Harry. And PR was going to be even more important than ever. He already knew what the meeting with the City Council chairman was going to be about. The party had lost a strong personality with Isabel Skyen, and was on the lookout for someone new, a popular, respected person they would like to have on the team to lead Oslo forward. When the chairman had rung, he had opened by singing the praises of the warm, contemplative impression Bellman had made in the Magazinette interview, and then wondered if their party political program chimed with Mikael Bellman's own political standpoints. Chimed. Lead Oslo forward. Mikael Bellman's town. So get that organ cranked up. Björn Holm could feel Katrina trembling under his arm, felt the cold sweat under his suit trousers, and reflected that it was going to be a long day. A long day before he and Katrina could take off their clothes and crawl into bed. Together. Let life carry on. The way life carried on for those of them who were left, whether they wanted it to or not. And as his gaze swept across the rows of pews, he thought of all those who were not here, of Beata Lön, of Erlend Venesla, Anton Mitted, Roar Michtuen's daughter, Fia, and of Raquel Fauca and Oleg Fauca, who weren't here either, who had paid the price for attaching themselves to the man who was being positioned in front of them by the altar. Harry Hula. And in a strange way, it was as though the man at the front was continuing to be what he had always been, a black pit sucking in everything that was good around him, consuming all the love he was offered, and also the love he wasn't. Katrina had said yesterday, after they had gone to bed, that she had also been in love with Harry Hula, not because he deserved it, but because he had been impossible not to love, as impossible as he was to catch, keep, or live with. Yes, of course she had loved him, but it had passed, the desire had cooled, or at least she had tried to cool it. But the delicate little scar after the short heartbreak she shared with several women would always be there. He had been someone they'd had on loan for a while, and now it was over. Björn had asked her to drop the subject there. The organ piped up. Björn had always had a weakness for organs. His mother's organ in the sitting room in Skreia, Greg Allman's B3 organ, creaking pump organs squeezing out an old hymn. To Björn it was all the same, like sitting in a bathtub of warm notes and hoping the tears didn't get you. They had never caught Arnold Folkestad. He had caught himself. Folkestad had probably come to the conclusion that his mission had ended, and with it his life. So he had done the only logical thing. It took them 3 days to find him, 3 days of desperate searching. Björn had had the feeling the whole country had been on the march, and perhaps that was why it felt like a bit of an anticlimax when the news came that he had been found in the forest in Maridalen, only a few hundred meters from where Erlend Venesla had been spotted, with a small, almost discreet hole in his head and a gun in his hand. It was his car that had put them on the track. It had been seen in a car park close to where the trail paths started, an old Fiat that had also featured in the nationwide alert. Björn himself had led the forensics team. Arnold Folkestad had looked so innocent, lying on his back in the heath, like a leprechaun with his red beard. He lay beneath a patch of open sky, unprotected by the trees clumped together around him. In his pockets they had found the keys for the Fiat and the door that was blown up in Hausmannsgata 92, a standard Heckler & Koch gun, as well as the one he held in his hand, together with a wallet containing a dog-eared photo of a man Björn immediately recognized as René Kalsnes. As it had rained non-stop for at least 24 hours, and the body had been out in the open for 3 days, there hadn't been much evidence to examine. But it didn't matter, they had what they needed. The skin around the entry wound in his right temple had scorch marks from the flame discharge of the weapon and the residue of burnt powder, and the ballistic results showed the bullet in his head came from the gun in his hand. For that reason, it was not there they concentrated their efforts. The investigation began when they broke into his house, where they found most of what they needed to clear up all the police murders. Batons covered with blood and hair from the victims, a bayonet saw with Beata Lern's DNA on it, a spade smeared with soil and clay that matched the ground in Vestra Cemetery, plastic ties, police cordon tape of the same kind that had been found outside Drummond, boots that tallied with the footprint at Trivan. They had everything. And afterwards, as Harry had so often said, but which only Björn Holm had experienced, the void. Because there was suddenly nothing else. It wasn't like breasting a tape, drifting into a harbour, or pulling into a station. It was more like the tarmac, the bridge, the rails had disappeared. It was the end of the road, and that was where the dive into nothingness began. Finished. He hated the word. So almost in desperation, he had delved even deeper into the investigation of the original murders, and had found what he had been searching for, a link between the murder of the girl at Trivan, Judas Johansson and Valentin Yertsen. A quarter of a fingerprint didn't give a match, but 30% probability wasn't to be sneered at. No, it wasn't finished. It was never finished. They're starting now. It was Katrina. Her lips were almost touching his ear. The organ notes soared, grew into music he knew. Björn swallowed hard. Gunnar Hagen closed his eyes for a second and listened only to the music, not wanting to think. But thoughts came. The case was over. Everything was over. They had buried what had to be buried now. Yet there was this one matter, one he could not bury, never managed to get underground, and which he still hadn't mentioned to anyone. He hadn't mentioned it because it could no longer be of any use. The Swedish words Asaev had whispered in his hoarse voice, the seconds he had spent with him that day at the hospital. "What can you offer me if I agree to testify against Isabel Skyen? And I don't know who, but I know she worked with someone high up in the police force." The words were dead echoes of a dead man. Unprovable claims that would be damaging rather than beneficial, now that Skyen was off the scene. So he had kept this to himself. Like Anton Mitet with the bloody baton. The decision had been taken, but it still kept him awake at night. "I know she worked with someone high up in the police force." Gunnar Hagen opened his eyes again. Slowly, he ran his eyes across the assembled congregation. Jules Berntsen sat with the window of the Suzuki Vitara rolled down so that he could hear the organ music from the small church. The sun shone from a cloudless sky, warm and awful. He had never liked Uppsala, just hooligans. He had given a lot of beatings, taken a lot of beatings. Not as bad as in Hausmannsgata, of course. Luckily, it had looked worse than it was, and in hospital, Mikael had said it didn't matter with people as ugly as he was, and how serious could concussion be for someone who didn't have a brain. It was meant to be a joke, and Jules had tried with his grunted laughter to show he appreciated it, but the broken jawbone and the smashed nose had hurt too much. He was still taking strong painkillers. He still wore big bandages around his head, and of course was not allowed to drive. But what could he do? He couldn't sit at home waiting for the dizziness to go and the wounds to heal. Even Megan Fox had begun to bore him, and he didn't actually have the doctor's permission to watch TV, either. So he might as well sit here, in a car outside a church to do what? To show his respect for a man he had never had any respect for?
An empty gesture for a sodding idiot who didn't know what was good for him, who saved the life of the one man whose death he had everything to gain by. Truls Bjørnsen couldn't bloody fathom it. He only knew he wanted to be back working as soon as he was well enough, and the town to be his again. Raquel breathed in and out. Her fingers round the bouquet felt clammy. Stared at the door. Thought about the people sitting inside. Friends, family, acquaintances. The priest. Not that there were so many, but they were waiting. Couldn't start without her. "You promise you won't cry?" Oleg said. "No," she said, smiled fleetingly and stroked his cheek. He had grown so tall. He was so good-looking. Towered above her. She'd had to buy a dark suit for him, and it was only when they were standing in the shop and measuring up that she realized her son was close to Harry's 1.92 meters. She sighed. "We'd better go in," she said, threading her arm through his. Oleg opened the door, was given a nod by the verger inside, and they began to walk up the aisle. And when Raquel saw all the faces turned to her, she felt her nervousness vanish. This had not been her idea. She had been against it, but in the end Oleg had persuaded her. He thought it was only right that it should all finish like this. That was precisely the word he had used. Finish. But wasn't it above all else a beginning? The start of a new chapter in their lives? At least that was how it felt. And suddenly this did feel right. Being here. Now. And a smile spread across her face. She smiled at all the other smiling faces. For a moment she thought that if their smiles or her own got any broader, there could be a serious accident. And the notion of this, the sound of tearing faces, which ought to have made her shudder, caused bubbles of laughter in her stomach. "Don't laugh," she told herself. "Not now." She noticed that Oleg, who so far had been concentrating on walking in time with the organ, sensed her mood, and she glanced at him, met his surprised, admonitory expression. But then he had to look away. He had seen that his mother was having a fit of the giggles. Here, now. And he found that so inappropriate that he started laughing as well. To focus her mind on something else, on what was about to happen, on the solemnity, she fixed her gaze on the man who was waiting by the altar. Harry. In black. He stood facing them with an idiotic grin plastered across his handsome, pug-ugly face, as tall and proud as a peacock. When he and Oleg had stood back-to-back at Gunnar Öje's, the outfitters, the assistant with the tape measure, had announced that only 3 centimeters separated them in Harry's favor, and the 2 overgrown schoolboys had high-fived as though both were satisfied with the outcome of some competition. But now, at this moment, Harry looked very adult. The rays from the June sun falling through the stained-glass windows enveloped him in a kind of celestial light, and he seemed taller than ever, and as relaxed as he had been throughout. At first she didn't understand how he could be so relaxed after all that had happened. But gradually it had rubbed off, this calm, this unshakable belief that everything had sorted itself out. She hadn't been able to sleep for the first few weeks after Arnold Folkestad had come to their home, even though Harry had snuggled up close and whispered in her ear that it was over, that it had gone well, that they were out of danger. He had repeated the same words night after night like a soporific mantra, which still hadn't been enough. But then, gradually, she had begun to believe it, and after a few more weeks, to know it. Everything had sorted itself out, and she had begun to sleep. Deep sleep without any dreams she could remember, until she was woken by him slipping out of bed in the morning light, thinking as usual she didn't notice, and as usual she pretended she didn't notice, because she knew how proud and happy he would be if he thought she had only woken up when he coughed and stood there with a breakfast tray in his hands. Oleg had given up trying to keep in rhythm with Mendelssohn and the organist now, and it made no difference to Raquel.
She had to take 2 steps for his one, anyway. They had decided that Oleg would perform a double function. It had felt completely natural as soon as she'd thought about it. Oleg should accompany her to the altar, give her away to Harry, and also be best man. Harry didn't have a best man. He had the witness he had first chosen, though. The chair on his side by the altar was empty, but a photo of Beata Löhn had been placed on the seat. They were there now. Harry hadn't let her out of his sight for an instant. She had never understood how a man with such a low, resting pulse, who could go for days in his own world, almost without speaking and without any need for outside stimulation, could press a switch and was suddenly conscious of everything, every ticking second, every quivering 10th and 100th of a second. With a calm, husky voice that in very few words could express more emotions, information, astonishment, foolishness, and wisdom than all the windbags she had ever met could manage over a 7-course meal. And then there were the eyes, which in their own good-natured, almost bashful way, had this ability to hold your attention, to force you to be there. Raquel Falca was going to marry the man she loved. Harry looked at her as she stood there. She was so beautiful he had tears in his eyes. He simply hadn't expected this. Not that she wouldn't be beautiful. It was obvious that Raquel Falca would look amazing in a white bridal gown. He hadn't expected that he would react in this way. His uppermost thoughts had been that he hoped it wouldn't take too long and the priest wouldn't get too spiritual or inspired. And he had imagined that, as usual on occasions which called for great emotions, he would become immune, numb, a cold and slightly disappointed observer of other people's floods of feelings and his own drought. But he had determined that at any rate he would play the role as best he could. After all, he was the one who had insisted on a church wedding. And now here he was, with tears, genuine big fat salty drops in the corners of his eyes. Harry blinked, and Raquel watched him, met his gaze. Not with that, now I'm looking at you and all the guests can see I'm looking at you and I'm trying to look as happy as I can look. It was the look of a teammate, of someone saying, we can nail this, you and I. Let's do it. Then she smiled, and Harry discovered that he was smiling too, without knowing which of them had started it. She had started shaking. She was laughing inside, and filling up so fast it was only a question of time before the laughter exploded out of her. Solemnity generally had that effect on her, and on him. So, in order not to laugh, she looked over at Oleg, but she got no help there, for the boy looked as if he was going to burst into laughter as well. He just managed to restrain himself by lowering his head and firmly shutting his eyes. What a team, Harry thought proudly, and focused on the priest. The team that had caught the cop killer. Raquel had understood the text message, "Don't let Oleg see the present," reasonable enough for Arnold Folkestad not to become suspicious, clear enough for Raquel to understand what he wanted. The old birthday trick. So when he entered the house, she had embraced him, grabbed what he had stuffed down his belt at the back, and then backed away with her hands in front of her, so that Arnold couldn't see that she was holding something. She was holding a loaded Odessa with the safety catch off. What was more worrying was that even Oleg had understood. He had stayed quiet, knowing he mustn't ruin what was looming, which could only mean that he had never fallen for the birthday trick, and he had never let on. What a team. What a team, coaxing Arnold Folkestad into moving towards Harry and leaving Raquel behind him, so that she could step forward and, at close quarters, fire a shot through Folkestad's temple as he was about to dispatch Harry. An unbeatable team of champions, that's what it was. Harry sniffed quickly and wondered if the damned mega-tears would have the sense to stay where they were, or if he would simply have to wipe them away before they slid down his cheeks. He took a risk with the latter. She had asked him why he'd insisted that they get married in a church. To the best of her knowledge, he was about as Christian as a chemical formula, and she was the same, despite her Catholic upbringing. But Harry answered that, outside their house,
He had made a promise to a fictional god that if this went well, in recompense, he would succumb to this one stupid ritual act, getting married in the sight of this alleged god. And then Raquel had burst out laughing, said, He had sat down, taken a swig from his cup, cast a glance at the body lying on the floor in the room a few meters from them, and when he had turned back, he had met the questioning look in Raquel's eyes. Why hadn't he already rung the police? Harry had taken another swig from his cup, nodded at the Odessa lying on the table, and looked at her. She was an intelligent woman, so it was just a question of giving her a bit of time. She would reason her way through to the same conclusion, that if he picked up the phone, he would be sending Oleg to prison. And then Raquel had nodded slowly. She had understood. When the forensics people examined the gun to check if it matched the bullet that the pathologist would extract from Folkestad's head, they would immediately link it to the murder of Gustav Hansen, where the murder weapon was never found. After all, it wasn't every day, or every year, that someone was killed with a 9x18mm Makarov bullet. And if they discovered it matched a weapon they could link to Oleg, he would be rearrested, and this time charged and sentenced on the basis of what to everyone in court would seem like irrefutable, damning evidence. "You two will have to do what you have to do," Oleg had said. He had long grasped the gravity of the situation. Harry had nodded, but hadn't taken his eyes off Raquel. There had to be total unanimity. It had to be their joint decision. As now. The priest finished reading from the Bible. The congregation sat down again, and the priest cleared his throat. Harry had asked him to keep the sermon short. He saw the priest's lips moving, saw the composure on his face, and remembered the same composure on Raquel's that night. The composure after first shutting her eyes tight and then opening them, as though wanting to make sure this was not a nightmare you could wake up from. Then she had sighed. "What can we do?" she'd asked. "Burn," Harry had answered. "Burn?" Harry had nodded. Burn. What Truls Berntsen did. The difference was that burners like Berntsen did it for money. That was all. And so they had sprung into action. He had done what had to be done. They had done what had to be done. Oleg had driven Harry's car from the road up to the garage while Raquel packed and tied up the body in bin bags, and Harry had made a makeshift stretcher out of a tarpaulin, rope, and 2 aluminium pipes. After putting the body in the boot, Harry had gone down to the road with the keys for the Fiat, and Harry and Oleg each drove a car to Maridalen, while Raquel set about cleaning up and removing all the traces. As they had predicted, there was no one around the Grefsenkollen mountain in the rain and darkness. Nevertheless, they had taken one of the narrow paths to be sure they didn't meet anyone. The rain had made carrying the body a wearing, slippery business. On the other hand, Harry knew the rain would wash away their tracks, and, they hoped, any telltale signs. They didn't want anything to suggest that the body had been transported there. It had taken them more than an hour to find a suitable spot, a place where people wouldn't stumble across the body straight away, yet where their elk hounds would find the scent before too long. Long enough for the forensic evidence to have been destroyed, or at least rendered hard to identify. But too short a time for society to have wasted a great deal of resources on a manhunt. Harry almost had to laugh at himself when he realized the latter was indeed a factor. In the end, he was a product of his upbringing as well, a brainwashed, herd-following, bloody social democrat, who suffered physical pain at the thought of leaving a light on all night or discarding plastic in the countryside. The priest finished his sermon, and a girl, a friend of Oleg's, sang from the gallery. Dylan's Boots of Spanish Leather, Harry's Wish, Raquel's Blessing. The sermon had been more about the importance of working together in a marriage and less about being in God's sight. And Harry had thought about how they had taken the bin bags off Arnold, placed him in a position that would seem logical for a man who had chosen the forest to fire a bullet through his temple. And Harry knew he would never ask Raquel about it, about why she had held the muzzle close to Arnold Folkestad's right temple before firing, instead of doing what 9 out of 10 people would have done, quickly shot him in the back of the head or the back. It might, of course, have been because she had been scared the bullet would go through Folkestad and hit Harry. But it could also have been because her lightning-fast, almost frighteningly practical brain had managed to think one stage further about what would have to happen afterwards. There would have to be some camouflage to save them all, a circumlocution of the truth, a suicide. The woman at Harry's side might have worked out that suicide victims don't shoot themselves through the back of the head from a range of 1/2 meter. But, given that Arnold Folkestad was right-handed, through the right temple. What a woman. All the things he knew about her, all the things he didn't know about her. That was the question he had been obliged to ask himself even after seeing her in action, after spending months with Arnold Folkestad, and more than 40 years with himself. How well can you know someone? The hymn was over, and the priest had started on the marriage vows. Will you love and honor her? But he and Raquel ignored the ceremony and still faced each other, and Harry knew he would never let her go, however much he had to lie, however impossible it was to promise you would love a person until their dying day. He hoped the priest would soon shut up, so that he could say the yes that was already bubbling joyfully in his chest. The stall owner took the handkerchief from his breast pocket and passed it to his wife. Harry had just said yes, and the echo of his voice still hung beneath the church's vaulted roof. "What?" Ingrid whispered. "You're crying, love," he whispered. "No, you're the one who's crying." "Am I?" Stola Anna checked. He was indeed crying. Not much, but enough for him to detect wet patches on his handkerchief. He didn't cry proper tears, Aurora would say. It was just thin, invisible water that, without any kind of prior warning, could run down both sides of his nose, although no one around him had considered the situation, film, or conversation especially moving. It was just a gasket that blew inside, and then the water flowed. He would have liked to have Aurora along with them, but she was taking part in a 2-day handball tournament at Nadarud Sports Hall, and had just texted them to say they had won the first match. Ingrid straightened Stola's tie and placed a hand on his shoulder. He put his on hers, and knew she was thinking the same thoughts as he was, about their own wedding. The case was over, and he had written a psychological report. In it he had speculated that the weapon Arnold Folkestad had shot himself with was the same one that had been used to murder Gustav Hansen, and that there were several similarities between Gustav Hansen and René Kalsnes. Both were very attractive young men who had no scruples about selling sexual favors to men of all ages, and it may have been that Folkestad had a propensity to fall in love with such types. Nor was it improbable that someone with Folkestad's paranoid, schizophrenic symptoms might have murdered Gustav out of jealousy, or for a whole string of other reasons, based on delusions as a result of a profound psychosis, though this might not necessarily have been noticeable to the outside world. Here Stola had attached notes from the time Arnold Folkestad had worked in Kripos and come to him complaining about hearing voices. Even though psychologists had long concurred that hearing voices was not always synonymous with schizophrenia, Arne had tended to the view that in Folkestad's case it was, and started preparing a diagnosis that would have finished Folkestad's career as a detective. But it had never become necessary to send the report, as Folkestad decided to resign after telling Arne about his approach towards an unnamed colleague. He had also terminated the treatment and thus disappeared off Anna's radar. However, it was clear that there had been a couple of events that might have triggered his deterioration. One was the head injuries he had received, which had necessitated a longish stay in hospital. There was significant research showing that even light blows to the brain could cause behavioral changes, such as increased aggression and decreased impulse control. The blows, incidentally, bore a likeness to those he dealt to his victims. And the second event was the loss of René Kalsnes, with whom, witnesses' testimonies suggested, he had been wildly, almost manically, in love. It was no surprise that Folkestad had concluded what he obviously regarded as his mission by taking his own life. The only caveat had to be that he hadn't left anything in writing or said anything to justify what he had done. It was normal for megalomaniacs to feel a need to be remembered, understood, declared a genius, admired, and to find a well-deserved place in history. The psychological report had been well received. It was the final piece in the puzzle, Mikhail Bellman had said. But Ståle Arne had a suspicion that it was another aspect which had been of paramount importance for the police. With this diagnosis, he put an end to what otherwise could have become a bitter and problematic issue. How could one of the force's own men be behind the massacre? Folkestad was only an ex-policeman, it was true, but nevertheless, what did this say about the profession, and what did it say about the culture inside the police force? Now they could shelve the debate, because a psychologist had concluded that Arnold Folkestad had been insane. Insanity has no cause. Insanity just is, a kind of natural disaster that strikes out of the blue, the kind of thing that can happen. And afterwards you have to get on with your life, because what else can you do? That was how Bellman and the others reasoned. That was not how Ståle Arne reasoned. But it would have to rest for now. Ståle was back in his consulting room full-time, but Gunnar Hagen had said he would like to have the boiler room gang as a unit permanently on call, a bit like Delta. Katrina had already been offered a job as a detective in Crime Squad and had accepted it. She claimed she had several compelling reasons to move from her wonderful, beautiful Bergen to the wretched capital. The organist started up. Ståle could hear the creak of the pedals, and then came the notes. And then the bride and groom. Now the newlyweds. They didn't need to nod left and right. There were so few people in the church, you could encapsulate them all in one glance. The party afterwards was to be at Schroeder's. Harry's watering hole was, of course, not quite what you associated with a wedding celebration, but according to Harry, it had been Raquel's decision, not his. The guests turned and followed Raquel and Harry, who continued past the empty rows of pews at the back towards the door. Towards the June sun, Ståle thought. Towards the rest of the day. Towards the future. The three of them. Oleg, Raquel, and Harry. "Oh, Ståle," Ingrid said, tugging the handkerchief from his breast pocket and handing it to him. Aurora sat on the bench and could hear from the cheering that her teammates had scored again. It was the second match today they were on their way to winning, and she reminded herself that she had to text Dad. Actually, for herself, she didn't much care whether they won or lost, and Mummy definitely didn't care. But Dad always reacted as if she was the new world champion whenever she reported another victory in the girls' under-13s league. As Amelia and Aurora had played almost all the first match, they were on the bench for most of this one. Aurora had started counting the spectators in the stands on the other side of the court, and there were only 2 rows left. Most of them were parents, of course, and players from other teams who were taking part in the tournament. But she thought she had seen a familiar face up there. Amelia nudged her. "Aren't you following the match?" "Yes, I am. Can you see the man up there in the 3rd row? He's sitting apart from the others. Have you seen him before?" "Don't know. Too far away. Don't you wish you'd gone to the wedding?" "No, it's grown-up stuff." "I need a pee. Are you coming?" "In the middle of the match? What if they want us to go on? It's Charlotte Sokotinka's turn. Come on." Amelia looked at her. And Aurora knew what she was thinking, that Aurora didn't usually ask anyone to go with her to the toilet, didn't usually ask for company anywhere. Emilia hesitated, turned back to the court, glanced at the coach standing with his arms crossed on the sideline, shook her head. Aurora wondered whether she could wait until the game was over and the others were streaming towards the changing rooms and the toilets. "I'll be back in a mo," she whispered, getting up and jogging over to the stairs. Turned in the doorway and looked up at the stands, searched for the face she thought she recognized but couldn't see it. Then she ran down the stairs. Mona Gamlen stood alone in the cemetery by Bragernes church. She had driven from Oslo to Drammen, and it had taken her some time to find the place. And she'd had to ask her way to the gravestone. The sunlight glistened on the crystals in the stone around his name, Anton Mittet. It glistened now more than when he was alive, she thought. But he had loved her. He had, of that she was sure. She popped a piece of mint chewing gum into her mouth, thinking about what he had said when he had driven her home after the shift at the Rikshospital, and they had kissed. He liked the minty taste of her tongue. And the third time, when they were parked in front of her house, and she had leaned over to him, unbuttoned his fly, and, before she began, discreetly removed the gum from her mouth and stuck it under his seat. And straight afterwards she had started chewing a fresh piece of gum before they kissed again, because she had to taste of mint. That was the taste he wanted. She missed him, without having any right to miss him, and that made it even worse. Mona Gamlen heard footsteps crunching up the path behind her. Perhaps it was her, the other woman, Laura. Mona Gamlen started to walk ahead without turning, trying to blink the tears from her eyes, trying to stay on the gravel path. The church door opened, but Truls couldn't see anyone coming out yet. He glanced at the magazine on the passenger seat. Magazinet. An interview with Mikael, the happy family man, pictured with his wife and 3 children, the astute, humble chief of police, who said that the cop-killer case would not have been solved without his wife Ulla's support at home, without all his excellent colleagues at Police HQ, and that the unmasking of Folkestad meant another case had been cleared up. The ballistics report showed that the Odessa gun Arnold Folkestad had shot himself with was the same one that Gustav Hansen had been killed with. Truls had grinned at the thought. No fucking chance. Harry Ulla had had a finger in the pie and been up to his usual tricks. Truls had no idea how or why, but at any rate it meant that Oleg Falka was off the hook and could stop looking over his shoulder. Ulla would get the boy into PHS now as well, you see. Fair enough. Truls wouldn't stand in his way. Great burner job. Respect. Anyway, he hadn't saved the magazine because of Harry, Oleg, or Mikael. It was the photo of Ulla he'd been after. A temporary setback, that was all. He would get rid of the magazine afterwards. Get rid of her. He thought about the woman he had met in the cafe the day before. Internet dating. Of course she couldn't hold a candle to Ulla or Megan Fox. Bit too old, arse a bit too fat, and talked a bit too much. But apart from that, he'd liked her. If a woman failed in the age, face and arse categories, and was totally unable to keep her mouth shut, could she be any good at all? He wasn't sure. He only knew that he'd liked her. Or, to be more precise, he liked the fact that she, apparently, liked him. Perhaps it had been his ravaged face and she'd felt sorry for him. Or perhaps Mikael had been right. His face had been so unattractive in the first place that a slight rearrangement wouldn't make any difference. Or in some way or other, things had changed inside him. What or how, he didn't know exactly. But some days he woke up and felt new. He thought in a different way, could even talk to people around him in a new way. And it was as though they noticed, as though they treated him in a new way as well, a better way. And that had given him the courage to take another tiny step in this new direction,
although he had no idea where it would lead. Not that he had found redemption or anything. The change was minimal, and on some days he didn't feel new at all. Anyway, he thought he would ring her again. The police radio crackled. He could hear from the voice, rather than the words, that it was something important, different from the boring traffic jams, basement break-ins, domestics, and rapid drunks. A body. "Does it look like murder?" the unit leader asked. "I would imagine it is." The answer was an attempt to deliver the laconic, cool tone that especially the younger guard aspired to. Not that they didn't have their own models in the older guard. Even though Hulu was no longer among them, his sayings were still alive and well. "Her tongue. I think it's her tongue. It's been cut off and stuffed up." The young officer couldn't take the heat. His voice cracked. Jules could feel the exhilaration coming, the life-giving beats as his heart pumped a little faster. This sounded nasty. June. She'd had lovely eyes, and he guessed pretty big tits beneath all the clothes. Yes, it was going to be a great summer. "Got an address?" "Alexander Schillensplatz, number 22. Shit, loads of sharks here." "Sharks?" "Yes, on those little surfboards. Place is full of them." Jules put the Suzuki into gear, straightened his sunglasses, pressed the accelerator and let go of the clutch. Some days were new, others weren't. The girls' toilet was at the end of the corridor. As the door closed behind Aurora, it struck her at first how quiet it was. The noise of all the people upstairs was gone, and there was just her. She quickly locked herself in one of the cubicles, pulled down her shorts, knickers, and sat on the cold plastic seat. Thought about the wedding. Actually, she would have preferred to be there. She had never seen anyone get married before, not properly. She wondered if she would get married one day. Tried to imagine it, standing outside a church, laughing and ducking under the shower of confetti, a white dress, a house and a job she liked. A boy she would have children with. She tried to imagine the boy. The door opened and someone came into the room. Aurora was sitting on a swing in the garden with the sun straight in her eyes and couldn't see the boy. She hoped he was great, a boy who thought a bit like her. A bit like Dad, but not so scatty. No, as a matter of fact, just as scatty. The footsteps were too heavy for a woman. Aurora stretched out for some toilet paper, but held back. She had tried to take a breath, but there was nothing there. No air. She felt her throat tighten. Too heavy to be a woman's footsteps. They had stopped now. She looked down. In the big gap between the door and floor, she saw a shadow, and the tips of a pair of long, pointed shoes, like cowboy boots. Aurora didn't know if the ringing in her head was the wedding bells or the beating of her heart. Harry came out onto the steps, squinted into the bright June sun, stood with his eyes closed for a moment.